Drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I'm a never Trump guy.
Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. Should be an excellent content day for you fine folk, just because we obviously have plenty of fodder to discuss, but not just that. I'm grumpy. I'm incredibly well slept. I have my tea and I haven't spilled it yet. So I'm actually very in quite the good mood. But I woke up, I checked my notifications, and it's 10,000 notifications from DGG being like, "Oh, you don't think the tweet is funny?" Like, and then it's one or two people who are like, yeah, so you're selling your soul to DGG? It's like, fuck you both. Like, fuck all the fucking, no offense. I know some of them are in the audience, but like, no offense, but fuck all the DGG people who are like, you have to agree with Steven on every single thing he does, or else we're going to complain about it. Fuck you. And then to the two people in my comments who are like, you're criticizing Steven for 2 or 3 hours, but DGG thinks that they have a welcome safe space here. Therefore, you're cultivating a psychopathic audience that just wants to cheer on the death of conservatives. Ugh. Like, fuck you too. So, anyways, so you guys in my chat are beautiful souls with 3,000 IQ, well endowed, because you're CGG and or you're DGG with the patience to watch CGG. So you guys are perfectly fine. I'm just complaining about other people, okay? Not you. Other people are annoying me. But anyways, yeah, we got good content. There's actually a lot of really good content popping off right now. It's so good. It's so good from a metrics basis. So obviously the Destiny tweet thing, we got the VODs going up. We did the Destiny triples down on a terrible tweet yesterday, which was the Tectone review. And then today we have the Pierce Morgan VOD going up. So those should both be pretty spicy algorithmically and should get lots of really good comments and passionate comments and all that kind of stuff. Then after that, we have the live and learn dogpiling tally bots, which honestly, that should be fun as well. But that's just VODs. In reference to live content we still have to review, we have the Candace Owens versus Nick Fuentes debate, which if it's good enough, we might watch the entire thing by breaking it up into 2 segments. Then we have the Hasan Piker attacking Contrapoints, which I hate Hasan. I think his analysis sucks. I think he actually has like 80 IQ. But, it should be good content algorithmically. And then tomorrow, when we're live on Counterpoints, we're going to have the Brittany Simon drama video. So for those of you who don't know, there used to be this like crystal girl who was a Destiny orbiter who kind of fell out of orbit, in and out of orbit pretty quick because she was really hypercritical of Steven pretty quickly in reference to his relationships. Well, she released like a 3-hour extemporaneous rant about all of her YouTube relationships, including Destiny, but also Contrapoints, and her political analysis, because she's not a political person, she's a philosophy person. Her political analysis is so dog shit. It's actually like it's almost worth an academic paper how terrible her analysis is. It's amazing. Like she makes decent, just to throw it out there, she makes decent interpersonal social relationships analyses. She makes horrible political analyses. Like it's actually, again, I'm saying it's so bad, it's borderline impressive. So I'm excited for that. Frankly, I think tomorrow's going to be an excellent excellent drama stream. Yeah, human's gonna human. And then she also, I'm gonna show you the energy that she has before we even watch it. What is it? It's I always forget their name, but it's from Parks and Rec. Parks and Rec, annoying sister. Mona Lisa. Oh my god. Mona Lisa talking to her dad. She's so bad because she always like sings randomly. Dad, Parks and Rec. All right, hold on. I'm gonna find. Oh, okay. Hold on. I see the exact clip. Oh, this is awesome. Actually, hold on. Let me pull it up. Brittany Simon has Mona Lisa energy. Present, share screen, entire screen, audio, add. Okay, don't worry. We're just getting warmed up, but this is all right. This is for those of you who are not ready for Brittany Simon. This is Brittany Simon's exact energy.
Done nothing wrong ever in my life.
I know this. And I love you.
I love you too, Daddy. Money, please. My money.
Dr. Saperstein, your son is my best friend. He's like a brother to me, but he's a disaster. And your daughter seriously needs to be locked up in some sort of insane asylum on an island in space.
I have done.
That's not even the best one, but if you could imagine her like singing randomly, then yeah, that's her. All right, checking in with chat because I love you before we start. Parasocially, of course. Conservatism, good to see you. Christian Vlaris, good morning. Casey, good morning. Louis Salazar, good morning. Modicool says hello. Hello to you. Brandon Chang says, morning, Warhammer nerds. Good morning to you. JFJ says 07. Louis Salazar said, I slept good for a Monday. Normally I get less than 3 hours of sleep. Today I had around 6. Louis Salazar, you need to change your sleep schedule before it kills you. Christian Vlaris says, the Dalaban is struck again. Indeed. Funk Dark says, nice. The straw man voice. True. Bor says, I am not either. I'm just here hoping you will review Glenn versus Trigonometry, guys, so you can experience the pain I did watch that shit. Okay, let me bump it up in the docket. Is it... It's not... It's Ross Duthat. So which Glenn are we talking about? Because I took the note for Glenn versus Trigonometry, but I forgot which Glenn it was. So we did that one. We did that one. I'll just put it at the top. Glenn versus Trigonometry. But Glenn who? I forget now. The straw man voice. Conservatism. I always feel like coming back to the social media half of the internet is trip to bizarre world. It is. Madi Cool says Hasan is a moron. Indeed. Christian Blair says, is Brittany still making videos about Destiny? Lol. Yes. Kay says, good morning. Good morning. Human's gonna human. Exactly. Sten Franklin says a level 2 would say that. Yeah. She has tears for self-awareness of like, I don't know what the levels are, but I think it's like level 1 through level 5. And so I forget if 1 is good or 5 is good. I think 5 is good. But she always categorizes people that she likes in a 5, and those are the most socially and self-aware people who are on the path to self-redemption. Whereas people who are just like, I'll say it, people who are effectively like monkeys with glimmers of consciousness who are bouncing off of each other are 1s, and she has no problem effectively, castigating them, I guess is the best way to say it. Trump Wappin says, I don't feel tardy. Well, I was a little tardy to the party. I think I started at 9:40, but it is what it is. Hoach says, official North Korean Twitter account tweeted a reminder that glorious leader Kim Jong-un never visited Epstein Island. Based. Yeah, Boris says he has his own island. She has the hair and everything. True. Oh, Glenn Greenwald. Okay. Yeah. We could all suffer together. Haterade says, love me for real. Good morning, sir, and thank you for your service. Well, I appreciate you. John Kennedy says, hey, Connor, is your audience still frothing at the mouth in efforts to equate donut to destiny? Yes. Yes, they are. How do I phrase this? My audience, my chat is fine. I love my chat. They piss me off sometimes, but most of the time they have something smart to say, which pisses me off. But in the comments section to the most recent video, yes, it's like 90% Destiny sweepers, 10% people that are pissed off that I didn't go hard enough at Destiny. So Haterade says, thank you for your service. Well, yeah, thank you. Justin for $5 says, good morning. Can't wait to see your reaction to Nick versus Candace. The ending is the best part. You're going to be pissed. Ha ha ha. Okay, well, good. We're going to start with Hasan Piker just because like I need to pace myself for the psychic damage throughout the day. And I figured Hasan Piker would be You know how there's like heavy reading and light reading, like reading a chemistry book versus reading like, I don't know, Berenstain Bears. I figured that reading Hasan Piker or listening to Hasan Piker would be the digital equivalent of listening to Berenstain Bears with a learning disability. And so I figured we would start there. Christian Blair says Destiny is an a-hole, but he isn't voting advocating for policies that are going to get people killed, while Donut does womp womp. Fair enough. Fashion 40, that's the steel man, but I don't think that was necessarily included in the tweet. And let me tell you what pisses me off. So what pisses me off is all of the DGG people in my chat, they want me to take the totality of everything Steven has ever said. They want me to ignore the bad parts of what he said. They want to take me to take exclusively the good parts, and they want me to steel man the joke with all of the surrounding context in order to make it, hey, Steven is making a spicy joke in order to make 3,000 IQ points. Whereas all of the people who are saying that, like, the opposite, they're effectively saying, like, you must judge it exclusively in a vacuum. And if you do not come out and say he's the worst person ever, then effectively, like, you're complicit with the genocide of BPD girls. You know what I'm saying? So it feels like it's somewhere in the middle, obviously, where Steven probably does have a 3,000 IQ take on half of his shit. But let's be real. The dude says some crazy shit, and then half the time, what he likes to do is do a post hoc analysis in order to see if he can make it 3,000 IQ. And everybody says that, like, it's a 3,000 IQ thing, even when it's not. So that's frustrating as shit. So, for instance, Nicholas Diorio did a copy pasta of Rick and Morty, and I see a lot of people judging this tweet harshly, but to be fair, you have to have a very high IQ to understand Destiny. His humor is extremely subtle, and without a solid grasp of conservative debate tactics, most of the jokes will go over a typical viewer's head. There's also Steven's nihilistic outlook, which is definitely woven into the types of commentary his Twitter is known for. His personal philosophy draws heavily from Narodnoye Voloye literature, for instance. The fans understand this stuff. They have the intellectual capacity to truly appreciate the depths of these jokes, to realize that they're not just funny. They say something deep about the political landscape. As a consequence, people who dislike Destiny truly are idiots. Of course, they wouldn't appreciate, for instance, the humor in Destiny's iconic catchphrase, "We should mow down dipshit protesters," which itself is a cryptic reference to Turgenev's Russian epic Fathers and Sons. I'm smirking right now just imagining one of those addle-padded simpletons scratching their heads in confusion as Steven's genius unfolds itself on their television screens. What fools. How I pity them. And yes, by the way, I do have a DGG tattoo. And no, you cannot see it. It's for the ladies' eyes only. And even they have to demonstrate that they're within 5 IQ points of my own, preferably lower, beforehand. Listen, I swear to God, if DGG keeps fucking coming at me all fucking cringe and fucking sideways in my shit, I'm going to copy that copy pasta and I'm just going to spam post it after every single one of these twats because they are so sucked in. Like, listen, you can like Steven. I like Steven. Just don't be a fucking cultist. It's the same shit. Conservative liberalism says warm up before the heavy reps. True. I actually need to work out. Joey Appley says Hasan is as dumb as Connor likes to frame him as. True. Monocool says, why do people do that? Just give your real thoughts. True. Patriarch says DGGers are largely consequentialist, so this approach is to be expected. True. John Kennedy says the Nick Twitter post seems like a version of the Navy SEAL copy pasta. Wow. What you just read to me seems very unhinged and unwell. Well, that's true. NY Northman says that's pretty good. Yes. True Zealot says some criticism must have landed because D-Man is back to posting about the dead firefighter. That's progress, I guess. F you, Connor, for taking a nuanced position. As always, right? Conservative liberalism, Diorio occasionally just hits a home run. There's a cult of personality there, and he managed to encapsulate it. For sure. Fashion 40 says, I touch grass, and I'm actually a gaming streamer, so luckily not sucked into the DGG cult, though. Touch grass and still hold the door. Listen, I like Steven. Also, when we did the canvassing operation, I enjoyed working with DGG. 80%, 90% of the people who were at the canvassing operation had to be DGG. So there was lots of underemployed, crazy intelligent men who, you know, frankly, they look like they spend most of their time on Discord or Reddit or whatever, but they were nice and funny and smart and cool. But yeah, they obviously, you know, they like the man, right? So I want you guys to if we get enough money that we start doing the disaster relief operations or whatever, then obviously I want you guys to show up, participate, and volunteer. But I hope you also have your own personality, not just copies of mine. Last couple, and then we'll get into it. Destiny is too tribal when it comes to Trump cheering on the death of his supporters and their children is unwatchable. I mean, yeah, it's at minimum, you can say it's cringe and bad optics. Haterade says, it's just an offensive joke. I don't think you need to be deep into politics to find his jokes funny or tasteless. Not every joke is for everyone. Right. And here's the other thing. Let's just not lose sleep over it. Okay. So he said a pretty abrasive joke. Some people think it's funny. Some people don't. It's not the most important thing in the world. Let's not lose perspective and let's not freak out. I mean, it's actually pretty easy. Randy Chang says, now I'm wondering how spending time on a Discord has affected my appearance. Well, you need to shower daily. You need to groom your hair. You need to brush your teeth daily. So, yeah. Megan Zero says, thanks for streaming. I'm trying to watch Short Fat Otaku's video on No Mercy. Interesting. Conservative Liberalism says, I'm mostly Finnish. We're not allowed to have personalities. True. True. All right. Anyways, let's go ahead and get Mr. Hasan Piker up here. Let's do an intro. Let's get cracking. We are born to suffer. I am born to suffer for your entertainment. So, Sacred Snow says you don't have to go outside and meet women if you're in DGG. You just hold on to the hope that one day you can skim off the crowd and shunted BPD orbiters like JStock. That's very mean, Sacred Snow. Very mean. I disavow. And also, there's only like 6 BPD girls, so realistically that's more of like a fool's hope than something real. Yeah. Mega Zero says I should have said it's 4.5 hours long. Oof, brutal. All right, anyways, let's do an intro. Let's get cracking. So hi guys, my name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and a never Trump Republican. I like analyzing alternative media and politics for your entertainment, and I largely like to take psychic damage so I can hopefully you'll get some catharsis out of it. I'm going to be watching Hasan Piker breaking down a statement by Natalie Wynn, aka Contrapoints. Natalie Wynn, aka Contrapoints, is a far left video essayist. And, well, not far left, but she's definitely like sympathetic to leftists, socialists, and communists. But anyways, she released a statement in reference to Israel-Palestine. It's insufficiently radical for Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker is going to have a series of bad political analyses, and I will be analyzing his bad analysis. So without further ado, let's bring this gentleman onto the screen and break it down.
Many leftists feel betrayed because I haven't made a video on Palestine. Do they actually want a ContraPoints video on Palestine? Will they be happy if I get in the bath and pour milk on a mannequin of Benjamin? What's going on with ContraPoints? Yeah, I'm gonna briefly touch on that as well, because I mean, I said this like a while back where I was like, listen, this is not for like any person. I said this on my Discord a while back where I was like, now that it's becoming more like acceptable and appropriate for a lot of people who are terrified of their quote unquote brand being associated or tarnished in any capacity with like Israel-Palestine stuff, you'll see a lot more people like openly reveal takes, okay, openly say what their points are. And I think, I mean, something I said back then, this was like months ago, was if you come out after like, 20 months of, or 18 months at the time, I think it was, of like, to like make a statement, and your statement revolves around like how all of these people that were correct from the start are actually evil and bad or whatever, and that, your feelings really matter in this process. Like if you come out and do any of that like wishy-washy shit, or if you come out and do any of this, like both sides are kind of bad type bullshit when you're talking about like,
I got to pause right here. So people who were right from the start, so zero self-reflection, zero self-awareness, zero self-criticism. Got it. Okay, so we're starting out strong. And then also this mealy-mouthed, my feelings are more important than the genocide thing. Number one, I don't think anybody said that. Now, you could say that it's implied through these statements where it's like, well, actually, I have a really nuanced take about Israel-Palestine that nobody's going to understand and everyone's going to attack me for. So I'm just not going to share it. Yeah, that's pretty cringe. Stand on business, say what you mean what you say, right? It's actually relatively straightforward when you think about it that way. And so, like, I think I can stand on business. Luckily enough, I have a small enough audience that I can stand on business routinely without getting absolutely eviscerated. But the point is, I stand on business. Israel has a right to exist as a nation state. Okay? The Jews and the Israelis have the right to have a territory with a defined border that they should not have to deal with rocket attacks and bus bombings and people getting their heads chopped off with garden implements and women being kidnapped and raped and then returned 20 months later as corpses, right? That's what the Israelis should suspect. That's the way that they should live at the end of the day. Now, when it comes to Palestinians should have the same thing. They should have an independent nation state that is connected. That way, the West Bank and Gaza can trade and they can move back and forth freely between those two locations. Build a new highway. I have no idea, but they should have some sovereignty over their own ability to get food, ability to establish physical security, their ability to create a complex social apparatus, and their ability to create an economically viable zone. Okay? So, yeah, like Palestinians also deserve justice. The problem is that you have Palestinians who believe that from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, and that involves destroying the Israeli government, which is an impossible task. They're not going to win that, and nobody except for freak psycho leftists online support that. And then you also have the Israelis who are using the bad behavior of the Palestinians as an excuse to make the Palestinians suffer in revenge for October 7, 2023. So actually, no, Hasan Piker, you're not right from the beginning. Fuck you. You're very stupid. And the fact that you think that you can shame other people for trying to have some level of nuance or understanding, you're a dumbass. Christ, I hate this guy.
Oh, free Palestine that is happening, then I'm gonna talk about it. Okay. And that's basically it's sad to see, but that's basically what Contrapoints did, like to a T almost. Okay. And I like Contrapoints. I've never had any issues with her. I don't really care about like all the other controversies that she's been in or whatever. You know what I mean? For those of you who don't know, Contrapoints is a bread tuber. She was one of the OG bread tubers. Like, she would make these really long, well thought out YouTube video essays, bisexual lighting, all of that, right? And she had been, I guess, noticeably absent. I don't really run around being like, why is my favorite YouTuber not saying anything about this issue or that issue or whatever? I mean, it is odd when like you're a political content creator or you have major political opinions be known and you don't really say anything about like perhaps one of the most significant, one of the most impactful global incidents that is unfolding in real time. It is.
I do love this rationale as well, because we are talking about 1,100 person terrorist attack. Then we're talking about revenge against 2.2 million people. We're talking about 200,000 deaths allegedly being created by secondary effects and 65,000 deaths, a third of whom were militants that are actually tabulated. So yeah, it's totally fucked up. I'm not saying it's not fucked up. Obviously it is. However, did Hasan Piker carry this energy for the Arab awakening? Did he carry this for, I don't know, the 500,000 that died in the Syrian civil war? Did he carry this energy for the Iraq war, which, by the way, I almost guarantee you he blames all of the civilian death on American intervention. But if you actually look at the stats, 80 to 90, Iraq body count project, I'm not going to pull it up again. I've already pulled it up half a dozen times. But the point is that like 3/4 of the deaths caused, 80% of the deaths caused were Shia and Sunni militias just butchering the shit out of each other and civilians. Do we have that level of energy? For the 200,000 dead in Iraq, that could go up to 1 million. Like I'm sure he says 1 million. Of course not. Because the only thing that matters on the planet is Israel-Palestine. Conservative liberalism says no state has a right to exist. Everyone has a right to mutual self-defense. Sure. I guess that, like, if you want to look on a principled basis, does a state have a right to exist? No, a state is ultimately made up of the people. However, if you're talking about a state being the pooling of the people's will, then yeah, I think that a state has a right to exist insofar as it has the consent of the governed. So I hope you're just not being a pedant.
Is odd, but I never was like, why won't you say anything, right? And I guess people were doing that a lot, and so she did. She came out and like released something, not on Twitter, mind you, but
sorry. Well, QC John brings up an interesting point. Good morning, Cotter in chat. I'm not worthy of carrying the 3,000 IQ as I can, not seeing how Destiny tweeted at some random dude asking if his 12-year-old daughter had sex has any correlation with Trump. Yeah, how about that shit, DGG? How about that shit? So you're willing to take like a 10,000 IQ read of these kids were looking at porn, and they used promo code NordVPN in order to do so. So God punished them by drowning them to death. Okay. I think it's, cringe, but it is what it is. You're just saying, it's a 10,000. You need to have 10,000 IQ to understand this joke. Where was the conservative critique of him asking a father who said like, oh yeah, which by the way, for the father, he just shouldn't be sharing this much personal shit on the internet, especially Twitter. That was more of a Facebook post than a Twitter post. But a random conservative father said, oh yeah, the 12-year-old boy who my daughter has a crush on was pressure washing my driveway or my car. I forget what. So I come home and my 12-year-old daughter greets me at the doorway like a perfect angel trying to impress him. And Steven asks, did he smash ? And it's like, the fuck? Like where's the 10,000 IQ read of that, you dickheads?
instead on Reddit, which is, I guess, like a less hostile space to reveal this kind of thing. There are a multitude of different reasons as to why people don't speak out about that is unfolding in front of our eyes. For many content creators who like understand.
Trojan Brother says there's a case at the ICJ that was submitted by South Africa against the Israeli government. You might want to start there. Why? If the United States and Israel don't recognize the ICJ, then who? And also, if they don't carry similar energy for other atrocities, why do we care about the ICJ?
And the violence that is happening, they might be worried about the bag, for example. For some others, they're worried about the saying something wrong and then being like ridiculed or bullied or attacked, which is part of the reason why they will just say, oh yeah, free Palestine, and then they move on, right? Or like they rarely ever engage in this kind of stuff because it is supposed to be a third rail. It was considered the third rail of politics by design for a very long time, right? They don't want to get like, they don't want people to go after their advertisers. Why are people so afraid? What do you mean? Look at me. Look at me. Look at me.
I'm looking, Hasan. Please tell me.
I've spent most of my professional career combating anti-Semitism. And
oh my God, I hate this so much. So I spent most of my career combating anti-Semitism, except for after October 7, 2023, when I effectively said that you could randomly accost Jews on college campuses because they probably support the Zionist project. Therefore, they deserve you to accost them. And realistically, is this even that big of a deal in reference to the ongoing genocide in Palestine? So, yeah, so you were pro-Semitic until you started supporting street harassment of random Jews. And then also, you and your orbiters have repeatedly said that effectively being a Zionist is equivalent to being a Nazi. Therefore, you should treat Zionists as Nazis. But then by your own definition, 80% of the Jewish population are Zionists. Therefore, you should treat 80% of the Jewish population as Nazis. Got it. Okay. Awesome. Definitely principled pro-Semitic Hasan. Amazing analysis so far. I love this.
Still do to this day. And it's like not even a question. Like people will just immediately be like, he's an anti-Semite. He's a take his money away, deplatform him. Don't put him on any news outlets. Like what the? No one should watch him. Why do people watch him? Like people get really vicious.
Yeah, I don't say you shouldn't watch Hasan because he's an anti-Semite. I say you shouldn't watch Hasan because he's a fucking idiot. But anyways, that's fine. Checking in with chat because conservative liberalism had a response. Being a pedant is my specialty, but words do mean things. I'm saying Israel doesn't have some God-given right to exist. Well, I mean, technically they do if you're a biblical literalist. How many war crimes, ethnic cleansing does it take to lose your right to exist? I don't know. But, Israel's certainly flirting with that through their conduct in Gaza. LB says, sheesh, just don't say pedo shit for fuck's sake. I mean, I agree with you. Sacred Snow says, how hard is it not to talk about kids online? For fuck's sake, I feel uncomfortable posting baby pics on my private Facebook for my family. See, I would post my kids growing up because I'm very proud of my kids. I love my kids. But my wife has a more conservative social media philosophy. But if people are going to be freaks and make like weird, gross comments, I would just block them and move on, right? Like, I don't care about it. But for me, Stephen, for instance, like, let's say that I accept the 10,000 IQ analysis of the dead kids looking at porn thing. But if you do the dead kids looking at corn via NordVPN, which is why God punished them thing, which is stupid atheist fedora posting bullshit, which I'll probably, if we have time for a podcast on the 27th, I don't know if we will, but if we have time for a podcast, we're probably going to talk about it. And then, so what was the 10,000 IQ analysis of asking about the 12-year-old? It's not. He's just trying to piss people off and be gross for negative attention. Haterade says, nah, that's funny too. It's the frat boy slang that makes it funny. Dude, what? I'm not saying that you have to grow up. You don't have to grow up, but like, grow the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Why are you talking about 12-year-olds? Why? Like, dude, let me tell you, the reason why I would never talk about 12-year-old in like a weird, gross sexual way is because I'm almost 40. I'm married. I have 2 kids. I have friends who have kids who are in their teenage years. And so therefore, I don't like want to be so gross and basically telling like dead baby jokes and ephebophile jokes and all that kind of shit to the point that my friends start looking at me sideways. I think Steven, love him, friend, whatever, he spends so much of his time online and he spends so much of his time trying to be outrageous that he just doesn't have that like external normal human calculus for like, oh, I might have to go to a barbecue and see normal human beings at some point. Maybe I should reel it in. Miles Otwell says, not to litigate Destiny so much, but I think his tweet is less about tribalism and more about you supported these cuts. These cuts end up in the horrible things, but Destiny has to make it grotesque. Sure. But what he's doing is he's setting up a lightning rod that has nothing to do with that topic. He's allowing lightning to strike the lightning rod, and then he's using the energy surrounding that topic in order to talk about something more serious. The content that you're talking about is actually not within the original lightning rod. You know what I'm saying? Monty Cool says, who says 80% of the Jewish population are Zionists? Where the fuck do they pull this number from? I mean, I'll take a look at it. Global polling on Jewish diaspora support for Israel. So here's a Pew Research. So you probably need to read it. 1/4 of U.S. Jews have lived in Israel or been there more than once. Most U.S. Jews are emotionally attached to Israel. Percent of U.S. Jews who say they are blah, blah, blah attached to Israel. Very, somewhat, not at all. So it looks like atheist Jews are not at all attached to religion, but they are a smaller population. People who are mildly Jewish are actually less, are 2 to 1 more attached to the state of Israel. And then the overall, it's like a 60-40 split. And if you look at these numbers, vary somewhat. It's 60, 70, 82 amongst Orthodox, 80 amongst conservatives, 60 amongst Reform, 40 amongst secularists, 60 amongst men, 60 amongst women, et cetera, et cetera. So it's like 60%. But I almost guarantee you that if I asked the not important people, 8 in 10 US Jews say caring about Israel is an important or essential part of what being Jewish means. The not important drops down into the 20s or the 30s. And so, Madi Cool, you might be saying that, like, okay, well, according to these definitions, it's actually 60% are Zionists by the leftist definition. But actually, the leftist definition is supporting the existence of the state of Israel. So, for the sake of flow, I'm going to move back into it. But I've also heard Hasan and Ethan Klein, who is a Jewish creator, cite some Pew Research poll or some poll that said like 80% of Jews support the general existence of the state of Israel, which, according to a far leftist definition, means that they're Zionist. For the sake of flow, let's get back into it.
There are entire networks organized around like doing this kind of like horrible thing, right? They will turn people into pariahs, right? By design. That is the point. That is the purpose, right? You get put on a list.
Hello, shaved dog butt.
Will actively come after you to try to like ruin your livelihood. But in any case, that's like part of the reason why a lot of people are afraid of it, because it's like the real type of cancel culture, right? It's not like cancel culture because you like said something that was up when you were like a teenager, and now people are unearthing that and like yelling at you over it, like, but it's gonna go away in like a week. I'm talking like real cancel culture, like you're not allowed to, you get charged with terrorism like Kneecap did, or they won't let you advertise your band in the London metro stations like Kneecap did.
Oh, you mean when he was screaming death, death to the IDF? Yeah, sure. You're right. That is a excellent way to get deplatformed and demonetized. Absolutely.
Or you get put on a list, and then you have prominent civil rights groups like the ADL routinely coming after you in mainstream media and just like smearing you because who the fuck's going to say anything? Who's going to push back? You get your visas canceled. Like those are the real impactful, real consequential cancel culture shits, right? Not like a bunch of people on Twitter yelled at you for whatever you said back in the day. And I think that that's a real reason why a lot of people don't say anything. But Natalie is a smart person, like a much smarter, much better thought out person than these people that I'm talking about. She's not like,
and also than you, Hasan. So maybe if she's a smart person and she disagrees with you, you should listen to what she actually has to say.
A random influencer that otherwise does like makeup blogs or whatever. And that's the reason why she's like trying to avoid controversy, because she doesn't want to get her like Lush sponsorship taken away from her. This is a political essayist, right? So I guess, and I didn't like look too deeply into this at all, but I guess like the reason why she didn't say anything about this for a very long time was because, and by her own admission, it was because you won't like what she has to say. She was a PhD candidate in philosophy before YouTube. I know. It was just, I will say this much. As someone who really appreciates Contrapoints' perspective, as someone who has collaborated with her, someone who's talked to her, someone who's met her, I will say I'm disappointed. Okay? It's I know that everyone will say, I told you so, whatever, but like it still sucks. Okay? It still sucks. And maybe some people will say, what's wrong with her response? She didn't say anything wrong, right? And
I might skip 5 minutes because it's taking him a while to get into it.
I think she basically crafted a message as to why she had not spoken about this issue that much.
I'm going to skip 5 minutes because he's a yapper just like me.
All right, let's open the image in a new tab because there's so much happening here. There's a lot. It's an effort post. Okay. Contrapoints, user Contrapoints. And I think like it's significant that she posted it on Reddit rather than on Twitter, because I think she knows like the environment. Like, so many.
She would have gotten murdered on Twitter, by the way.
Leftists feel betrayed because I haven't made a video on Palestine. Do they actually want a Contrapoints video on Palestine? Will they be happy if I get in the bath and pour milk on a mannequin of Benjamin Netanyahu. No, I have posted about Gaza occasionally and have quietly given money to Palestinian aid organizations. But I think that what leftists really want is for me to join their chorus of anger. They sense some hesitation on my part and are judging me very harshly on my presumed opinions. I'd rather be judged on my actual opinions. So here they are.
There's nothing wrong with that opening. That opening is perfectly fine. That being said, if I was trying to nitpick it, what I would say is some topics deserve a certain amount of reverence. And she's referencing the fact that when she was doing a Jordan Peterson essay, she got into a bath with a cardboard cutout of Jordan Peterson and had like a conversation with him, while like sipping white wine and all that kind of stuff. And so the point is that like, does she need to do the same treatment for Bibi Netanyahu, some like outrageous, overproduced skit? No, of course not. However, just as an example, she probably has like a essay that might be like, I don't know, 8 years old at this point, where she covered the Baltimore riots. And it was actually just her talking over the Baltimore riots. And she was just like splicing in clips and talking about lead in the gasoline and lead in household paint and redlining and the current neighborhood structure and demography that is still, despite redlining being banned as a practice, which is effectively like you can only sell black people properties within certain neighborhoods. Even though that practice has been illegal probably for 2 generations now, if you look at the demography of these neighborhoods, it's still, this bad area with these bad schools is 99% black. And then this good area with good schools is 97% white, 2% Asian, 1% black. And so even if you don't have segregation as the law of the land, you still have you still have segregation in practice, if not in law. And she didn't get in the bath with like random historical figures for that essay. She just talked about the topic. So responding to chat, just because they are saying important things and I want to keep up with chat as well. Trojan Brother says, because the rest of the world does, you can't rely on American and Israeli exceptionalism to cure ills that cause diplomatic ends are better than might makes right. Well, guess what? I've said this quote half a dozen times on this stream, and it's not a moral analysis. It's a analysis of how power works. The strong do what they can. The weak suffer what they must. Okay? It's a Greek quote from like 2,000 years ago. And the truth is, I don't have to give a shit what I can give a shit what's right. I can care about what's right. But I don't have to care what the ICJ has to say if they're hypocrites when it comes to Middle Eastern and North African countries brutalizing their own people. But they'll write out like a thesis paper for why Bibi Netanyahu deserves to be incarcerated and killed for his participation in the Gazan genocide. If you want me to care about the ICJ, number one, have consistency in your judgments and your enforcement. Number two, have a military bigger than the United States. Before I get back into it for the sake of flow, Groovy McCrout says, I'm not in a DGG cult. I just stand Biden, drink soy milk, justify ethical incest, and can go bar for bar with every Bosch debate. Yep.
Israel committing in Gaza. Yes. Do I oppose it? Yes. Do I feel angry about it? Yes. I also feel a lot of other things. I think if she had basically stopped it here, even here, this is like kind of silly to be like, look, I'm a content creator. I talk about a litany of different issues. I've done all of this stuff. Is Israel doing it in Gaza? Yes. Do I oppose it? Yes. Is Israel an apartheid state? Yes. Free Palestine. Boom. It's over. No content.
No, you fucking idiot. Saying free Palestine is not good analysis because nobody agrees on what free Palestine means. If you're a normie lib, then you mean free Palestine with a 2-state solution and then also dignity for Palestinians who travel into the state of Israel for business or for work or for social opportunities. That's what you mean by free Palestine if you're a fucking lib. If you're a leftist, what you mean is the dissolution of the Israeli state. So pretending that these things are one and the same and that you just have to say a 2-word policy is like the pinnacle of fucking 80 IQ political analysis. I fucking hate this guy. I really do. He makes politics so much worse. Nice delts though. Let's be real. I don't do PEDs. I've never done PEDs. I think that Hasan probably has done PEDs. Let's be real here. His head looks almost in proportion to his body. This is a good angle for him. And then also look at his delts. His delts are well defined, separate from his bicep. Good for you, Hasan, in reference to that.
Controversy, okay? No issue whatsoever. Like, why is this issue being treated as though it is it's annoying or it's inconveniencing? You know what I mean? Like, why is this, like, would we say this about I mean, plenty of people, I'm sure they didn't have the full knowledge of when it was happening, but I'm sure plenty of people, if they did, would have a similar opinion back then, right? But it's just so incredibly disingenuous. I have the other half.
What's disingenuous? I think this guy doesn't know what words mean. Oh, let's double check that I know what words means. Not candid or sincere typically, or pretending that one knows less about something than one really does. No, I don't think that she's being disingenuous at all. I think she's being very sincere, Hasan. I think you don't know what the word disingenuous means.
I have a verse statement as well. Don't worry. I have it all. And what's frustrating about this entire thing, and I mentioned this before, and I repeated myself last night, and I know everyone was like, oh, is this about Contrapoints? It's like, it's not. It's not just about Contrapoints. This is for everyone. This statement is universal. Okay? So before I get to reading the rest of this, the but, and then the post but part of Contrapoints statement, okay? Here's what my opinion is. This is...
All right, hold on. I'll let him read it.
Has not changed for the past 2 years at this point. If you are like me, a spoiled child of America, okay? If you live in the heart of empire and your tax dollars are contributing to...
Oh, no. You got to read the whole thing, dumbass. If you are like me, a spoiled child of America, and your focus after 20 months of live-streamed Holocaust of children in Gaza is still of your personal feelings instead of unconditional support to the victims of genocide, there is more honor in continuing to stay quiet. Okay. If you are like me, a spoiled child of America. I am not a spoiled child of America, but I'm a child of America, and I have a lot of privileges as a result. And your focus after 20 months of live-streamed Holocaust of children in Gaza is still on your personal feelings. It's not. Instead of unconditional support to the victims of genocide, there is more honor in continuing to stay quiet. Okay. No one has my unconditional support no matter what. And by the way, this is obvious terrorist simping and sweeping. The unconditional part is he saying, ignore the way that Hamas conducted itself on October 7th, ignore any indigenous support for Hamas, ignore what they would do if the actual Free Palestine agenda, like Ethan Klein asked what Israel should do in the wake of the October 7th, 2023 terrorist attacks. And Hasan Piker said, you should open the border. What sense of self-preservation or survival instinct would compel a state immediately after an invasive terrorist attack with butchery, rape, and murder? What would compel a state to open its border to the people with whom the attacking force emanated from? That was obviously such a fucking insane thing to say that I can't. It's like bordering on the naivete of like an elementary school child. Like somebody said earlier, actually, it's right here. End sort, the Palestinians are being genocided, but only a one-state federal solution with reparations and right of return is acceptable. So I don't agree with this statement, but at least it's a policy position. So end sort, are you saying that, because I don't think the Palestinians would even accept the name Israel, but let's say that there was like the United Government of Israel and Palestine, and that there was the Israeli Federal Society where they basically had their state, and then the Palestinians had another state, but they both went up to a federal system, and the federal system had equal rights and provisions for both parties. And then both parties, like, you could travel back and forth and participate economically back and forth. But effectively, like, it was two states within one country apparatus. Is that what you're saying? because I think that's ideal. I don't know if it's possible, but that could be ideal. That would be if everybody was on their best behavior. That would be if the Jews had no antipathy towards Palestinians, and if the Palestinians held no antipathy towards Jews. But I don't think that's going to work out in reality. Fashion 40 says, gotta love how America hates my people. I grew up in a red line neighborhood in NYC, believe it or not. Interesting. Free Palestine from Hamas, says Adayan. LB says, two-state solution, Connor, simple, equal rights, simple. Sure, but that's not what Hasan is saying. That's not what he's saying. Why would a trans person have a problem with Hamas? Well, I think Hamas might have a problem with a trans person. Kay says Hasan is wearing a shirt that says austerity is rich. Austerity is rich. Weird. Oh, Google what the difference between what counter and contra is. No. Okay. All right. LB just trying to piss me off. All right. Anyways. Funny, Palestinians live in an open air prison and Israel is on stolen land. You know, what pisses me off is every now and then on Twitter, I'll have like, this is Gaza before the war, and this is Gaza after the war. And the thing with Gaza before the war is they show this like picturesque, Mediterranean, obviously Arab architecture city by the ocean. And there's like kids playing and running around, and they show off like the hotel and like all this beautiful shit. And it's like, okay, so is it an open air prison / concentration camp, or is it Club Med, Palestinian style? Like what was it? I'll eat. Anyways.
You are like me, a spoiled child of America, okay? If you live in the heart of empire and your tax dollars are contributing to unlimited bloodshed in the global south, but especially in Palestine right now, especially in Gaza right now, and your focus after 20 months of live
LB, that's not what he's saying. He's saying abolish the Israeli state. Get the fuck out of here. You think I haven't seen a billion clips of him saying abolish the Israeli state? That supporting Zionism as a concept is akin to supporting Nazism, that the Likud party is effectively Nazis and should be treated as such. You think that Hasan Piker is saying a one-state federal solution with two miniature states within the incorporated system, one Palestinian and one Israeli? No, that's not what he said. He said abolish the Israeli state, and then if it's Palestinian majority, then it's Palestinian majority. That's what he said. Don't piss on my leg and say it's fucking raining. Stop.
Streamed of men, women, and children in Gaza. The complete and utter annihilation, death and destruction in Gaza is still on your personal feelings, how you feel about it, how the person.
Fuck you. Show me the text. Read me where she says my feelings are more important than the genocide.
Personal hysterics that you have developed.
Hysterics. You mean like watching people getting decapitated, shot in the back of the head, raped and murdered and all that kind of stuff, and that's hysterical. Got it. But you're the pro-Semite. You're actually the person who loves Jews, right? If a few of them get decapitated, I mean, that's just justice, right? Like, what did you think a revolution was? Protests? Slam poetry? No. Revolution is people getting decapitated with garden implements.
Around this issue because of the takes that you see online. Okay, if you continue to center yourself and you are just like me, perhaps the most spoiled person on the planet, living in the United States of America automatically qualifies as the.
LB, do you think your comment helps? Connor, Palestinians are Semitic. No shit. I'm talking about Jews. I'm obviously using it colloquially. Do you think if I say anti-Semitic, then all of a sudden, like, by including Palestinians, you've made the conversation more easy to understand? Or do you think you've made it worse? You made it worse, obviously.
Most privileged people on the planet, okay? Anything beyond unconditional support to the Palestinian emancipatory movement, anything beyond unconditional support to the victims.
Unconditional support for fucking the terrorist organizations? Yeah, sure, Hasan. Fuck you.
Is ridiculous, okay? It's been 20 months. We've all seen the death. We've all seen the destruction. Stop trying to rationalize away and stop trying to normalize this death and destruction. It's not normal. People recognize that it's not normal. And our institutions are seemingly immovable. And yet we still persist. And yet we still continue to push them with the hopes that we can enact some sort of positive change. Hopefully one day get some semblance of justice. But if you're not,
through what mechanism? This is actually what pisses me off about Brittany Simon as well. Through what mechanism? Israel has all the cards when it comes to the military. Israel has a substantive amount of cards when it comes to diplomacy. America has all the cards militarily. The Palestinians don't have shit. The Arab states that typically support Palestinians are no longer supporting the Palestinians vocally or openly anymore. And the only support that the Hamas is getting is from Iran. So what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what level, through what mechanism will the Gazans and the Palestinians achieve justice? Because for me, the only thing that makes sense is the Palestinian people protesting and rebelling against Hamas. And by the way, Hamas has already killed the people who protested against them, establishing a new government, and then that new government suing for a rational two-state solution. That's the only way that I see out for Palestinians. Anything else ends up in more death, more deprivation, more destruction. So through what mechanism will you achieve justice for the Palestinian people? Hasan Piker is my question to you.
not going to do all that if you can't if you can't see Palestinians as humans, but simply victims of circumstance. Okay.
Sorry, real quick. LB says by any means necessary. Okay. So just to clarify, LB, we're just going to go ahead and do it. Sure. Twitter. If you don't want to watch, seriously, mute for a second. October 7th decapitation. Let's go ahead and find it. Where's the guy with a hoe? Hamas hoe. Hamas decapitates hoe. No, not hoe like a slut. What's wrong with you, Twitter? That's so fucked up. I'll just keep looking for it because LB said by any means necessary. So I'm going to show you the means. Hamas decapitation. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, so no, this is a thief. That's not who I'm looking for. Where is it? I might look it up on the side, but I just want you to look. Cuts off head. Did they take it off for real? You guys probably know what I'm talking about. But there's a clip very early in the conflict where there's an Indonesian worker who's not even Israeli. And Hamas just decides, well, he's a foreigner, so he might as well, die because he's a part of the oppressive structure that comes after us. And they just fucking chop his head off. So this is the any means necessary, you mean? Okay, yeah. Here's a Hamas fighter who shot a random civilian, and he pauses in the gunfight so he can saw off the head of a dead person. Is this helping liberation? LB, is this the kind of any means necessary that you're talking about? I mean, I could just show you all the girls. When I typed in hoe, Twitter thought I was talking about promiscuous women. I could show you all the women that got massacred. But sure. Okay. So just answer me that question, I guess. And if I need to, I'll look up the video of the guy getting his head cut off with garden implements. But please tell me how the Palestinian cause is forwarded by decapitating random Indonesian workers. If you can answer that question, we'll take it from there.
Simply a group of people that you don't want to think about as people, as human beings. Okay? Speak for yourself. I had a horror show of a childhood. Man, shut up. Shut up. You're doing it right now. Okay? What I'm talking about is our birthplace. Okay? As a part of growing up in the United States of America, you are automatically luckier than a Palestinian child. This is ridiculous. It's not even a question. You would never say this.
Okay, LB, so please explain to me. So you said oppressed people will get their freedom by any means necessary. No, probably dead. They're not getting their freedom. They're getting death. So if you mean that they're getting freedom through death, then sure. But please tell me how decapitating a Thai, Kay says he was Thai. Tell me how that's normal or that how that forwards the agenda. Please tell me how decapitating random Thai people frees Palestine.
About a Jewish child that was sent to Auschwitz. Okay? The only reason why you feel like you can
Honor, you're going to kill your stream? No, I don't care.
say this is because something in your brain is stopping you from recognizing these people as human beings. That's it. That is at the heart of this controversy. Okay? If you try to intellectualize why Palestinians are suffering, if you do all of this instead of just like looking at this and seeing right from wrong, you're worse than like half of these conservatives, man. Half of these conservatives who are like genuinely ruthless people, okay? Incredibly selfish people. Even they, like I know someone, okay, that is related to a person who was at January 6th. That's how much of a MAGA booster they are. And they find what Israel is doing to be unconscionable. They're evangelical. They grew up with the mentality that Jews are special class people that must get Israel so that we can trigger the rapture. There are people like that that have seen the fathers carrying their daughters and their sons in plastic bags, the remains of them, and that's it. For them, it's over. You like, how can you look at all of this as a destruction? Okay, Cutie, what are you guys talking about? Cutie, this is not drama. I'm just giving you some serious shit. Cutie is Mormon also. Okay, what the Cutie's not evangelical anyway, or former Mormon. In any case, like this is such a uniquely violent circumstance. Okay, we've never had an instance where like we have seen the unfold in real time. That has never happened. Okay. In the past, we've had glimpses of it, you know what I mean? Illegal incursions, death, destruction, violence, but never to this degree and never in broad daylight in real time. Except the is actually exactly the original is exactly what I'm talking about. Are you kidding me? There was no internet, and half of the people outside of the German occupied territories were completely oblivious to what was going on in the death camps. Some Jews were suspicious. Some people that were being shipped to concentration camps were suspicious, and understandably so. They took action. The partisans did, right? But for the most part, people were not this tuned in to everything that was going on until the camps were liberated. Nazi propaganda, just like Israeli propaganda, was fairly strong at the time. And there were also obviously technological limitations that stopped people from figuring things out. There were surveillance reports that came out. Like I remember reading something about the British spy.
Okay, so Thomas Martinson says Hasan enjoys intergenerational privilege from the U.S. and genocidal state of Turkey. True. I mean, I think his dad is literally a multi-millionaire, if not a billionaire. Thomas Martinson says, once again, this level of violence is pretty common. Listen, guys, what you can't have it both ways. And this is what I mean by having it both ways. You're in my chat, you're saying, oh, well, and by the way, this is only 2 or 3 people, so I'm not trying to like freak out. I'm not trying to yell or anything, but oh, this is justice. What are oppressed people supposed to do by any means necessary? Malcolm X. This level of violence is pretty normal, blah, 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 blah. Well, okay, then fuck you then, right? Like, so for instance, if your side, because we are talking about sides, there's Hamas and there's the IDF in Israel, right? So if Hamas, per your logic, is morally allowed to walk into Israel, find civilians, roll grenades into their shelters, gun them down, kidnap women, display their bodies as trophies, rape some of them, kill some of them, jam foreign objects into their orifices, execute random civilians, decapitate Thai workers who have nothing to do with the conflict. If they're allowed to wholesale slaughter civilians, then why isn't Israel? Why isn't Israel? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Turnabout is fair play. Now, I'm of the opinion that all of that shit is bad, right? So in my moral worldview, not only should Hamas not target, rape, murder, stab, grenade, gun down, decapitate civilians, if they have a geopolitical beef, they should be attacking the armed forces of the rival nation, right? Attacking the IDF is perfectly fine. They can even use asymmetric and guerrilla tactics if they want. But the second they start attacking civilians, fuck them, and they all deserve to die. And then when it comes to the IDF can point to the fact that they've killed 60,000 people, yes, but 20,000 of them were militants. And then the 2 million people who are in Gaza right now, while all their buildings are destroyed and all their infrastructure is destroyed, they're actually providing food, water, medicine to these people. And so while I agree with you, this is oftentimes a feint so they can punish the Palestinian people. Yeah, I agree with that completely. But why wouldn't I side with the more humane side? Or why would I just say, fuck it, you both deserve each other, and then not care? I'll tell you right now, if you tell me that your side, the side of justice, is allowed to rape, murder, decapitate civilians, then I don't give a fuck what happens to you or your side. And what I mean by happens to you / your side, leftists, socialists, communists, Islamists, jihadists, you can all burn in hell as far as I'm concerned. So Rob says, sure. Is this not nitpicking? Sure, the beheading of corpse is wrong and unhelpful, but this could be a psycho co-opting the movement to do gratuitous violence through a rampage, that division for sure. No. We already know, Rob, we already know that this is normal. Like dude, you can't say like, oh, how do we not know that this is just an outlier? It's because they posted the video in more videos just like it, in more pictures just like it all the fucking time. Were you not there on October 7th? Did you not watch them grabbing the head of Shani Luke, like grabbing her stinky dreads and holding up her corpse and parading her around like a fucking deer in the back of a truck? They were proud of it. They were proud of the fact that they murdered civilians. They were proud that they had corpses that they could show as victory trophies. Why would I pretend for even a second that they weren't proud of what they did on October 7th? What the fuck are you talking about? You're crazy. You're crazy. N-Sort says, what's with insisting on unconditional support in any means necessary? Yeah, that's funny because LB says unconditional support by any means necessary. Then we show her a beheading and she's like, well, I don't mean that. And it's like, oh, okay, so you do have conditional support. If the Palestinians start randomly decapitating people, you will condition your support. One side is oppressing the other side. Stop oppressing people and you're good. Yeah, this is, it's very dumb, LB. Very dumb. Chat, bully LB. She deserves it.
Agencies initially writing reports on these death camps, and it was so violent. It was so unimaginably violent. People didn't even believe it. Okay, they were like, "There's no way that's real." And in spite of all of that, the Nazis also made a fake, sanitized version of a camp that they brought the German Red Cross to, which was Nazi affiliated, and then the International Red Cross Association to. These are all very famous incidents. Theresienstadt. Did I say it right? Probably not. Anyway, I'm moving away from the broader point that I was making. Okay. Yes, a lot of these incidents might come across as familiar to you because that's precisely what Israel has been doing. They've been playing the Nazi-style playbook in perpetuity, playing itself out every single day. The only unique instance here is that we get to see the people that are victims to it in real time, in broad daylight. We hear their cries. We see them as human beings. There is more information on this stuff than ever before. But in any case, as I was saying, when all of this is unfolding and everyone is aware of it, if you're going to come out and be like, I was quiet for the past 20 months, but now I have a statement and it's wishy-washy and it's both sides bullshit or focusing on like leftists online, then spare yourself and everyone else the agita and just keep quiet. Just stay quiet. There's no reason to just come out. There's no honor in coming out like this to be like, here's why I didn't say anything.
The whole reason why she said I didn't say anything is because my opinions would upset the vast majority of left-wing people, and I didn't feel like detracting from their passion. That was a statement. LB says, Connor likes to put words in my mouth, but I'm solid in my convictions. LB, by any means necessary means that any means is available to you. You can do whatever you want in order to achieve the end goal. And so when you say that, you're giving license to violent organizations to do what any means necessary. Any means is on the table as long as it's pushing towards the goal. So that means that decapitation, rape, and murder as terror tactics against Israel to scare them from going after the Palestinians is on the table. Because unironically, Hamas thinks that that's the way to go. And then unconditional support means that you support, which is Hasan, by the way, who you have tepidly agreed with so far throughout this content. Unconditional means without conditions, means that you support them even if they do fucked up shit. There is no condition that they can violate that will cause you to not support their cause. I'm saying that's fucking psychotic and stupid as shit. And you're like, well, that's not what I said. And actually, here are some conditions. I'm starting to think LB is a co-host. Yeah, well, she knows how to trigger me. She does a good job. Yeah, you're fucking crazy. This is lefty gobbledygook. I'm going to start lifting weights while I get pissed off.
Okay. On the other hand, on the other side of this, if you want to know my opinion on this, and I've said it before, and I've said this about ICE protests as well, anti-ICE protests as well. I said this about people who want to fight back against the Trump administration now. Okay? If you get over yourself and you get over your own like moral hangups or anything like that, and then you support the Palestinian emancipatory movement, and that's it, and you say free Palestine, it don't matter what I said in the past. I'm here. I've learned my lessons. I've changed my mind. Or even if you just say, hey, guys,
I've learned my lesson and I've changed my mind. He wants the results of a struggle session without going through a struggle session. He just wants Contra to know that she will be bullied so hard so they can skip the struggle session. Amazing.
I'm pro-Palestine. I've been pro-Palestine. I just haven't really spoken about it. Whatever. It doesn't matter. As soon as you do that, I'm with you. You know, I and many others in this movement.
It's like original sin and Christian forgiveness. As soon as you're no longer a Zionist, as soon as you're no longer a Zionist Nazi apologist, all of your sins are forgiven and we're on the same team. Oh, thanks, Hasan. Thank you.
We'll welcome you with open arms. Okay? They'll always do that because we need the numbers. Okay? There is no other way to fight back against this. This is the only way to do it, is to keep up the pressure. And you need more people from every different walk of life, from every different background, regardless of what their other opinions are. If they're united on this issue and they're protesting, then they're good with me. Okay? And I've always maintained this position. But if they cynically say that they're
LB, one guy's decapitation versus 100,000 dead civilians. So again, you're using very stupid logic to justify one murder. So you know what I can do, because I'm not a fucking leftist degenerate freak. I can say decapitating the Thai worker is not emancipatory. It doesn't help. I have conditional support for Palestinian emancipation, and one of my conditions is the fact that they don't decapitate random civilians. And then 100,000 dead civilians, you're, no offense, but you're kind of fucking lying, right? Like the actual body count as it stands right now is 60,000, with 200,000 projected to die from secondary side effects, which means dysentery and fucking diseases related to camping out for prolonged periods. So I think that Israel is causing those conditions so you can lay those dead at the feet of Israel. But there are plenty of pro-Israeli people who would say, that's not our fault. That's not on us. You attacked us. You blew our shit up. You killed our civilians. So of course we're going to come and fuck you up. So the 200,000 dead projected over the next several years, that's not on us. That's on you. Right? So I'm accepting that from a moral argument, but there's plenty of people across the world who would say, no, 20,000 of the 60,000 were militants. Those are all justified. Out of the 60,000 that are confirmed dead, actually in urban warfare, a lot of other countries have worse civilian to militant ratios than Israel. So if anything, this death ratio indicates that Israel has been careful in their targeting of militants. And then on top of that, the 200,000 dead isn't on us, it's on the Palestinians. So again, you're just fucking taking L's left, right, and center while being snide about it.
They're, pro-Palestine only to just
this is
try
LB, this is horrible analysis.
To criticize the people who've been.
And if people are getting pissed because I'm pausing every 30 seconds in order to argue with LB, just bear in mind, I'm not arguing with LB because I expect to change LB's mind. I'm arguing with LB because I'm sure there's leftists who will check out the content, who might have similar lines of argumentation, who might be amenable to a different perspective.
There for a very long time, only to go out of your way to just be like, I'm pro-Palestine. Okay, now that I've said it, can we really talk about what really matters? My own feelings and how annoying the left is.
Nobody said that. Fuck you, Hasan.
Then you're just saying that as a talking point, just so you can do this other shit. It's insane. And everyone can see it. What do you mean? What are you doing? Trying to carve out a little space for yourself and others like you who are, they think it's but no one should resist against it. They think it's but no one should speak out against it. They think it's but no one should protest against it. What kind of position is this? Then you don't think it's because
just creating straw men that nobody fucking has. No liberal gives two shits if you're protesting for Palestine. No liberal gives two shits if you think that there's you should have a pro-Palestinian emancipatory movement. What they give a shit about is when you use that as a pretext to harass normie Jews and when you argue for the dissolution of the Israeli state. That's what they care about because they think that that would be a disaster for Jews. So it's not all in my feelings. It's balancing the needs of Palestinian Muslims and Jews, Israeli Jews and diaspora Jews who are sympathetic to the state of Israel. It's trying to balance two different populations who have two different needs. And how do I not to get? I'm going to be a fucking dickhead real quick. How do I not get to argue the oppressive standard for Jews? How can I not just take the when we're oppressed, we can do anything meme? And how can I not do it for Jews? Jewish population of the planet is 0.2%. It's 16 million. So how can I not say 99.8% of the Jewish population, or 99.8% of the planet is not Jewish? That 2 generations ago, the Jews were almost wiped out. A third of their global population was wiped out. Ever since they moved to Israel, which is their historic homeland, they've been oppressed by Arab Palestinians who have tried to kill them multiple times. And that as a result, the truly oppressed people are the Jews, and therefore they can do whatever they want by any means necessary. How can I not flip this logic on its head and excuse some of the most horrific shit on the planet? Obviously you can. So it's bad logic.
In your framework, you don't believe it. You don't believe yourself. Okay. And the last point that I made was most of the liberal Zionists that were screaming after October 7th, okay, that were demanding unconditional loyalty and support to the state. They either became psychotic Kahanists, okay, like Meir Kahan, or they became anti-Zionists. There are examples of liberal Zionists that months after October 7th turned into anti-Zionists. Maybe initially they were very passionate, very upset at
And there's also a shitload of people still stuck in the middle saying you're both pieces of shit. They're just not very loud because it's easy to take a stupid position on the internet and be loud about it.
Hamas. But since then, they've realized that, yeah, objectively, what Israel is doing is that this is unconscionable. This is the evolution of Zionism. And they've changed their minds. Or the last category is liberal Zionists who just stay quiet because they can read the room. There are examples of people that I have admired. Okay? That, for example, I have a difference in opinion on with respect to Israel's apartheid, with respect to the genocide that Israel is doing, who can't get themselves to say that this is Israel's problem. They say it's Benjamin Netanyahu's war. They say, Israel is a right-wing place, is a fascist place, but like also...
LB says, why are American bombs being used? Because 2 generations ago, a third of international Jewish population was wiped out. The West felt bad about it because the West did it, right? Germany did it, but also the West looked the other way while they were getting wiped out. Excuse me, I'm out of breath because I'm lifting weights. So early in the 20th century, the Jews went 2 places. They went to the United States and they went to Israel. And so as a result of Jews in the United States advocating for the state of Israel, the United States in the middle 20th century eventually became a patron of Israel and sympathetic to their national narrative. They have supported them economically, diplomatically, militarily. That's why.
Simultaneously seemingly make excuses, right? There are old liberal Zionists who I admire. Bernie Sanders is one of them. But Bernie Sanders, regardless of his difference in opinion on this issue, does not make this the singular force of his political convictions. He understands that there are people who are far more radical than he is, far more invested in the emancipation of Palestinians, and he never sits there and goes, "Thank you for doing that." Okay? He doesn't do the cynical, this is anti-Semitism, this is like extreme anti-Semitism, I don't agree with this. He doesn't do that. He doesn't get in the way. As a matter of fact, he endorses people that have a more radical position than he does. I don't know what's going on in his mind, but as long as someone, regardless of their difference in opinion on this issue, okay, but as long as someone is not getting in the way of other people who are doing their very best, trying whatever they can.
LB says, you mean after they forcibly remove Palestinians from their land, right? Well, LB, if you actually analyze the history, the Jewish counterargument is going to be that Zionists purchased, so effectively the Ottoman Empire still had some level of like feudal property rights, in the early 20th century and late 19th century. And so the Jews bought a healthy chunk of that land. They just paid the landlord for the property and then evicted the tenant farmers. So technically, a healthy chunk of the territory that you're talking about was paid for by the Jews through cash. And then not just that, during the British Mandate period, the Jews had a healthy chunk of influx of Jews escaping Europe coming into Israel. But then what also happened, so they settled those people. But during the British Mandate, there were already Palestinian and Jewish entanglements and tension over what the territory was going to look like when it was done. And in 1948, I think with the dissolution of the Mandate of Palestine, effectively what ended up happening was everybody declared war. So if 3 or 4 Arab states declared war on Israel, and then the Palestinians got out of the way so the Arab states could kill the shit out of the Israelis, and then the Israelis fought and won, then it is what it is. You fought a war. You lost. Tough shit. Right? That's not my perspective. But, if you're going to argue by any means necessary, the steelman of the Jewish position is by any means necessary. They'll guarantee the survival of the Jewish people by any means necessary. So why are you complaining? You're not complaining because of some justice that you want to restore, because you don't care about the justice that's being violated for the victims of these terrorist attacks. So it's not about justice. It's about restoring the right of the Palestinian people to territories they lost in warfare. So how is turnabout not fair play? Why can't the Israelis just say, nope, you fought a war, you lost, this is our territory now, fuck off? And they can, and they will.
When everything seems so hopeless in the face of unimaginable cruelty. When
Old school saying, is Hasan fully embracing his hatred of Jewish people? No, he says, no one has fought against anti-Semitism more than me, but here's why the Israeli state should be dissolved. That's what he's doing. Anyways, despite the seriousness of the topic, I am going to shill real quick. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat. Despite me being pissy, there are funny, interesting, cool people in chat. Super chats if you got them. Much appreciated. Not required, but much appreciated. Memberships if you got them. I don't know if memberships are turned on. I keep needing to tell myself that I need to text the people who run the show in order to actually turn memberships back on. And I parasocially love you. Hope you're having fun despite the fact of the subject matter being so serious.
someone is doing, when someone who has a disagreement.
I'm going to mute myself while I'm eating. Also, I get accused of fucking yapping. Dude, this dude's a fucking yapper. He's made it one paragraph through so far. Holy shit. I'm going to fast forward to the next segment because he has just been yapping.
It is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. So let's see what she said. As I said, is Israel committing a genocide in Gaza? Yes. Do I oppose it? Yes. Do I feel angry about it? Yes. But I also feel a lot of other things. No need to say any of this stuff, honestly. One, doom. She also like presented this Reddit post like one of her videos, which is so crazy. Like with the paragraph titles and everything. The week after October 7, it was clear the mood among the Israeli leaders and civilians was overwhelmingly kill or be killed. Existential panic and unstoppable lust for revenge. It reminded me of the U.S. after 9/11. There was no reasoning or protesting them out of it, nor was it politically feasible for the U.S. to withdraw aid to Israel on a time frame that would make a difference. That's just objectively incorrect. And it makes me feel like she doesn't know enough about this issue.
Please, Hasan, please, for the love of God, just don't say it's objectively incorrect. Please tell me. Because I almost guarantee you he's going to argue that AIPAC has co-opted our Congress. Please tell me how through Congress you would have gotten the United States government to defund Israel. Please explain it to me in detail. I am begging for an intelligent political analysis of how you would achieve this. Please.
Because there's only two options here. Either she's cynically misinforming people, or she just genuinely is oblivious to this reality. And I think it's the second, okay? The idea that, well, they're just bloodthirsty, not much we can do about it, is one thing, which is also crazy. Like, just because someone
within a reasonable timetable based off of the realities of Congress, you are not refuting the point, you fucking muppet. But maybe you will. Let's give him some time.
Just because a foreign entity, a foreign government is experiencing bloodlust doesn't mean that we can't we can't protest that. Is nuts.
Nobody said you can't protest, you fucking straw manning idiot. I'm actually going to get pissed off. I'm going to get super pissed off in a second. Nobody, including Natalie Wynn, said you couldn't protest. She was saying she was experiencing doom because she knew that Congress would not act to defund Israel in a timely manner. Please refute the actual point, not a point that you're making up in your fucking head, you fucking 80 IQ muppet.
Okay. But beyond that, Contrapoints is who said this. But beyond that, the notion that like it was not politically feasible for the U.S. to withdraw aid to Israel on a time frame that would make a difference is wrong. If that was the case, Biden would not have flown to Israel a week after October 7 and did the now known as the bear hug strategy with Benjamin Netanyahu, and then accelerated $14 billion in weapons transfers to Israel with haste. It's just wrong. It is.
You fucking idiot. You're not refuting the point. Does this guy have verbal comprehension issues? Is he actually fucking stupid? The point Natalie made was that there's no way that Congress would rescind funding for Israel. And Hasan Piker's counterpoint is that the federal government not only didn't rescind funding for Israel, it increased funding for Israel. What the fuck are you talking about? How is that a refutation? It feels like you're proving her point even harder. I can't believe this guy is popular. He's actually a fucking idiot.
It's just wrong information. You are incorrect.
About what, Hasan? The point, I have to say it again. I have to say it again, just in case there's a Hasan Piker viewer who actually watches this. The point Natalie made is that Congress would not defund Israel in a timely manner that would actually affect the potential genocide. You are saying that the federal government stepped up its support of Israel. How is that a refutation of the point that she made, you fucking muppet?
Okay, you're just wrong about this.
About what?
If this is the genuine logical framework, if these are the underlying premises that you are building your opinion off of, you're just wrong. Okay?
How?
This is not even I'm not even making a moral statement here. I'm saying
How?
you are wrong.
How?
100%. Since October 7, America is responsible for 70% of all munitions that Israel has deployed both on Gaza and all
This guy's actually stupid. He's actually stupid. He doesn't understand what words mean. She's saying that even if you protest, you're not going to be able to rescind funding within a timely manner. Let's see if we can hear a refutation.
munitions that have been deployed to defend Israel in their defense systems. 70%. The United States of America is the country that keeps Israel as violent as it wants to be. Israel is our attack dog in the region. It is ridiculous. If Israel was not reliant on our endless support, both political cover at the UN and on the international stage, and also political cover from like sanctions.
I'm convinced this guy actually has 80 IQ. I'm convinced this person is stupid. I'm surprised he got a 4-year degree. This is borderline impressive.
That would broadly be sent to any other country that was doing this level of ethnic cleansing, this much in broad daylight with Western munitions. Okay, we give it political cover, we give it protection, but most importantly, we give it directly the weapons that they use on the Palestinians. If that wasn't the case, Israel would not have a multi-billion-dollar propaganda network that steadily focuses on changing Western societal attitudes towards Israel in a positive way all the time. They would not have this sophisticated web of influence in perpetuity since the inception of the state of Israel. It's ridiculous. Okay? Why are they spending all that money then?
Cosmo says the Jews only bought less than 10% of the land, the rest they stole. No, there was a two-state solution proposed by the British Mandate separating into the Jewish and Palestinian territory, and the Palestinians didn't accept the division, and so they fought a fucking ethno-religious purging war in 48. So you can say that the rest is stolen. No, they fought a fucking war. And then also, this is actually genuinely impressive. If you want to understand why everyone hates Hasan so much, anybody who does political analysis, this is why. Okay? Because I cannot believe that thousands of young Americans woke up and listened to this refutation of Contrapoints and thought that this was a good refutation. This is a terrible refutation. Reiterating it for the 20th time, Contra's point is that even if you're 100% on the side of Palestine, you will not be able to get Congress or the United States federal government to take away funding from the state of Israel in a timely manner in order to prevent what happens next. All that Hasan Piker has done is said, you're wrong. The federal government actually increased spending, but that's not Contra's fucking point. This guy is actually a fucking idiot.
fun? Of
And if you don't see that, I don't know what to do for you.
course not. They're spending it because they also have to. They recognize that propaganda is an absolute necessity for this continued support. And
This has nothing to do with Contra's point. Nothing to do with it.
continued support is an absolute must for Israel's continuation as a violent apartheid regime. One that is
Didn't refute it at all. I just want to point this out again. Is not refuting the main point, the main argument. He's actually missed it entirely because he's a fucking idiot.
now doing genocide. So that's just objectively wrong. It would have required replacing most of Congress and overturning decades of bipartisan strategy and diplomacy. Bullshit. Even in the best case scenario, it would have taken years. So there was a sense of futility, but worse. 2.
She's being descriptive, by the way. She's not saying don't protest, you fucking muppet. That was supposed to be a refutation. He totally missed it.
Misery. The leftist pro-Palestine movement quickly decided that their primary goal was not merely opposition to the genocide, but opposition to Zionism in general. Yes, of course. The leftist anti-fascist movement quickly decided that their primary goal was not merely the opposition to the Wehrmacht, but it was...
Oh, what a fucking idiot. The leftist pro-Palestine movement quickly decided that their primary goal was not merely opposition to the genocide, but opposition to Zionism in general. That is opposition to the existence of Israel as a Jewish state. Yeah, you're right. You lost 80% of the people who would criticize Israel for their operation in Gaza. You lost 80% of them as soon as you said that it was about the abolition of the Jewish state. You're 100% right. Because we've had a pro-Zionist narrative within the United States for the past century, which is effectively a third of European Jews got wiped out. They moved to Israel. All the Arab states attacked them. They won their territory within, effectively by fighting these wars. This is the historic place of Jews, as mentioned in the Bible. So technically, Jews have been there for 3,200 years. And so as a result, the Jews are going to be there. You just have to fucking deal with it, right? And so when you say abolish the Israeli state, what you're talking about is Jews effectively returning to a second-class citizen status under an Arab Muslim framework. The Jews are not going to accept that. The Israelis are not going to accept that. The Americans are not going to accept that. The Christians are not going to accept that. You lost 80%. And within a democracy or a republic, which is a form of democracy, how many people support you is, of course, what influences policy. Again, you fucking muppet.
Yes, of course. The leftist anti-fascist...
Justin says, yes, Connor, Hasan, and Destiny are dumb. They only have clout because everyone else is banned. If you think Destiny is unintelligent, Justin, I'm not trying to be mean. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. Even if you think Destiny is evil, Destiny is not unintelligent. The only way that you can arrive at the fact that Destiny is unintelligent is if you yourself are unintelligent. You understand bad people can be intelligent, right? I think Nick Fuentes is a bad person. I think he's incredibly smart. So this is a classic mistake made by mid-IQ fuckwits on the internet, is thinking that disagreeing with your perspective makes you stupid. No, only stupid people think that way.
Movement quickly decided that their primary goal was not merely the opposition to the Wehrmacht, but it was, or opposition to the Holocaust, but it was actually opposition to Nazism in general. That is, opposition to the existence of Germany as an Aryan state. And here they decided to draw the line separating...
How about Germany as a German state? What about Poland as a Polish state? Do you think that if in World War II, the narrative against Germany annexing Alsace-Lorraine was effectively like, not only do we need to take back Alsace-Lorraine, we also have to go into Germany and we have to flood it with French people until the fact that there's no German state again? Do you think anybody would have supported that shit? Are you fucking crazy? This dude's actually a fucking idiot. Good news is I tend to do 2-hour segments, so we only have so much suffering left. We probably got another 20 to 30 minutes of suffering left. So just bear with me, chat. We will get through it.
Decent people from genocidal fascists, which had the following consequences. It shrunk the coalition. Zionist is a very broad category. Most Jews are Zionists. Anyone
True.
who supports the two-state solution is a Zionist. So here it is. Again, wrong. Wrong.
Right. We looked it up 30 seconds ago.
This is the Will Stancil tweet from October 8th. The Matt Iglesias tweet and the Will Stancil tweet from like October 8, 2023, saying the left will never survive this. What has taken place on October 7 is so horrifyingly violent that the DSA is over. The left will never survive this. There will never be a coalition that cares about Palestine ever again. And as a matter of fact, anyone who supports this is supporting October 7, and therefore there will never be a left movement in this country ever again. That's what they were saying.
No, just because you guys have fucking autism and you need to listen to everything at 2 times speed, there's plenty of normal people who listen to things at a normal pace.
That's what they were saying almost 2 years ago. Look at the situation now. The Palestinian emancipatory movement has never had this much support in the United States of America. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. Also wrong. The notion that these people that were more knowledgeable on the issue of Palestine, on who was being oppressed and who was doing the oppression, and the ideological reasons for why Israel was doing this oppression, this exterminationist policy, as a direct consequence of Zionism being an ethno-religious supremacist ideology that revolves around the extermination of the indigenous population, the otherizing and the dehumanization of all Palestinians, Christian, Muslim alike, and all Arabs in general. The monolithization of all Arabs as a parasitic force is identical to the Ubermensch mentality of Nazi Germany. It is the same.
Guys, I'm gonna try to steel man this perspective. Is that Zionism, the belief that Jews have the right to a Jewish dominant homeland in the former state of Palestine, is the equivalent to Nazi Germany and its conduct for the Holocaust, and is rooted in ethno-religious supremacy. Therefore, you should oppose the ideology. So all you have to do in order to actually stop the genocide is you have to have 80% of Jews, 60% of Jews, depending on the polling that we looked at, but you have to have 60% of Jews go to a left-wing oppressive analysis of history college class, agree with the college class, and then they will actually will no longer support the state of Israel. It's actually so simple, guys. All you need to do is kidnap every single Jew in the United States of America and force them to go to a left-wing historical class. And boom, genocide averted.
Exact type of fascist policymaking. It is the same exact type of fascist ideology. So for someone who has written extensively about the alt-right and the Nazis and whatnot, I am shocked at how someone like Contrapoints, who is very well read on this stuff, cannot put 2 and 2 together. It makes no sense. Okay? And it didn't shrink the coalition at all. So you're just objectively.
Thank you for the super chat. By the way, you guys are getting fucking out-donated by a groiper today. Destiny is dumb. I watched him for years. He's done politics for 10 years online and couldn't fill out a map and didn't know about Francisco Franco. Justin, ignorance is not stupidity. So do I need to bust out like a fucking map? I won't, but the point is, there's a variety of kinds of intelligence. There's kinesthetic intelligence, there's academic intelligence, there's social intelligence, etc. I would say that Stephen is pretty academically intelligent. I would say he's actually pretty socially retarded. But I would say that to his face, and I think he would probably agree with me, or at least I could argue it very aggressively that he's pretty socially retarded. I'm actually socially, sorry for the ableist slur. Sorry, Ken. Sorry, Mom. Sorry, Jesus. Sorry, disabled people of America. I'm pretty socially R-slurred as well. However, ignorance is not stupidity. We all start as ignorant people. We learn what we learn when we learn it. The fascist or semi-fascist early 20th century developments of Spain is not something that a lot of Americans study. And then same thing, geography. I love geography, but I've loved geography since I was like 8. So even when, I could probably fill out a majority of a map, but I'll tell you, there are plenty of African nations that I would just like guess. Like West Africa in particular, I probably know where Mali is. I might be able to guess Niger. I might be able to guess Benin. I could do South Africa for sure. But there's plenty of countries in East and Central Africa that I have no idea what the fuck they are. Same thing with South America. I can guess, or I know Chile, Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, Venezuela. But Paraguay and Uruguay, what is it? British Guyana? I don't know any of that shit. You know why? Because they're not fucking important. They have no reference for me. That has nothing to do with my intelligence. So you mistaking the capacity to analyze complex information for general knowledge about topics makes me think that you haven't thought about what actually is intelligence. Intelligence is not experience or knowledge. Intelligence is the capacity to consume complex information and also gain insight into that complex information. So, wrong. Thank you for the donations.
Wrong about that. When you look at the Democratic Party's base of support, I mean, the Harry Enton CNN Holy Toledo video comes to mind. Harry Enton points to...
LB says, remember East and West Germany, Connor? Now they're one state. No shit. They also shared a ethno-religious history dating back centuries, if not millennia.
Democratic Party support for Israel and Israelis shifting more than 60 points in the direction away from being pro-Israel to being pro-Palestine by 42 points. Used to be pro-Israel by 17 points. And then post-October 7, when this ethnic cleansing campaign accelerated and everyone could see it, it turned into a plus 43-point swing in the direction of Palestinians. So this coalition has grown, and I see it. I've mentioned this over.
And yet you're not refuting the main fucking point, which is that there was no way in hell that Congress or the federal government of the United States was going to withdraw aid in a timely manner. And also, the definition of Zionism is so overly broad that the genocide effectively, in my opinion, has come close to completion. And this political wave has achieved nothing. So thanks, Hasan. You've refuted neither of Contra's points. You fucking muppet.
Over and over again, we talk about this off camera as well with other people who are who have been talking about Palestinian emancipation for decades, myself included. Like, I have seen this environment, the information environment, and the previous methods of like squashing any sort of criticism of Israel go away. It withered away. I myself am living and breathing proof, a political commentator who is able to speak convincingly on Palestinian emancipation.
Speak convincingly to fucking idiots, by the way. No offense, LB. I love you.
Since October 8, 2023, without being utterly destroyed.
And what have you achieved, Hasan? The world spun on without your commentary.
You have hundreds of thousands of people in European capitals taking to the streets, demanding an end to this bloodshed. This is unheard of. Unheard of. Something that happened quietly over the past 10 years, that the thing you're supposed to say about Israel, Palestine, and progressive circles shifted from a two-state solution message to a binationalism message, which has greatly increased intra-left coalition tension. This is on October 13th, 2023, when the spectrum of opinion ranged from stridently...
True. You lost all the liberals.
Pro-Israel, but pays lip service to the two-state solution, to fired up about Israeli human rights abuses and the need for a Palestinian state. It's easy for people who don't really care, most people, to fudge it. Once you raise the stakes for what counts as sympathizing with Palestinians to the level of from the river to the sea, you generate a much more polarized debate that can't be fudged. A question that I find generally interesting in politics is, when does it make sense to try to deliberately polarize an issue? It's not never, but it's also not always. And I think the practical upshot of this particular polarization dynamic is going to be bad for Palestinians. Note, for example, that Israel-Palestine is the only issue I can think of on which Joe Biden has positioned himself to the right of Barack Obama.
Yup.
He was wrong, objectively.
No, he wasn't, you fucking idiot. God, I hate this guy. Don't worry, we'll be moving on shortly. Fashion40 for $5. Thank you for the donation, King. Ignorance is not stupidity. Try explaining that to a groiper. You'll have an aneurysm. Well, I tried.
He was wrong on this. But it's especially crazy to me to be wrong on this 20 months after the fact. Matt Iglesias is always wrong, okay? He's always the first to be wrong.
Hey, fuck you, Short Stack Goblin. And what was he wrong about, dumbass? He literally said that it was so polarizing that you weren't going to be able to make forward political momentum. I actually, this is funny because I think this lines up neatly with a lot of political analysis with Brittany Simon, which is effectively like Hasan Piker mistakes ideological purity for political effectiveness because he doesn't understand what words mean. He thinks that having the right position is politics. No, politics is trying to have the right position, but gaining enough power in order to implement your position. That's politics. Having the ideologically correct position, but being so politically ineffective that you achieve nothing is called having an opinion. You fucking idiot.
How are you going to be the last to be wrong? I never thought that there was a position worse than Matt Iglesias is on this issue. Yeah, Matt Iglesias is always wrong. Fork found in the kitchen. So it did not actually shrink the coalition. Okay.
Yes, it did. Because you gained 5 to 10% people who were more extreme about Israel-Palestine, but you lost all the liberals.
Zionist is a very broad category. Yeah, by design. And there's a lot of lies being told about what Zionism is. Also by design.
Feel free to explain it, Hasan. I have a feeling that I represented it pretty accurately based off of you and your fucking supporters.
This is the reason why Zionism is oftentimes in the media covered as like, do you care as a Jew about the state of Israel? But you know what's never talked about?
That's the stat that we look up, Hasan. But when I talk to leftists similar to you, they're talking about the abolition of Israel as a Jewish state. So you're going to have to tell me how that's different and wrong. If you don't, I'm going to assume you're too stupid to explain this.
Because I don't know why. Well, I do know why we centered this conversation around Jews. Okay.
This dude is a fucking word salad machine. It's actually impressive.
But there is a far larger force of
LB says, Connor, why don't Israelis have an ethnic connection with Palestine? Maybe because they're from Europe. Wrong. There's two populations within the Jewish community when it comes to ethnos, Sephardic and Ashkenazi. Ashkenazi are from Europe. Sephardic are from the Middle East and North Africa. There were also, arguably, plenty of Palestinians who are now Muslim, who were Jews, who converted at the tip of a sword. So saying that 1,000 years ago, there was a cultural genocide, therefore Jews are no longer part of the region, is like, it's so morally laughable. I don't even know what your fucking point is. We have like anthropological evidence suggesting a Jewish presence in Israel dating back to 1,200 years before Christ. So pretending that the religion and the people who observe that religion have nothing to do with that region and that they might as well be European is fucking, it's cope. It's just cope.
Of Zionism around the globe, throughout history, and certainly in the United States of America, that is far more consequential and has outsized control in American politics than Jews and their opinion on Israel. It's evangelical Zionism. Kufi is the largest donation group to the settlement.
I'm going to give Hasan a olive branch. The one thing that I respect about his content is he does have good recall. So I do not think Hasan is particularly intelligent, but I do think he has a good memory. That is the closest thing to charity that I can extend to Hasan.
project to Israel in general in this country, Christians United for Israel. It is evangelical Christians that are the force. This is why I have always said that even if...
Sorry, I have to pause again. This is hilarious. LB says, hey, Connor, progressives don't give a fuck about libs. Corpo Dems, Republicans light. Any taking APAC dollars on the Dem side is in for a rude awakening. Oh, so LB, what you basically said is, we don't give a fuck about 60 to 80% of the party. So we're actually going to split the base and we're just going to keep losing to MAGA. That's what you just said to me, which is fucking hilarious because everything you care about will get worse. That's actually really funny. And it kind of shows the crabs in a bucket mentality of the left. This is why I don't want to join the Democrats. Like LB, you yourself / other people who are Democrats or liberals or progressives. They're like, hey, Connor, very clearly the Republican Party has run away screaming in the opposite direction of your normie Republican politics. Why don't you please come over to the left? It's because of this sentence that you just said right here. That's why I'm never going to identify with the left. That's why I'm not going to be a fucking liberal to your progressive. It's because I know the second that I go, oh yeah, you know what? I'm a liberal. I actually like the Democratic Party. Turns out Biden is based and, taking money from dozens of international corrupt organizations to funnel back into your family. That's actually just funny. That's not corruption. Do you know what's going to fucking happen is the far left wing is going to stab the corpo Democrats in the fucking back and make it all lose. So no, I'm not interested in that. I'm more interested in the center left, center right alliance against the fringes. And the fringoids can go fuck themselves. How about that? Sorry, I've used the F-bomb a lot today, but you guys are bringing it out in me. Ryan Harbill for $20. Thank you for your donation, King. Says, been a Democrat for years, and I respect how you call out your own side. You challenge my views in a way that cuts through the noise and helps me avoid the echo chamber. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you, Ryan. I actually genuinely appreciate it. Thank you to Justin. Thank you to Fashion 40. Thank you to Ryan. I'm actually going to shill real quick, even though the topic is obviously very serious. Like the stream. The streaming is liking the stream is free. Engage in the chat. There's really intelligent and funny and interesting people in chat, despite the fact that LB constantly pisses me off. Then engage with the VODs, watch the VODs, comment on the VODs. It gives me that sweet, sweet AdSense revenue. And I don't know if I said super chats yet, but super chats if you got them. And then memberships when we get memberships turned back on. Thank you to our donors. Thank you to our viewers. All right.
Every single American Jew tomorrow.
LB says, and that's why progressives are just better humans. We care about truth and justice. LB, earlier you were making moral excuses for people getting decapitated. Don't get on your fucking high horse. Are you shitting me? You were literally like, by any means necessary. Just kidding. I don't mean decapitations, but also by any means necessary. Pick a lane. Pick a lane. You're not better than anybody else. As a matter of fact, your logic of oppressor versus oppressed leading to people getting fucking raped and murdered actually kind of makes you an asshole.
Turned around and said, I'm an anti-Zionist. America's foreign policy and its association with Israel would not change, especially in the short term.
Short Stack says Sephardic are the Iberian and Moroccan. You mean Mizrahi for Middle East? Got it. Okay, there's 3 ethnic groups. Learn something new every day.
Because America's investment in Israel has nothing to do with Jews as a special category or as a special class. It has everything to do with material interest. Okay? Now, having said that, has there been a lot of influence peddling in the process over the course of the past 77, 78?
He literally hasn't refuted a single fucking point. I'm going to let him... I'm actually going to fast forward because he's actually only good when he's reading Natalie's words. So let's go ahead and fast forward to the next point. Then let's watch him totally miss the point, and then let's move to the next segment.
Okay, with the Suez Canal. That's it. That's precisely why Joe Biden said in the 90s, if Israel didn't exist, we'd make one. He was right. He was honest about America's framework on this issue. It was politically infeasible. What is the pathway that takes us from the present situation to the dissolution of Israel as a Jewish state? I don't see how this could happen without either a total internal collapse of Israeli...
LB says, I never condone the beheading. Yeah, you said by any means necessary. One of the means is beheading and kidnapping and rape and murder. Those are the any means necessary that you're talking about. Shadow 2 Bravo says, good morning, Connor. Hasan should be given zero credit ever. Being a Turkish commie means the only reason to deal with him is with a sword. Long live Greece. Not a sword, but I would build a trebuchet in Cuba. Well, no. I would build a trebuchet in Key West, and then I would fire him in the general direction of Cuba. And I would also like just put a raft out there for hit like with a paddle, like a palm frond paddle. And I would just station the Coast Guard around Hasan, and if he tries to swim back to Florida, their orders would be to shoot to kill. But if he swims towards Cuba, then he can try to make it to Cuba. That would be my solution for Hasan Piker if I was dictator. All right, sorry. Let me rewind a second.
Society, or else Israel's a Jew out in the 90s because infeasible framework.
So let's watch him read Natalie. Not understand Natalie, say a point totally unrelated to what's going on, and then we'll wrap it up.
On this issue, it was politically infeasible. What is the pathway that takes us from a present situation to the dissolution of Israel as a Jewish state? I don't see how this could happen without either a total internal collapse of Israeli society or else, nuclear war. As usual, leftists have championed a doomed cause.
She's being descriptively accurate. Let's see how he misses the point.
And at this point, it's like it turns into just your own personal, incredibly petty, incredibly self-centered attitude about
what the fuck are you talking about, you fucking idiot? She's literally describing. Natalie is literally describing, literally, she wrote it down. Describing how lefties have picked a position so extreme that it renders them politically unpopular, which is descriptively true. What the fuck are you talking about?
What you think the online left is doing. It turns into just like looking at an issue that is black and white and saying, well, it's the worst crime that you can ever do, genocide, but the leftists are just like being crazy about it. Like, this is just your...
Nope. That's not what she said at all, you fucking idiot. She actually said, if you limited it to the critique of the genocide, then that would be politically palatable to more people, so you would be able to build a broader coalition, which, by the way, would include the dissident right and would include the liberal left. But he actually thinks that because he started with an extreme position, and then that extreme position grew by 5%, that he's somehow politically winning. This isn't politics, okay? Politics is about gaining and wielding power in order to achieve outcomes. Hasan, once again, has mistaken politics for having an opinion that he believes is correct. That's not politics, you muppet.
Stupid gripes with leftist people online and what you perceive as like the broader movement, the broader pro-Palestinian movement. Okay?
Is you muppet.
Internal collapse of Israeli society is going to happen. It is inevitable. Because
just like the collapse of capitalism is inevitable. Of course, Hasan. Of course. You are as inevitable as the alt-right. You are as inevitable as Nick Fuentes and the Groypers. Just everyone eventually is going to come around to you. 100%. Keep going with this, please, so you remain politically irrelevant for another century. Please, God, keep this attitude and keep this energy.
Because it is built on the foundation of ethnic cleansing, okay? It is propped up. It doesn't have the
No, it's not. Because if you have 80% Jews within the current state of Israel with 20% Arab Palestinians who are actually treated as some level of normal citizen, who get due process rights, who have property rights, have representatives within the government, et cetera, then no, actually, it's not totally based on ethnic cleansing, is it? Right? They don't want to give the West Bank and they don't want to give the Gazans representation because then they become a demographic minority. However, it stands to reason that they can either allow the West Bank and allow Gaza to become a state, or they can annex it slowly over the course of hundreds of years and eventually overpopulate the Muslims within it, and then as a result, maintain a demographic majority. So no, they don't need to commit a Holocaust in order to win. They can just fight this battle over the course of centuries rather than decades.
The chattel slavery and the colonial extraction that the American government had where it could have completed its ethnic cleansing as America.
Christian Blair says, don't normalize bonger insults by using Muppet. Listen, the words that I want to say, I'm not allowed to say.
It did to the indigenous population here, and then continue on with its imperial project. Okay? Israel cannot maintain this without unlimited support from the United States of America. Whereas
I think they can, actually. All right, I'm going to Google this, and we're going to move into our next segment. So let's take a look at it. Israeli GDP is 500 billion, and we give them 3 billion. U.S. aid to Israel annual, 4 billion. Yeah, actually, this is such bullshit. Israel federal budget. Israel's 2025 state budget is projected to total 600 billion with additional budget adjustments of roughly 37 billion. Yeah, they don't need us. They don't need us. They could carve off 4 billion from this 500 billion and they would be fine. That's actually crazy. That's actually crazy. So no, Hasan's just wrong again. I don't know why he would have good political analysis, but say lovey. Let's go ahead and do a little bit of a post content wrap, and let's go ahead and move into the next content. So for a post content wrap, Natalie Wynn actually is intelligent and has a decent amount of political insight and analysis. She's too far left for me, but I can actually see the way that she backs up her arguments. Hasan Piker actually has 80 IQ. He is incapable of contending with argumentation. He effectively, the reason why I was reading from chat every 2 minutes was because if I actually listened to Hasan Piker talk to me, I'm pretty sure I just would have died from brain damage, because every time he mentioned something, it was actually not refuting what Natalie Wynn was saying. He was just throwing out word salad at the screen. And the fact that he's a popular content creator drives me fucking nuts. End of segment. Oh, LB says, funny how conservatives never show the protests in Israel against the IDF and Netanyahu. Well, we do, so who cares about it? Shadow 2 Bravo says, what the fuck does he think Turkey is built on? Flowers and rainbows. This is happening, says, you keep swirling emotionally between topics. Yeah, you're right. Justin says, for the war. Rude says, only rap we need is to wrap up Hasan and send him to St. Helena. True. Melody says, that's pennies. Lol. Sacred Snow says, Valor Media Network, you rub your eyes after every segment. We're going to have to change the name from crow's feet to psychic damage skin distortions. True. Laugh my ass off. That's harsh, Connor. Be nice to Hasan. No. LB says, well, you made it. Laugh emoji. Yep. Well, let's go ahead and pull up something. I desperately need to use the restroom. Typically, I use viewers if I leave you guys with something in between. However, I'm going to. Let me find something for us to watch. I guess I could watch my own content. That's okay. We could do that. Tax savings is higher as. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to put on the Destiny has a bad tweet thing, and I'm going to go use the restroom. I'll be right back. This is happening since I was talking about LB swirling. Thank you. You hurt my feelings a little bit. So if you're trying to hurt LB's feelings, then I guess that works. All right. I'm used. Oh, snap. Go back. Tax savings is higher as mentioned. I am going to use the restroom. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Parasocial love. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction political philosophy nerd. I'm Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran and a never Trump Republican. And today we are just going to suffer. My friend and internet creator Stephen Bedell II has gone on a series of tweets and jokes and comments related to the flash floods in Texas, effectively making fun of dead kids, let's be real, and then also the government response to the dead kids, and also the moral frogging from the right that has come about as a result of his jokes, and there is an actual steel man to hypocrisy. We are going to go through this, and I'm going to break down like the social dynamics, the clout dynamics, the like the advocacy and voting dynamics, all that kind of stuff, and also just probably criticize some of the jokes, some of the comments, and all that kind of stuff. Some people can call it moral frogging. It probably is. It probably is this just rubbing me the wrong way at some point. But, you know, you got to tell the truth and you got to call it spade to spade. So let's go ahead and bring up the tweets. We're going to start with the tweets and the jokes first, and then we'll get into some content related to the jokes and the tweets. So this is the one that kicked it off. And I do have to say that this is a insanely, weirdly funny, fucked up joke. It just is what it is. So, and I'm going to tell you where it rubs me wrong almost immediately. Kylie Jane Kremer says, I've been trying to wrap my head around how the flooding in Texas became so devastating so quickly. Why not evacuate? Then I saw this Lieutenant Government Dan Patrick and the Guadalupe River rose 26 feet in just 45 minutes around 4 a.m. So Kylie Jane Kramer is alleged to have been a Marjorie Taylor Greene simp who is basically accusing the river of being an unnatural, like Jews have laser beams thing, and being a conservative who doesn't take like emergency response seriously by supporting the slashing of the federal government and also state programs that might prevent the death. Stephen found it funny to say, I heard God killed those kids because they were using NordVPN promo code Destiny to get around the Texas porn ban. Frowny face. He was nice enough to put the frowny face in here. And by the way, this joke is related to 27 drowned children at a Christian summer camp. So, yeah, it's pretty fucked up. Now, I would say that's pretty fucked up. And I think a lot of other people are reacting that way too, because this was within the first 24 to 48 hours of the thing. So everybody's just imagining, you know, 100 people in general, but 27 children under the age of 10 drowning in mud and water. Shad's responds, Christ, you're such a piece of shit. Ralph, the Airborne Ranger, says, it's too bad you weren't in the riverbed when this happened. Ravelek says, I hope karma is swift and brutal. Grand Admiral says, you're such a shitbag. Ben Shapiro's biceps says, the Lord has a plan, and most of it is moving money away from weather services to help Maccabees usher in the second coming of Christ in Israel. Ben Shapiro's biceps gets it. John Dutois says, it isn't your fault your perverted sexual appetites were caused by being molested as a child, but standing on the backs of dead Christian kids to lash out at the only one who can give you peace isn't going to help you in the long run. I know Jean Dutois, that is Lauren Southern's videographer. Doomer News says Destiny is so repugnant that his wife cucked him and left him. His only child hates him. Also, he loves licking other guys. Oops. All right. Gross. I did not like that joke. Ha ha ha. Anyways. Thank you, baby. Steven rustled my jimmies on that one, okay? Consider my jimmies rustled. All right, let's do an intro. Hi guys, my name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and a never Trump Republican. I like breaking down the internet, alt media, news, politics du jour, and the next element of psychic damage that I have for you is going to be wonderful. It's Candace Owens, somebody who I viscerally hate, talking to Nick Fuentes, somebody I enjoy but hate his politics, and he actually hurts me whenever he talks for prolonged periods. So expect me to pause every few minutes and like grimace as if a blood vessel within my brain is going to rupture. Expect that for the next few minutes of content. Let's go ahead and bring on these creators. Candace Owens is, in my opinion, a conservative grifter who has actually fallen down the rabbit hole. Nick the Knife Fuentes is a Christian nationalist, dissident, right-wing creator and believes everything he says. So I think as much as his politics are extreme, I do think he is a believer.
We talk a lot of I do.
You absolutely talk a lot of about me included. So
Mhm.
I wanted to invite you onto the podcast.
True.
A lot of your videos have been going viral. Obviously, it will not surprise you to learn that according to the media, you might be the most evil person in the world.
They say that about me, yes. That's my reputation.
Definitely anti-Semitic, racist,
Right.
misogynist. There have been real fears of people speaking about your Groyper movement. So I did something before this interview is I went back into my phone and wrote Nick Fuentes. I wanted to try to remember the first time that I actually heard your name. And it was in 2019, a text message that somebody had shared with me that Ashley St. Clair had been kind of fired from Turning Point USA. And this person was speaking about Ashley St. Clair and had mentioned that she got in trouble a while back or whenever it happened because she took a photo with you and that you were this big anti-Semite. And then later that year, I had a conversation.
That's funny. Isn't Ashley St. Clair, is she the one who got pregnant by Elon Musk? Ashley St. Clair, Elon Musk. No way. No way. God, being a conservative grifter has to be so easy. Gosh darn it. Why didn't I do this? Why wasn't I a hot girl in conservative media who could have a billionaire's baby and get tens of millions of dollars for the rest of my life? Why didn't that happen? Nick Fuentes, Ashley St. Clair. That's so funny because if she was at TP USA, she must have been pretty young at the time. Here's Nick Fuentes. I think Ashley's back here. Third from left. 1, 2, 3. Oh, she's short then. She's crazy short because I don't think Nick's that tall. So this was her in her college days. In her college days, she was hanging out with Nick Fuentes in TP USA. And then she became a conservative grifter. Then she had Elon Musk's baby. Oh, yeah. Ashley St. Clair's in the back. Never mind. She's taller. This is Adrienne DeCoco. This is Ashley St. Clair. That's what I thought. All right, anyways. Good for her. Good for her to grift and get the bag, I guess. You want to have a Nazi's baby, Connor? Well, for a few $1,000,000, sure.
About the Groypers, it was something that I had never seen before, who were showing up on college campuses and asking questions about conservatism to various speakers, whether it was Rob Smith, Dave Rubin, and asking, hey, if we're conservatives, why are we promoting gay people?
Right.
Because as we all know, conservatism has everything to do with biblical sexual morality and nothing to do with, I don't know, politics.
Right.
You're the person that is the face of that movement. So
Yes.
can you just tell me, I guess, a little bit about Nick Fuentes before the Groyper movement?
Sure. Well, yeah, that was my big claim to fame. That was kind of when I came on the map in 2019.
The first Groyper War. I was there for that.
But before that, I was at RSBN, Right Side Broadcasting Network. I was a freshman in college. I was 18 years old. I was at Boston University, and I was a big pro-Trump guy, and I was very into politics, extremely political. But like a lot of people, I was pretty mainstream. I was very pro-Israel, libertarian, big PragerU viewer, Ben Shapiro fan, all that kind of stuff. But of course, in 2016, everything changed.
And then he's like, this is lame. I'm going to go do my own thing and become a Christian nationalist similar to the Christian nationalists of the 1930s Germany. Yeah, nice.
Had the rise of the alternative right.
And by the way, if you're a Groyper and you're like, oh, Connor's just moral frogging. Like, no, this is descriptively true.
And so it's guys like Jordan Peterson and Stefan Molyneux and Richard Spencer and Jared Taylor. And of course, Trump being the king of them all. So in 2016, everything changed. I became very racialist, very pro-white, very critical of Israel, very aware of the Jewish phenomenon that's happening in the country. And so I went to the college campus. I was freshman, 18, and I did a big debate with the student body president at the school. And it was kind of weird how it came together. I was pretty vocal on Twitter, didn't have a big following, maybe 200 followers, but I was wearing a MAGA hat everywhere I went, cafeteria to class, down the street. And I became known on the campus as that guy wearing the MAGA hat. And I would go on Twitter and I'd talk about my experience. You know, people are picking on me. People are saying they were going to beat me up. People are threatening me, stuff like that. And I said, I was defiant. You know, I was very pro-Trump in spite of all that. And so I got a lot of flack from the liberals on the campus, the Democrats, and one of these groups, Young Americans for Liberty, they came in and contacted me and said, would you want to set up a debate on the campus with one of your detractors, one of the people that's threatening you, trying to fight you? And I said, yeah, I'd love to do that. You know, I had been a broadcaster in high school, so I said, yeah.
We're getting into the early lore, and we might have to break this up into multiple segments just because I think Justin says the end is really good, but if the entire content throughout is really good, I'm going to want to respond to the vast majority of the thing. Sorry for being out of breath, but I am lifting weights. Omnigunny says, just joining in. Nice to see you're getting consistently around 100 viewers now. We need to increase that like to view ratio. Omnigunny is correct. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat. There's lots of funny, interesting people. Donate a super chat if you got it. Become a member if you can. Watch the VODs and comment on the VODs so I get that sweet, sweet AdSense revenue. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here and pissing me off in the chat section so I can spurg out. In reference to what he's saying so far, it just seems like it's his origin story, so I don't have very much criticism at this point.
Let's set something up. And so they put out like an open casting call. They contacted a bunch of the people that have been talking trash about me, and they said they'd like to set up this debate, and they found the student body president. He was like a senior, and he was like some Democrat socialist or something, and I didn't even know the guy. But they set up this live event, and like 300 students came to it. It was like a big deal. And actually, someone you know, Cassie Dillon, who's now known as Cassie Akiva. At that time, she was a fellow at Daily Wire. She was like, I guess she was working there temporarily. They had taken her to Israel. She had been there a few times, and she was studying at Mount Holyoke in Western Massachusetts. And she was involved with some of the campus groups, so she went to the event. And she live streamed it on Periscope at that time. And I didn't even know her. I had heard about her. I had seen her on Twitter. And when the debate finished, she came up to me and she said, oh my gosh, I just streamed that. You had 30,000 people watching.
Nice. That's really good numbers for a random college debate.
She goes, Ben Shapiro watched it. Milo Yiannopoulos watched it. She said, and you've got a bunch of different job offers. And we do a little post-game interview. She's asking me questions. And the last question she asked me, which is like the big setup for my whole life.
How do you feel about Jewish people? How do you feel about the state of Israel? I have no idea if that's where it's going to be. This is we'll see. We'll see. Hi, Vlad. Good to see you, buddy.
She said, I just got back from Israel. She said, would you ever take a trip to Israel? Because I think
no way.
You'd love it and so on. And, you know, I sort of knew what was happening with Israel, but not 100%. And I said, yeah, it sounds interesting, but I think I have everything I need right here in America. And she goes, oh, okay. She wraps up the interview and she gives me her card. We exchange information. I get involved with her. She was involved with RSBN. And if you know, that's Right Side Broadcasting Network. They did all the Trump rallies during the election. And when the election ended, they said they were going to start up a bunch of original programming. They had Mike Cernovich, Bill Mitchell, a bunch of these guys that were on Twitter.
Well, hold on. So Groovy McCrout says, Nick feels he's entitled to appear on people's shows, but won't ask to appear on them. Make it make sense. No. So what, I don't know how he schedules. I don't know how he books. Typically what I see is he pisses people off on Twitter enough, and then he gets invited onto the shows for debates or whatever. But I think Nick is descriptively, it's okay to admit that a lot of people view him as politically toxic. It's like touching a social pariah. That's why the Dinesh D'Souza, Alex Jones debate was actually kind of a shock and frankly good content. But with Nick, he's so extreme that a lot of people don't want to be viewed as palling around with him. If they want to talk to him, they want it to be contentious. And the truth is that Nick's a good debater. He's a good debater. He's an intelligent guy. He has a command of a lot of facts. His politics are abhorrent, but that doesn't mean he's not competent. And so I think that his clout, if he actually is getting, 5 to 20,000 live. I don't know what his live numbers are on Cozy or his live numbers are. But the truth is that I think there's tens of thousands of people who watch him live. And I think there's hundreds of thousands of people who watch his post-recorded content. So he, while being banned from the major platforms, he's a contender with Hasan, with Vosh, with Destiny. So, he should be up there, but he's persona non grata because his politics are so extreme.
And she had a show, it's called Raised Right. And so she contacted Joe Seals, who's at RSBN, and she said, I saw this guy give the speech. He's really great. He debated this guy on campus. We should give this guy a show. And so I got in touch with them. We got to talking. This was around the end of 2016, beginning of 2017. They said,
yeah, Justin says he averages 15K a night on Rumble. Yeah, so even if you're saying those numbers are inflated, let's say that Rumble numbers are 2x. And by the way, I'm not saying they're 2x. Okay, I'm not saying they're 3x. Okay, I have no idea what Rumble's numbers are, but let's even presume that they're inflated. Okay, if they were double, that would still be 7,500 viewers, which would put him in the top 1% of streamers. If they were triple, he would still be getting 5,000 viewers, which is in the top 1% of streamers. So no matter how you cut it, no matter what shenanigans are going on in the background, he's in the top 1% of streamers no matter what.
What do you want to call your show? I said, well, let's call it the Nicholas J. Fuentes Show. They said, that's too long. Nobody knows who you are. We don't want that. I said, okay. They said, you need a different name. I said, all right. So I watched the Trump inauguration, which was January 17. And he said in the speech, a new vision will govern our land. It's going to be only America first. And I said, I like the sound of that. I said, we'll call it America First.
So question, how old are you exactly at this time?
I was 18.
18. Okay, so all of this sort of happened 17, 18 years old, or this all happened very quickly at the age of 18.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, and it all happened rapidly, and this was a time when I was still even figuring out what I'm about, because I'm a teenager. And I've been extremely political since I was like 12 years old. I read Thomas Sowell, Milton Friedman, all that stuff, all the libertarian, conservative stuff, even a lot of the neocon stuff, honestly. I was kind of all over the place. And I started to get red-pilled. I started to go on 4chan. I started to go on far-right Twitter. I started to get into some of these more interesting ideas. And I wasn't sold yet. That's sort of the thing, is I was sort of in this questioning phase, not sort of innuendo, but questioning, my political ideology. Like, I had these libertarian priors, and I had this kind of pro-Israel bent because that's just what there was on the internet at that time. All of the online content, it was PJ Media, which was Shapiro and Bill Whittle and Andrew Klavan. It was PragerU, Breitbart. That's what there was. But then in 2016, you had this alt-right movement, and suddenly you had all these other people that were.
Yeah, so Vlad says an important comment, okay? Is my man Lifton? I respect it. Yes. Okay, so we have 110 people, so I'm going to shill real quick. Like the stream, super chats, memberships, engage in chat, comment for the comment gods on the VODs, okay? Also, I don't want to be like all these other streamers who become like little husk shrimp people over time. I do want to be relatively fit. I have a family. So I lift weights. Today is triceps and chest. So I'll be doing 3 by 3 by 10 reps, 3 sets, 3 different exercises for triceps, 10 reps, 3 sets, 3 different exercises for chest. So I'm just using dumbbells. It's nothing crazy, but I encourage you, if you're a dude, you're out of shape, you're not doing great, you're chilling at your IT job, you're kind of fat, start lifting dumbbells. It's going to help. I promise.
In the conversation, like I said, these guys like Jared Taylor and Sam Francis and a whole other crew. And so I really was open-minded and questioning what I really believe. And so that's really when I came into conflict with this establishment, something that I sort of began to figure it out and started to pay the price for this line of inquiry. Vlad
says, can y'all join the channel on YouTube? I don't know if memberships are turned on. I'll just go ahead and text Philip right now.
So that first conversation I had with Cassie Dillon, it prefigured kind of like
Herkimer says you should make an exercise video for desk jockeys. I don't know what to do. Yeah, I got you. Herkimer, please remind me. I will actually do that. Just Carpet says tries for the guys, Chief. Listen, man, one of my favorite moments in my physical fitness journey was I was in Iraq. I was deployed. I was on a base called Al-Assad. And so I was actually able to work out 6 times a week. And a dude walks up and smacks my arm and he goes, I really like what you did with your triceps. It was awesome. Gayest moment of my life. A memory that I will think about on my deathbed.
My entire adult life until this point. And at that time, in the early months of the Trump admin, I was doing some digging on the Israel situation. And there were some notable news stories with Obama and then with Trump that made me ask some questions. You know, in December of 2016, during the lame duck, Obama declined to veto in the Security Council a resolution condemning the settlements in the West Bank.
I'm just gonna let this play. I understand it's like a little dry, little intro or whatever, but I don't mind hearing the lore of Nick Fuentes from Nick Fuentes' perspective.
And everybody called him a Jew hater for doing that. They said he was an anti-Semite. And I said, well, wait a second. And I was a big conservative. I didn't like Obama. But I said, wait a second. I said, it is the official policy of the United States since 1967 that we're against the civilian settlements. Every president, Republican and Democrat, I said, and all Obama did, he didn't even vote no. He didn't veto it. He didn't vote in favor. They voted present, and they allowed the resolution to pass. I said, that's consistent with our government's policy, the American policy. Obviously, Israel and America don't have the same policy on everything. I said, but now you have Fox News and Mark Levin and all the usual suspects are saying he's an anti-Semite and a Jew hater because he merely advanced our own position. I said, isn't that a bit of a double standard? Isn't that hypocritical? I said, and you know what it sounds like? It sounds like the left. You disagree with the left on race, and they say you're a racist. You disagree with the left on Islam, you're an Islamophobe, and all the rest of it. And so that was something that really set off an alarm bell. I said, something's not right here. And I wrote a big article about it on my blog. A couple months later, guess who comes to town for Trump's first visit from a foreign leader? It's Bibi Netanyahu. That was the first foreign leader that he hosted at the White House. And Netanyahu goes up there. They do a joint press conference. And Trump turns to him and says, I need you to take it easy on those civilian settlements in the West Bank because it's a big liability for us. Netanyahu goes home and authorizes the largest expansion of the settlements in Israel's history.
Wait, that's super interesting. Is that on camera?
Yes.
And secondly, on the settlement issue, are you both on the same page?
As far as settlements, I'd like to see you hold back on settlements for a little bit. We'll work something out, but I would like to see a deal be made. I think a deal will be made. Bibi and I have known each other a long time. A smart man, great negotiator. And I think we're going to make a deal. It might be a bigger and better deal than people in this room even understand. That's a possibility. So let's see what we do.
The deal is I look the other way.
That's right.
Doesn't sound too optimistic, but that's he's a good negotiator.
That's the art of the deal.
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, and it's pretty obscure because, you know, if you're not watching this stuff day by day, it kind of slips through the cracks. But that was the first foreign visit. I remember it very distinctly. And so I said to Cassie Dillon.
So you're just more dialed into it at this time because I was paying attention to politics. Definitely, obviously, because I was kind of getting kicked over the BLM stuff. But I would have never tuned into that because we weren't really confronted with the alliance as much in 2016. But you're kind of dialed in and you notice this moment. And Bibi just kind of says F you to Trump and proliferates it further.
Right, exactly. And I was paying attention because I was really big into foreign affairs. I was a big model UN kid in high school. That was like my thing. So I was really focused on all that. And I just pay attention. I ask questions. I noticed the patterns, so to speak. And so I had, at that point.
General So says, I thought Nick hated Candace. I mean, he probably does to some degree, but let's face it, they're going to have a lot of audience crossover. So them working together, even on a limited basis, is probably good for both of them. Candace, for God's sake, Candace Owens interviewed Harvey Weinstein in order to try to sanitize his image in public. I think Candace believes her own BS, but I do think she's a clout shark. And the truth is that Nick carries a lot of weight in the dissident right. As a matter of fact, out of all the dissident right-wing people, Jared Taylor is old as hell. And he has the explicit... was Jared Taylor a member of the KKK? I forget if Jared Taylor was a member of the KKK, but he was like the ultimate racialist guy, but he's got to be in his 60s now. Jared Taylor, KKK. Was he ever a member? There was some guy. It might not have been Jared Taylor. It might have been a different guy. But there was some guy who was like popular in this movement who was a member of the KKK at one point. But Jared Taylor age, he's very polite. Yeah, he's 73, dude. He's old as shit. Richard Spencer is 47, which is funny because now he's old as hell. But Richard Spencer flamed out, destroyed his movement. So he's gone. Jared Taylor's old. Richard Spencer flamed out. Milo Yiannopoulos flamed out. Gavin McInnes flamed out. And he was more libertarian than he was dissident right or ethno-nationalist anyways. And so as a result, yeah, Nick's the last man standing. David Duke. Thank you. My apologies for mixing up Jared Taylor and David Duke. But David Duke's got to be old as shit as well. David Duke age was born in 50. So what is he? 75 years old? 74, 75? So yeah, David Duke was a head of the KKK, and he's been a part of the dissident right, alt-right for a long time. But David Duke is 75. So all the old school dissident right-wing people, they're either old as shit or they flamed out.
I became friends with all the Daily Wire people. There was Cassie Dillon, this writer named Elliot Hamilton, a writer named Aaron Bandler. Those guys were Jewish, and I think they had visited Israel a lot. They were involved in Jewish.
Jared Taylor was raised in Japan. Listen, guys, that explains a lot. He was like, this is nice. He's like, ethno-homogenous, ethno-supremacist, ethno-monocultural, ordered society. This is nice. And then he just came home and he was like, this is a mess. I wish white people in America were like Japanese people in Japan. Minus the anime and the hentai.
Groups. I thought they were my friends, and they were talking about, they were setting me up with a writing gig at Daily Wire. They basically did like a preliminary interview. They wanted me to work over there.
Yeah, but then they found out about like the, the antipathy towards Jews, and they were like, pass.
And I did a lot of collaborations with them. I gave them interviews for articles because I was like a campus teen that was pro-Trump and all that. It was big fodder at that time for the culture war stuff. And then I started asking them. I said, why does the United States give Israel $3.8 billion per year? Because
I do want to address this momentarily, but Old School says, Connor, didn't you miss Pat Buchanan? Yeah, Pat Buchanan. And Pat Buchanan actually philosophically was one of the people who really argued for a more isolationist foreign policy within the United States. And I think a lot of the dissident right wing and the MAGA movement took a lot of philosophical things from Pat Buchanan. But sorry for the deep breath. Again, lifting weights and eating food and talking to you folks. But with Pat Buchanan, what's interesting about him is I tried to read A Republic, Not an Empire. I got 40% of the way through it. And I got to say, I was bored out of my fucking mind. It was actually, it's not whether or not he was saying was like coherent or logical or based in history or something like that. But it was basically like the neocons and the neolibs have run away with the economics and the politics of the day. They're really popular because people like, the abundance agenda of the neolib. Like, clearly he wasn't writing about abundance because this was written a long time. But he was like, people like the laissez-faire economics of the neoliberals, and people love the wealth generated by neoconservative interventionism. But effectively what's going on is we're building an unsustainable empire that will ultimately collapse the United States of America, and the Republican ideals for which we were founded that were based on Christian conservatism will die with the Republic unless we change course abruptly. I just summarized. I probably spent 2-3 hours listening to a republic, not an empire. I just summarized like 3 hours for you in 45 seconds. It was exhausting. And I still had 60% left of the book to go. It was a slog.
At that point, the new MOU had just passed, the new Memorandum of Understanding. That's the foreign aid for Israel. And they actually increased it. And they expanded it for 10 years. So I said, why are they the number one recipient of foreign aid? I said, they're not a poor country.
Because we want them to use our money. We want them to buy our weapons from the military-industrial complex. Then we want to test them in Israel for the benefit of our military-industrial complex.
And I don't even really know what the strategic value is there. I said, so why, since 1978, uninterrupted, have they been number one? And number two and number three, it's the same story. It's Egypt and Jordan. They're the second and third biggest recipients.
And we're buying them off so they don't attack Israel.
And we basically pay them because they normalized relations with Israel. It's like a bribe. I said, so, what do you make of this whole arrangement? I said, is it because they are our closest ally and I'm missing something? I said, or are we being lobbied? And there's this deep contradiction and double standard, and it's obviously being enforced by foreign influence and money. And I remember they hated the line of questioning.
And when you say they, you're referring to this friend group?
Yes.
Okay.
This Daily Wire friend group. They were all writers there, and you could still find their articles online. And they, at first it was sort of playful. They said, oh, haha, very good. They almost thought I was joking. They said, oh, it's very funny, but you really shouldn't ask that, they would say. They'd say, there's a good answer for all those questions. They'd say, but the
LB, how are they buying the weapons if we're already paying for them, for fuck's sake? Well, number one, the Jews are incredibly good at negotiation. Number two, what we're trying to do is we're trying to keep them in our orbit. Because the truth is that while half of the Jewish population is in the United States of America, they could technically go into China's orbit because China is technologically very sophisticated. And so the truth is, number one, they could sell their technology and our military industrial technology to China. So we don't want that to happen. Number two, we don't want them to fall into China's orbit. So we're basically paying them to remain our friends.
Way you're asking it is anti-Semitic, they said. And, we're happy to talk with you one-on-one in person, like they're going to teach me how to ask the question. They said, because the way you're saying it, it sounds hateful and it's wrong. And I said, I'm asking a question. It's free marketplace of ideas, I thought. So I kept pushing and pushing, and I was tugging on a lot of these different threads.
Was that racist about Jews? Probably. But let's face it. Most Jews I know are pretty smart, and a healthy chunk of them are good at negotiation. Some of them actually aren't smart. I know at least 2 Jews who are not very smart, and they're also terrible at negotiation. But all the other ones were pretty smart.
Also asking about World War II and about some of the narratives there. And I was asking about 9/11 and the Iraq War.
And where are you asking this?
Conservative liberalism says, we're paying for them to be our friends, basically a hostage situation. Neat. I hope we do that forever. Who gives a shit? It's what is it? $3.8 billion. This is like paying somebody $5 to help out with your bake sale. It's like, hey, I want you to buy from my bake sale. Here's $5 to help me up with the bake sale. 3.8 billion. 3,800,000,000 divide by 6,000,000 million billion trillion 1,000 million billion trillion. It's 6.3 to the e to the negative 4. So this is nothing. This is piss in the ocean. If you're like, well, we could be spending $6 billion on domestic infrastructure. Oh, okay, let's just spend $6 billion on domestic infrastructure. We don't need to cut it here. Okay? 6.33 e to the negative 4 is not something that I'm concerned about from the budget perspective. LB says, is it because they're Jewish, are just better educated? Yeah. And I'm going to say another anti-Semitic trope. All the dumb ones are dead. Okay. So if you look at this, is a joke from Eric Weinstein, by the way. Basically, he was saying in the Passover, the whole point of Passover is to remind Jewish people that the people who waited for the bread to rise when they were cooking food in order to escape the land of Egypt, all of them are enslaved or dead. And so the Jewish culture is based around effectively like a series of international horror shows where they get enslaved and killed, enslaved and killed, enslaved and killed, enslaved and killed. And so over time, the lackadaisical Jews are the ones who got wiped out. So, you know, you can say that's anti-Semitic, Connor, but realistically, that's from Eric Weinstein. I'm just stealing his quote. This is happening, says, that's how hegemony works. If liberal democracies don't do it, then China and Russia and Iran will. Yup. AKA Badasoy says, we are paying Israel for intelligence as well that they collect in the region. Yup. Justin says, Connor has a big affinity for Jews. Yup. Conservative liberalism says, influence flowing in the other direction is what concerns me. Thankfully, we all learned the Epstein thing is a nothing burger the day before Bibi showed up for the third time in this one term. Yeah. Listen. If Jeffrey Epstein was exclusively selling his power and leverage to the Israeli Mossad, I would be pissed off. If he was also selling it to the CIA, then I would be like, all right. Like, yeah. This is not happening, says, but morons want a multipolar world because Russia bought farms and Assad made that sound good. Yeah, what an idiot. Or spend $6 billion on the VA. Why don't we spend $6 billion on the VA anyways? Herkimer says $4 billion. You think that's bad? Better not take a look at the new immigration cop budget. Yeah, exactly. The Bible is a lie, Connor. No, it's not. Take your cringe. Stop doing the cringe fedora thing, LB. Become more sophisticated in your religious analysis. It's exhausting. Sacred Snow says that joke is Stein/Berg approved. Good. Groovy McCrout says, why is everyone worried about China, Iran, and North Korea? I think the country we should be worried about is Germany, declared war on the world twice in 20 years. Fatsimo says, who enslaved them where they had to kill a bunch of Hellenized Jews and Roman citizens so we could celebrate Hanukkah today? Yeah, exactly. The Persians, hold on, the Babylonians conquered them and enslaved them. The Egyptians obviously enslaved them at some point. The Persians enslaved them at some point. The Greeks conquered them and the Romans conquered them. And then the Christians conquered them and then the Muslims conquered them again. Like Jewish history is effectively the history of getting your ass kicked for being in the, you know, at the crossroads of humanity. Sneaky Elbow says, if a country has your guns, does that mean that they have to use your ammo? Yup. Sure does. Sure does. And then not just that. I was thinking about this because I was wondering why we were giving them $3.8 billion in a direct subsidy so they could purchase different weapons and defense tech. And then I realized, like, you know, like, why don't we just give them the weapons? And then I realized, like, well, the Israelis might have a preference on which things they want to get. So by giving them the cash, but then providing the market of the military industrial complex, if they want anti-riot technology one year, they can buy anti-riot technology. If they want drone technology, they can buy drone technology. If they want artificial intelligence technology, they can buy artificial intelligence technology. And so by giving them the flexibility of having the cash instead of just the tech, they can, through market resource, incentivize the tech that is most needed for operations in the Middle East and North Africa. So that's what I thought. LB says, did I hurt your soul, Connor? Relax, you don't have one. Oh my God. Take your fedora off when you enter the chat. Anyways, back to it. Justin says Connor would get really rich being a Zionist politician in Florida. We're working on it, brother.
Are you in a group chat? Are you just face to face, like with your friends eating a burger? Like where, when you say,
do you guys care if I fast forward 20 minutes? Like, I like the Nick origin story, but I don't need all of it. You know what I'm saying? You tell me. Gray Jedi says, if Jews are so smart, wouldn't there be a ton of Israel-based defense corps? There are. They probably have the second most complex military-industrial complex after the United States.
I keep asking these questions. What's the setup for that?
We're texting in group chats.
Never mind. I want to lift weights, so I'm just going to listen.
And we're even doing it one-on-one. You know, one of the venues we had a big Christmas party out in Western Massachusetts. And Cassie Dillon invites me back to her apartment with a couple of friends, and everyone's drinking wine. I don't drink, so I wasn't drinking, but we're playing apples to apples. And it's a party atmosphere. You know, we're friends, we're having fun, we're political, we're talking about it. And this is the venue. And it just got increasingly cold over time. And it turned into stop. Like, you need to stop asking or else. And eventually, I kept pushing on a lot of these different things. And Cassie hits me up on Twitter, and she texts me this huge block text paragraph. And she says, we're not in the same movement anymore. She goes, I don't really recognize what you're about and your views. She says, I'm pro-Israel. She goes, and the things you're asking, the things you're saying about Ben Shapiro and other people, she goes, I'm just not a part of that movement. And she said, so we can't be friends anymore. So she stops talking to me, cuts me off completely. All the other people block me. Elliot, Aaron, there were some other people involved. They all block me on Twitter, complete ghosting. And I'm shocked. I'm floored. This is my first encounter with this kind of pushback, because you go into it as an 18-year-old in college and you get involved in these groups. I was involved in the Trump campaign, YAL, all these groups.
Real quick, Herkimer says, did you hear that Orange Diddy is sending more Patriot missiles to Ukraine? You think he's trying to take heat off of the files? No, I think he's legitimately pissed off at Putin. I think that he actually thought that Putin was going to come to the table to give him a W. And since Putin is not coming to the table, he wants to punish him. That's what I think is going on.
And you think this is the free marketplace. We're here to debate ideas. It's, it's a free speech atmosphere. And I'm also thinking we're all pro-Trump. And that's another big dimension of this is me. Trump was a huge influence on me. He made me a nationalist when I was a conservative. And America First was that operative.
Fatsimo says, it's such a cope to think the money is being used on U.S. markets. There's no way to know where the money goes because of how Israel gets the money given to them. Fatsimo, I'm sure that is almost entirely incorrect. I am almost guaranteeing that the 3.8 billion, 3.3, 3.2 has to be spent on U.S. defense contractors. I'm almost guaranteeing you that's the entire point of the deal.
Phrase. I wasn't any longer a small government, constitutional individualist. I said, I'm America first. I'm about America. And so there's this deep contradiction on the Trump strain in particular and what they're pushing. And I said, it really shouldn't be there. If we're America first on China, Mexico, Russia, everybody else, NATO, why aren't we America first on Israel? So this
AF says, Connor would love it if you did insult people who don't subscribe to your JBB take on the Bible. It's super cringe. No. And AF, I love you. But fuck you. Take your fedora off.
Was deeply disconcerting and weird and disturbing to me. And I was honestly just taken aback. I was like, why are my friends now turning their back on me because of a disagreement? Well, fast forward, I'm doing my show on RSBN. This is in my second semester. So this is winter and spring 2017.
Listen, Fatsimo says sane cope for why we give the next money to Egypt and Jordan. Do you guys want diplomacy or not? What do you want? You're so mad about the giving money to like other countries or whatever in order to make sure that they have strong diplomatic relations that don't result in war. And then when we go to war, you're mad. Like, pick one, bro. Like, the whole point of diplomacy is to avoid war. I think in 67 and 73, let me take a look. What wars did Egypt involve itself in? Google, what wars did Egypt attack Israel? So 73. So they were involved in 67, they were involved in 73, they were involved in 48. What wars did Jordan attack Israel? I almost guarantee you it's going to be the same thing. 48 and 67. Jordan also had limited involvement in 1973. So, dude, you're acting like, oh man, we're costing the taxpayer $6 billion a year in order to pay. I'm gonna pay you $100 to fuck off. This is the meme, okay? This is it. This is the United States. And we're saying in order to avoid war that destabilizes the oil market, I'm going to pay you $100 to fuck off. And you're like, I don't want to pay them $100 to fuck off. Well, the alternative is we fight. So how about we just pay them $100 to fuck off? It's cheaper and it's less bloody. Chris Smith says, how dare you have opinions that aren't my own? What are you, some kind of flawed human? True, exactly. Groove McCrout says, pro tip, don't be the guy at the Christmas party that keeps talking about Jews, Hitler, ethno-religious wars in the Middle East, etc. It will be pulling the ladies. Yeah. What's the they don't know meme? This is Nick. This is Nick at the Daily Wire writing party. Everybody else is playing apples to apples and drinking and dancing and having a good time. And Nick's like, they don't know that the Jews control America. Oh, this is awesome. Who cares? How is that America's problem? We like oil. Do you like oil? I like oil. Oil's great. Did you already skip 20 minutes like the intro is so slow? No. Gray Jedi says, Connor, people forget that spice must flow. Literally. Yes, actually. Analogize this to the Dune movies and you'll understand it perfectly. Boris says Barbary Wars, the U.S. preferred war over paying off the Muslim pirates. Yeah, and then what did we do? We went to the Ottoman princes and we said, hey, control your fucking pirates. And the Ottoman princes said, only if you help us. And then we helped the Ottoman princes. So yeah, so your options are war or paying people to fuck off. So paying people to fuck off, for all the pacifists in chat, those are your options. Pick one.
And I'm doing the show. The show's going okay. I'm not getting great viewership. Nobody was. And I get a call from my boss, Joe Seals, who runs RSBN. And he goes, you got to keep this between us. He says, but did something happen between you and Cassie? Because she's still doing her show too. I said, yeah, we had this falling out, blah, blah, blah. He goes, she's been calling me every day for the past 2 weeks. He goes, and she's telling me, well, Nick said this on his show. Isn't that so racist? Nick said this on his show. Isn't that so hateful? That's not conservative. He says, and she's been trying to get you fired, calling me literally every day for 2 weeks. I said, wow. I said, I can't say I'm surprised. I said, she gave me this very cold, standoffish thing.
Well, QC John, it's kind of funny thinking Casey Dillon had given Fuentes a kiss. The world the world may not know him as we know him. Yeah, dude. Casey Dillon could have jumped on a political grenade for all of us. And instead, she created the king of Christian nationalists, volcels, and incels. Casey Dillon, conservative commentator. What? Why'd that happen? Let's see. I'm actually unfamiliar with Casey Dillon. Is this her? Cassie Dillon? Dude, this girl could have saved us all. This girl could have destroyed America first. She could have saved us, but she actively chose not to. Casey, you were the chosen one.
She blocked me, all the rest. He goes, not only that, he's a pastor. He says, she's talking to me about converting to Judaism, which of course she now has,
come on, Casey.
Fast forward all this time later, about a year ago,
Which great house is America? I mean, we could be, Randy Chang says, if Dune is in the universe as an analog and oil is the spice, which great house is America? Probably the Imperium. Let's be real. We use the Harkonnens, which you could say is arguably Israel, to control the spice fields, but they actually don't have direct control of the spice fields. We send in our own military, which I guess is Leto Atreides, and the domestic indigenous forces of Israel and Afghanistan could be the House Atreides. And then it doesn't work out. So then we kind of backstab him and then it all falls apart.
Marries some Israeli guy and she converts to Judaism. But he goes,
I'm going to use the restroom in a moment.
you know, I'm a Christian. He's an evangelical pastor. He says, and I'm trying to talk her in off the ledge. I don't know what's gotten into her, all this. And so this was how my college career began. That's sort of what created me. And then for the next
we can blame Casey Dillon. There was this meme from Obama where Obama was talking about a leggy bisexual girl. Obama, leggy lesbian girl. Looking back, it's embarrassing to recognize the degree to which my intellectual curiosity those first 2 years of college paralleled the interests of various women I was attempting to get to know. Marx and Marcuse, so I had something to say to the long-legged socialists who lived in my dorm. Fanon and Gwendolyn Brooks for the smooth-skinned sociology major who never gave me a second look. Foucault and Wolf for the ethereal bisexual who wore mostly black. As a strategy for picking up girls, my pseudo-intellectualism proved mostly worthless. I found myself in a series of affectionate but chaste friendships. And there's this fucking meme of Obama. Obama incel meme. I don't know if it's here, but there's one where it's like, you know, the one where the black kid is getting rejected in a high school. Black kid rejected high school nerd meme. And it's Obama, but it's the nerdy guy. And it's like, why do they always pick thugs? And then it's like 28 years later. And it's like, hey, Obama, you know, remember me? Why can't I find a good man? And it's like, I'm going to drone strike the Middle East. God, I love the internet. Internet remains undefeated.
4 or 5 months, my life turned upside down where it was these people like Cassie, this guy Cabot Phillips. I think he was a Campus Reform. I think he might be a Daily Wire now. His father, Tim Phillips, ran this big nonprofit, Americans for Prosperity. He's friends with Morton Blackwell from Leadership Institute. This guy was coming at me. He was on me all the time on Twitter. And these people were just pushing this line. Nick Fuentes is alt-right. He's a white nationalist. He's a Jew hater.
Well, now he is, right? So why the objection?
An anti-Semite. And, you know, me at that time as an 18-year-old guy, I'm thinking I'm just asking questions, you know. I'm just doing what we're supposed to do. It's free speech. I'm America first, the rest of it. And then the first big hit piece was actually written about me.
LB says, this is happening. We're only as strong as the least corrupted. Wrong, LB. Let's think about it. If we had Kamala Harris, then we wouldn't have cut USAID. So the Lancet study says that 14 million people are going to die as a result of $10 billion worth of AIDS cuts. So there would be 14 million less dead people from dengue, malaria, and AIDS. And then also, while Israel would still occupy Gaza, we wouldn't be giving them a green light in order to conduct ethnic cleansing. And we also wouldn't be trying to do it for them by voluntarily relocating 1 million people to Libya, which was a plan that the Trump administration supported. Then we also wouldn't have killed, you know, probably thousands of Ukrainians by withdrawing aid from them. So wrong. The lesser of two evils is still comparatively good. So wrong. And your line of thinking killed 14 million people. So I hope you feel ideologically pure.
By Media Matters. Come to find out, Media Matters sourced the material from Cassie Dillon. She sent one of my clips, and I'll admit, you know, it wasn't the finest clip. I stand by it, but it was, you know, the way that I said it was sort of unfortunate. But she took a clip from my show. She sent.
Connor, you're a military man. Your troops only as strong as the weakest link. That applies to countries too. Yeah, I'm a military man. Do you know what happened to the weakest link in the infantry? They got the shit kicked out of them, and they got fucking abandoned on the battlefield. Unironically, like on the battlefield, there was this one story of a guy who I know who wasn't particularly fit, and basically his squad just operated without him. They were just like, "Hey, try to keep up," and then they did everything they needed to do, and he tried to keep up.
To Media Matters, and they did this big hit piece about me, and then I had the left breathing down my neck. Right Wing Watch.
All right, I'll be right back into be. Well, actually, hold on. I'm gonna let it play. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'm gonna get some water, and when I get back, we're probably gonna fast forward 20 minutes or so because, to be honest, I don't need the villain origin story. Nick Fuentes was friendly with Cassie Dillon. Cassie Dillon was sympathetic to the Jews. Nick Fuentes was not. Cassie Dillon could have jumped on the grenade and kissed Nick Fuentes and made him her boyfriend, but he was too socially awkward to do so. As a result, Nick was, well, there's got to be something to this Jewish criticism, so I'm a quintuple down on it. The Jews are trying to get me fired from my job. So as a result, now he's a supervillain. Got it. Okay. Understood. Cassie Dillon could have saved us, but she didn't.
Media Matters, all the rest of them. And this was kind of like the launch of my career. They were trying to throttle me in the crib.
So just to, how do you know that Cassie sent the clip to Media Matters?
This was told to me by Joe Seals.
Okay, got it. So she was sending around clips from your show.
Right. And that's their move. That's what they do. You know, as you know, and the show wasn't even big. I had like 100 live viewers. I would get 1,000 views per episode. But they were on top of this. And even Ben Shapiro, you know, he quote tweeted one of my tweets and said, you know, because I said something to the effect of, if you're Mexico first, live in Mexico. If you're China first, live in China. If you're Israel first, live in Israel. And he quote tweets me on Christmas Eve and says, well, that's the surest sign you're an anti-Semite, is to accuse a Jew of dual loyalty. And I'm sitting there like, it's true. You know, you do have dual loyalty. You're going to sit there and say you don't? So this was like it's maddening. You know, it's literally will drive you crazy because by definition, it's gaslighting because you see it. If you're a logical person, it's obvious. And, you know, this is something that maybe is helpful to explain my mindset. I'm waiting for someone to prove me wrong. I'm pushing on all these narratives, the foreign aid, the Iraq war, all of it. And I'm waiting for someone to tell me, here's all the evidence, the obvious evidence that it isn't all just a big thing. Mm-hmm. It's not just a big conspiracy. And I'm asking in good faith, where is that evidence? Cassie, my friend, and all the rest of them. And instead of getting an answer, I'm getting blocked. I'm getting tattled on. I'm getting clipped out of context. They're selling me out to the left. I'm getting called names. And, you know, from the very start, this made me extremely cynical and resentful and furious about the whole thing. And I said,
maybe we need to continue because if we're moving from here are my unaddressed criticisms and how I operated in the political space, then I'm actually happy to hear that point.
I'm like at war now with the whole conservative establishment and the same opportunities for advancement that other people are getting. You know, they get their spot on Fox News or they get to run a Turning Point chapter, you know, you name it. I'm now being closed off because there's this smear campaign now going on behind the scenes of.
Wait, but is it smears if it's true? If it's like, hey, Nick is an anti-Zionist and he's antipathetic. He's antipathetic against Jews. Are the smears or are they descriptive? You can say that they're unbalanced. You can say that they're not particularly well thought out. Why is it that the United States declares open allegiance for Israel so fervently? But I would cite to you the previous iterations that I've done, which is effectively Germany tries to wipe out Jewry and expel it from Europe. Europeans and Americans don't accept Jewish refugees. Ultimately, the Germans wipe out a third of the international Jewish population. In the early 20th century, Americans and Europeans feel kind of guilty about the fact that they let a third of international Jews be wiped out. And so at first, they're neutral on the establishment of the state of Israel. And then later, they become positive on the state of Israel. The Christian nationalist narrative that Jews are a vestigial religion and therefore don't need to exist is co-opted into the narrative of Judeo-Christian values, which, by the way, I think is a viable historical interpretation. So instead of Jews being a vestigial arm that can be destroyed and Christians shouldn't give a shit, it's instead rewritten like Jews are the way that we've emanated from them with our values. Therefore, they're important people that we should protect and care for. And then that continues into the modern day with that post-World War II narrative. And then effectively Nick is trying to revert to 19th century and early 20th century, what I would view as anti-Semitism. So what's the problem with that narrative? That there's two competing views, the Zionist narrative and the anti-Zionist narrative, and Nick is an anti-Zionist. Now, I understand that that gets conflated with anti-Semitism, which is just a general antipathy towards Jewish people in general. And Nick might say, like, there's token Jews that he can interact with. However, what's the problem? What part are you not understanding? Gonna check in with chat because I parasocially love you. This is happening says, and how many did your reluctance and the culture you contribute to convince to stay home? Yeah. So I think that Kamala and the Biden admin can be substantively blamed for their failure in 2024. However, I do think that the progressives and leftists who were like, yeah, well, Biden's a genocider and Kamala's no better, so who cares? I'm sure. There were there were around like, actually, I don't think it was 10 million. I think there was 5 million. Because I think the 2020 votes was around like 82 million per side for the population vote. And I think the ultimate body count around the 2024 election was around like 75. There were 5 million people who did not show up to the ballots. So, yeah, I would blame the far left for contributing to that. Cornelius Cadre says, huge hand, strong mustache, far right, competitive, confrontational, high T confirmed, Cope Bucko. Who are you talking about? You talking about Stalin? What are you talking about? You talking about the Austrian painter? What are you talking about? Boris says, I'll say it again. The U.S., despite all the sympathy for Jews after World War II, only started sending military aid after the 1967 war when they proved themselves to be a formidable force in the Middle East. Yup. There was like 20 years of antipathetic neutrality in Israel's early government. Connor says, how much Zionism controls the U.S. government? Well, they probably only give a shit about the United States government insofar as it continues to support Israel. So I would say that if that's $3.8 billion per year, then they control about 0.16%, whatever. All right. Anyways.
Powerful, connected people at Daily Wire, a whisper campaign telling everybody this guy's an anti-Semite. And this went on really for many years, goes on until this day. But that was sort of my origin story. That's how I got started.
Okay, so you were 18 years old when that happened. How old are you now?
I'm 26.
Okay, so that was a long time ago.
Yes.
And since then, would you say that going through that period,
AKA Batasui, I don't know if this is sarcastic, but he says, I bet the Dems would have had a better shot if they apologized for 2 years of the COVID crap, COVID and or the BLM crap. And by the way, they should apologize to both sides. They should apologize to normies and they should apologize to the progressives. They should apologize to the normies because they let the rioting go on all summer. They should apologize to the progressives because all of the political momentum that they had in order to pass law enforcement reform, they didn't do a fucking thing with that political momentum. Actually embarrassing.
period of being rejected when you were literally just asking questions from people who were your friends and then kind of sold down
Justin says 1.5 speed it. Listen, bro, I appreciate you donating, but not everybody has ADHD. No.
the river? Did that then make you go, okay, no, actually, I do hate Jews because of what you're doing to me? I'm now responding, and my response is, I hate you all.
No, I never said I hated all Jews, and I've always had Jewish friends. You know, Laura Loomer actually used to be a friend of mine back in 2018. We did a show together in June 2018. I had a Jewish assistant at one point in 2019 after the Groyper War. I'm a Catholic. I've always been a Catholic. I'm a cradle Catholic. So I've never hated anybody. You know, I do have some provocative statements and some controversial views, but I never
like they want to make us die in a holy war. We will make them die in a holy war, referring to Jews. LB says, what is this crap about BLM? 99% of BLM was peaceful. That's white supremacist propaganda. That BLM was violent. Oh, okay. You just want to... Do we just want to pull up like a BLM? Let's just see how many people died in the BLM BLM riots deaths. 25 people died during the unrest. How many billions of dollars of damage? BLM riot dollar estimate of damage. $1 billion. Billion with a B. Nope. I don't accept it. You mean the ones Kyle Rittenhouse murdered? He didn't murder LB. I swear to God. I swear to God, LB, I'm starting to think that you're a groiper pretending to be a progressive black woman just to trigger the fuck out of me.
Said they're attacking me. Now I hate them all. I never took it that far. But what it did do is it demonstrated that, you know, where there's smoke, there's fire. Clearly, if you're pushing on something and you get that hard of a pushback, I'm thinking, I'm not a big deal. I'm an 18-year-old kid. I don't have a big show. What do people care what I have to say? If I'm pushing on this and I'm getting forceful response from these institutions, Campus Reform, Daily Wire, the rest of it, I'm thinking something must be up. So what I did is I just kept pursuing that line of inquiry and saying, well, you know, if this is what they don't want us to talk about, this is what we should be talking about. Obviously, there's something they're hiding there. And this led what I would describe it as is like an 8-year inquiry. You know, I've been digging into this subject for 8 years, and it's sort of a difficult subject because since it is so taboo and since it is so censored, there's like this layered deception where the first layer is they make it so that you don't even want to think about it. No one wants to be thinking about the Jews, you know, or Israel. And certainly nobody wants to be on the wrong side of that. No one wants to be called an anti-Semite or a Nazi or a Hitler. That's sort of layer one. But layer two, because there's so much censorship, you don't even know where to get the information. If somebody wants to know more about this topic, try Googling it. All the search results are curated. If you go on Wikipedia, the sources are curated. So where do you go next? Well, you have to go to the kooks and the cranks and people that have been canceled. Some of them have been canceled because there are hateful people in this world that do hate Jews. There are people out there that are schizophrenic, but they're lumped in, censored, and called names and banished from society, just like the real scholars, just like people like Ron Unz, just like people like Michael Collins Piper, you know, people that have investigated this. And
Gray Jedi says, I would like to see a BLM episode. Sure, we can do it.
Are intelligent, logical people. And so once you sort of descend into the second layer, you know, the second ring of hell of being an anti-Semite, then you have to parse out the information and discern what's real, what's fake. You know, is it a religious thing? Is it a racial thing? Is it an Israel thing, a nation state thing? And then there's subtleties even beyond that, you know, things I've been getting into on my show for the past few years. The deception is so much more convoluted and nuanced and subtle and ubiquitous than even people think. You know, a lot of people think, and, you know, not to kind of leap right into the topic, but people have a vague notion Israel has too much influence over our government. That's really just the tip of the iceberg, because then you get into some of these people that have coalesced around Trump in the past couple of years after October 7th. And it's like there's an obvious reason why there's elements in the right.
Bago Breedy says, hello, Cotter. Just got here. Did you see the food shops video shitting on you? No. I don't want to be too mean, but effectively what happened was food shops was like normalizing lolicon or, you know, pedo cartoon shit in the commentary space. I criticized Chud Logic and her. And then there was a couple of weeks there where she was like, oh, well, if you're going to criticize me, then you should have me on the show so you can criticize me to your face. And then I was running the show with Brianna Wu at the time. And Brianna was like, I don't want to be anywhere near this shit. So Brianna kind of put a kibosh on it. And I was like, you know what? I don't really want to do it either. And so she can be upset. She can be pissed. I was pretty, I don't know. cordial in DMs considering the circumstance. But, you know, I'm not going to pretend that looking at immediately post-pubescent teenagers and using that for pornographic inspiration, I'm not going to pretend that's normal. So she can be pissed if she wants to be. Not my problem. Not my problem. But if you feel, if there was anything substantive, feel free to communicate a substantive criticism. Yeah.
There's almost this form of camouflage they'll do. And one day they're limited government, another day they're white nationalists. You know, guys like Stephen Miller, who will present as very racialist and very nationalistic, very conservative, but yet still extremely loyal to Israel. And you start to say it's not just that Israel influences the government. It's not just there's some vague thing going on. There is this pervasive penetration of our society by a fifth column. And it's so sophisticated and multidimensional and spans many disciplines. It's such a huge topic that you almost have to be a little bit insane to tackle it and to get to the bottom of it, which is sort of...
What's the bottom of it, though, Nick? Because effectively, like, even if you could say this as a critique of Israel's and Jews, or you could say this in support of Israel's and Jews. What, like, I already said it, so I barely want to say it again. The post-World War II narrative that the Jewish diaspora went to two places from Europe. They went to Israel, they went to the United States. There's Jews in the United States who support Israel. They petitioned their government in order to support Israel. They've rewritten Christian anti-Semitism to no longer be anti-Semitic. And then the guilt associated with the horrors of World War II and the Holocaust is kind of wearing off as the generations go on. And so people are calling out the state of Israel. So what is the, I don't know. What's the alternative narrative? What's the deeper conspiracy? What's the thing that goes beyond that? Right? Because, I mean, for me, that's like a perfectly right. If you're a pro-Jew, you can say, okay, well, in spite of this being an intentional effort, I actually do sympathize with the state of Israel and I do sympathize with the Jewish people. Or you can say, I think this is too Machiavellian. I don't support Jewish people in general, and I don't support the Israeli state. So, you know, like what's the extra layer of craziness, right? Like, even if Jeffrey Epstein ends up being a Mossad agent, that could be part of my calculus, where if he's working for CIA and for Mossad in order to leverage blackmail against government forces, of course I'm going to say that's like nefarious and fucked up and whatever. But I've kind of had the presumption, because I'm aware of the history of the CIA, that this is what intel agencies do. So again, I'm kind of bemused at the deeper level. Whatever says there's a vein of anti-whiteness in parts of liberal Jewish community. This is a truth. Sure. And I think we should criticize the fuck out of those people the same way that there's a vein of not just anti-Israeli sentiment. There's a vein of anti-Jewish sentiment where you're not criticizing the state of Israel or its political stuff. You're saying that this is inherent to Judaism. So yeah, there's anti-white behaviors in the Jewish community that I don't like, and there's anti-Jewish white behaviors that I don't like in the white community. If you buy into race as a social construct, which I do. Brandon Zero says, Connor, has Nick actually ever done Holocaust denialism? Yes, because I have seen his anti-Semitism, but it always is an ironic humor that leads me to believe that he is just like an edgy, maybe. But I think that he's basically come out and said that he thinks the Holocaust is exaggerated. So, yeah. Puzzle-headed Cook says, making AIPAC register as a foreign agent is a start and ban dual citizens from serving in government. I don't know the laws around that, and I don't know if there's enough motivation at the democratic level, meaning like the population. I don't know if the population cares enough to do that. I mean, if you can, I don't think, in principle, I don't care. I think that you should swear allegiance to the United States of America, and you should effectively not be a dual citizen. if you serve in government. I agree with that. I don't know if you have enough political momentum to do it. Justin says Nick is anti-Jewish, not an anti-Semite. I don't know what the difference between those two would be. Connor, they discuss race and IQ later in the video. That's where I want to hear your opinion. Based. I'm excited. All right, let's continue. Well, hold on. Whatever says this before we get back into it. The problem with saying race is a social construct is once it becomes from the same people who now tell you sex is a social construct and it prevents ethnic countries preserving themselves. Okay. Anyways.
Me going through the looking glass over the past 8 years. So
Right. So I want to tell you where I agree with you and where I don't agree with you. But first, I just want to ask you, going back to your high school years, because obviously you were very dialed in. You cared about politics. I think you mentioned that you were involved with.
If they, I'm a fast forward 5 because I don't want to talk about high school. I don't care about high school.
he's visibly Jewish.
Okay, but just so we're very clear,
No, I know.
I genuinely had no idea. Your PR person comes. Here are the shows. Okay, yes. Dave Smith. We had amazing conversation when I was on the Daily Wire.
Mhm.
And so your purview here is, okay, well, they're Jewish and she's doing their shows while not saying to your audience she's doing a bunch of other shows too. How is that not you just kind of honing in before we get to the why you think I'm
Sure.
full of
Yeah.
and don't know what I'm doing?
Well, here's the beef, okay? And it's pretty simple.
Sorry, I got to rewind it 2
Dave-
minutes.
Talk about a kid and why he would be mad about, but she is.
And it gets derailed.
Right.
Where I'm going to push back on you is to say that you didn't have this anger where you applied it to everyone. Because one of the, and I don't have this clip, but
One is theological, the other is racial, Valor Media Network. That's how I know you don't know much on religion. What the fuck are you talking about, man? Judaism is... So, number one, Judaism itself, the philosophy, is a religion. Now, Jewish people consider themselves, quote unquote, the Jewish people. But what's interesting about that is that they have multi-ethno-religious backgrounds because of the Jewish diaspora. I don't think there's a single thing that you could say about race or ethno-religious stuff that I haven't considered. So, you know, go ahead and feel free to expand on how I don't know about ethno-religious issues or race.
I know that recently, and this was after I was fired from the Daily Wire, you kind of went on the attack about me speaking to Dave Smith, right? And saying,
Oh my God, Justin says Talmudic Judaism is younger than Christianity. This is like me saying Hadithic Islam. All right. Listen. A black woman is talking. I'm going to sit my white ass down and listen. Okay. The Talmudic Judaism, like there's no Jew who's read the entire Talmud. There's parts of the Talmud that are so fucking boring that nobody's read those parts of the Talmud in hundreds, if not thousands of years. The Talmud also predates Jesus. Yeah. The Talmud was written like as far back as the Persian Empire. There's Talmudic references when they were in Babylonian exile. So again, I think you don't know, Justin, but I'll let Nick explain it, and then I'll try to contend with whatever he says.
actually, I think we do have that clip. Skylar, I think we do have that clip of me speaking to Dave Smith. Do you want to run that clip?
She has nothing to do with me. She wants nothing to do with me. Doesn't do anything with me. No invitation. Won't bring me on the space. Won't bring me on the show. No acknowledgement. Nothing. But she is going to do a show with Dave Smith, Jew, Aiden Ross. You know, and I like Aiden Ross. I've said that before. I like Aiden Ross. But it's like you get canceled and attacked by Jews, and then you go and give it away to all the Jews, really? And finally, Aiden asks her, so what are your thoughts on Nick Fuentes? And she gives this load of PC response.
So the Babylonian Talmud, which was written in Babylonian Aramaic, came out in 70 CE. So that's almost contemporary to Christ. And then not just that, it's you understand that like most societies relayed their history through oral tradition. Like the Old Testament of the Bible goes back to probably 10,000 years before Christ. And the story of Moses is 1200 before Christ. So if it got written down at the time or around the time or immediately after Jesus was born, that has nothing to do with how old the stories are. The Babylonian Talmud, because I remember reading an abbreviated version of the Talmud, has entries from people who were in the Babylonian exile. Yeah, okay, Connor, just watch, dude. Okay, I will.
She goes, well, you know, when he was a kid, he got attacked by them. And I understand why he would be angry and why he would be mad about that. But he needs to grow up and figure out what he wants to do. Oh, really? Oh, really? Bafangul, Candace. Oh, he needs to figure out what he wants to do. I think you need to figure that out. Talk about accusing other people of that which...
Wrong. Talmud talks about Jesus. You guys are fucking dumb as shit. You're going to fucking piss me off. Justin has the pass because he fucking donates. And also he typically has a pretty polite way of communicating disagreement. Cornelius, wrong. The Talmud talks about Jesus. You fucking idiot. The Bible talks about Jesus. Are there parts of the Bible that predate Jesus? Obviously. You're fucking wrong. Shut the fuck up. You have an 80 IQ at best. You walk in here, you act like you know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I know more than you. I've read more history than you. I've read more religious texts than you. So if Nick, who is smart, is going to make me make an argument that I can deal with, that's fine. But at Cornelius, you 60 IQ fucking numbskull fucking guppy fish, wrong. Talmud talks about Jesus. The Bible talks about Jesus. Are you saying the Bible was exclusively written after his death? Obviously not. You fucking tool. Don't tell me my business. I know more than you.
You are guilty. I think he needs to figure out what he wants to do. I think you need to figure out what you want to do because you're full of and everyone knows it. You clearly.
Conservative liberalism, articulating my point, says Jews believe the oral tradition of the Talmud starts with fucking Moses, which is 1200 before Christ. That was my point.
Have no idea what you're doing.
No idea what I am doing.
True.
What do you mean? True?
You didn't invite me on the show.
But what does that? Just let's first go back to the first layer of what you're talking about. She's speaking of Dave Smith. Yeah. What does that have to do with anything? You call out the fact that I spoke to Dave Smith, that I spoke to Aiden Ross. I didn't speak to them because they were Jewish. I also talked to Piers Morgan, all of these shows following me being fired. So you're just looking at the fact that these two, I didn't even know Aiden Ross was Jewish. I just had a PR agent say, do this. I swear I didn't know.
He's visibly Jewish.
Okay, but just so we're very clear,
No, I know.
I genuinely had no idea. Your PR person comes, here are the shows. Okay, yes. Dave Smith, we had amazing conversation when I was on the Daily Wire.
Mm-hmm.
And so your purview here is, okay, well, they're Jewish and she's doing their...
No, I'm not. Oh my God, you fucking idiots. I actually have to explain this. AKA Badasui. I know you. I love you. You're triggering a fucking rant. The Talmud is a series of rabbinical arguments going back and forth. Talmud. The Talmud includes the teachings and opinions of thousands of rabbis on a variety of subjects, including halakha, Jewish ethics, philosophy, customs, history. Okay? The way that the Talmud works is that it's a series of arguments. So basically a rabbi, somebody who studies Judaism, and somebody who is a religious mentor within the community, it is expected throughout his life that he will make arguments related to religion, ethics, philosophy, etc. So what old school said and what I said is that even if the Jerusalem Talmud and the Babylonian Talmud I think they said that they estimated that this was written around 70 CE, so after Jesus was born. And then also, I don't know when the Jerusalem Talmud was written. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. When was the Jerusalem Talmud written? 400 CE. When was the Babylonian Talmud written? They're saying it was written down within the 3rd and 6th centuries, but there was another thing that I Googled where basically it began in 70 CE. Okay? But the point of this is that the Talmud is a series of arguments between rabbis in reference to the Jewish faith, and a lot of this tradition was kept orally. So, 1200, where Moses started before Christ, is arguably when rabbis started arguing about Jewish ethics, philosophy, religious belief, etc. So the fact that it was written in 70 CE or began to be written in 70 CE and then was starting to be written down more codified around 200 CE doesn't mean dick, because it's a bunch of random rabbis arguing about random shit. Even most rabbis haven't read the entire Talmud, and not just that, but the Talmud itself is, there are better and worse parts. The same way, this is like me saying that, have you read this part of a Catholic priest arguing against another Catholic priest separated by centuries? So one Catholic priest in, I don't know, 500 after Christ writes a thesis about religion. And in 800 after Christ, another Catholic priest writes a response. And you're somehow saying that all of this is codified and the same, and that people understand it and know it, and they use it in order to forward a specific agenda. That doesn't make fucking sense. So if you're talking about Talmudic Judaism, I'm going to reject it flat out because I think that the fucking words don't make sense. However, if you say, oh, actually, there's this group that calls themselves Talmudic Jews, and it's a small sect of these people who have excised these lines of argument from the Talmud, and therefore they're a more hardcore aspect of Judaism, I'll believe that. But referring to all Jews as Talmudic Jews is obviously inaccurate. And then also, if you just refer to Jews as haphazardly choosing and picking references and lines of argumentation from the Talmud, that's stupid as shit. That's the same thing that people argue about with hadiths in reference to the Quran. So, no. I probably know more than the groypers in my fucking chat. I'm not referring to the Old Testament. I'm referring to the Talmud.
Their shows, while not saying to your audience she's doing a bunch of other shows too. How is that not you just kind of honing in before we get to the why you think I'm full of shit and don't know what I'm doing?
Well, here's the beef, okay? And it's pretty simple. Dave Smith, in my opinion, and I like Dave because I've done a show with Dave too, and I think he's a good guy. I respect him. I think he's super intelligent. And, you know, he gave me a chance when a lot of people wouldn't. He had me on his show and he defended me because he got attacked a lot from the libertarians.
And that's why you suck, because you get somebody who comes out and defends you and has you on the show when you're being canceled, and then you throw him under the bus for, because like, I don't even know what your beef is. It's like, why not just have be totally like, oh yeah, that was cool. We had a conversation. I disagree with him on some points.
Well, here's why. Because I don't think that I should be grateful for being given a chance.
It's not being grateful. It's just being a decent enough human being. Forget.
Correct. Like, actually, Candace is telling Nick that he should play the clout game better, and Nick is saying, no, fuck you, because he's bitter.
Gratefulness. You don't owe anybody anything.
Okay.
But the point is you kind of.
Jesus is talked about in the Talmud because obviously there's Talmudic arguments after Christ came, and they basically say there's one spicy rabbi who says that because Jesus has led the people astray and led them into worshiping idols, he's actually a fucking asshole, and he's burning in hell in a giant, pit of shit, of burning shit. Jesus is in a giant burning pile of shit Talmud. They replied, with boiling and hot excrement, the Talmud decrees that Jesus is in hell being boiled in feces because he opposed the rabbis. No, that's not what it says. God, this is so fucking frustrating. There's one spicy rabbi. It's basically the destiny of rabbis. Okay?
Of lament the fact that you've been canceled. You lament the fact when nobody will have your platform.
Mm-hmm.
And in the very same breath, talk about being a hypocrite, you're going after Dave Smith for what? Like, why is she doing Dave Smith? Jew.
Well,
No, I never said that Jesus is in the Talmud. I'm saying that the Talmud predates Jesus. You fucking idiots.
Tell you, can I explain why? I'm telling you why.
You can.
So my feeling on Dave Smith, and although I like him, is that, look, he is Jewish. He's also a libertarian, which means that
Justin, don't be paternalistic. I fucking know more than you. I'm probably double your age.
you know, when he talks about, for example, the situation in Iran or Israel, he's an anti-war guy. He says, you know, Trump is a war criminal who needs to be impeached. I don't believe in any of that. I don't care that Trump violated international law. I care that he's influenced by a foreign government. He said on another show, he said, Israel's a satellite of the U.S. We're the empire, and they're our satellite. They're like our aircraft carrier in the Middle East, which is something Joe Biden said, who's an AIPAC man. I think that Dave Smith is somebody who, because he's a paleo-libertarian, like Murray Rothbard, like Ron Paul, like a lot of these guys, he is someone who, because he's anti-war, is sort of forced to confront the Israel lobby. Because if you're anti-war ideologically,
Justin, the Talmud is an argumentative oral history that predates Christ. That is still accurate. That is an accurate statement.
you have to talk about who's driving it, which is the Israel lobby. But he's not a religious Christian. He's a religious Jew or agnostic or atheist.
But Simo says, where do we land our planes in Israel? What's the name of a U.S. base? Number one, I don't know if we have a fucking base there, but we already talked about how we use them for the military-industrial complex development and how they help with the intel. We already talked about that.
He's not really a right-wing guy. He's a libertarian. He's
not a religious Jew.
He says that he's proud of being Jewish. He's proud of his ethnicity. He's proud of Judaism.
Should he not be proud that he's he's just born this way?
Well, but here's the point, though, is so he's not really 100% aligned with my view. Now, here's why that matters. I think that
it doesn't.
No, it does.
It doesn't.
It doesn't. I'll tell you why.
It doesn't. You can't say I want to create people in the image of myself.
No,
That's
I'm
completely ridiculous.
I'm criticizing people that I disagree with. And to put it very succinctly, I think that this conversation about Israel has blown up. It's gotten out of their control. Everyone's getting red-pilled. They want to control the conversation. And I think that Dave Smith is somebody that, because he's Jewish, because he's libertarian, they have selected him as a convenient spokesperson for it, because he doesn't really have a problem with Jews and their Jewishness. He doesn't really talk about the whole fifth column aspect of it. He talks about a very narrow aspect of it, which is there's this Israel lobby and they're sort of influential and they're driving us to war. That's one small selection of it.
So you think, just to clarify, you think he's like a psychological operation?
Yeah, effectively, yes.
Okay.
And I don't think he's doing that knowingly, but I think that they're creating the bounds of the debate by having him be the spokesperson, because
who is choosing him as a spokesperson? I mean,
Joe Rogan,
I could not disagree with that more. I just want to say that I patently disagree with you on this one. This is crazy. I think that he has moved the ball forward so much for, first and foremost, a lot of American Jews to have the courage to even question Israel, because in the same way that we were kind of brought up in the classroom with the, I guess you want to call it, emotional engineering around the Holocaust, learning about the Holocaust as like the biggest, most evil event that ever happened. Imagine if you're Jewish and you learn about that. It's the same way that Black Americans in the classrooms learn about.
Whatever says weird, I keep getting blocked. Well, I don't know what you're writing, but I don't do the block feature. You're getting auto blocked.
Learn about slavery. So I understood the trigger emotional response that Black Americans had during BLM, because there was so much conditioning that happened in the classroom that makes them think that when someone says white supremacy is back, you have to riot. And I will extend that same understanding. I disagree with it, but I understand that when October 7th happens, it's almost like a childhood trauma for these people. You learn this, your whole it's existential crisis for you that something happened in Israel. And then you add in the fact that the ADL is sponsoring these trips to kind of make sure that they stay into this, this is who you are. And if somebody questions this, like, we could end up in the Holocaust again. You have to have some sort of an understanding, even if it's they're wrong,
Right.
you have to give them a little bit of time, a little bit of grace here. And so
I love that Candace is the rational anti-Semite in this conversation, where she's like, listen, the Jews are just traumatized, man. They're just traumatized. So, you have to give them grace. Thank you, Candace. Thank you.
for him to be doing what he's doing and to be enduring a lot of the same stuff that I'm enduring, like, he is on lists, he is being attacked by every single all people that are attacking me are certainly attacking Dave Smith. And your excuse is that he just is born Ashkenazi.
No, that's not my excuse. My problem.
I'm going to lift again.
Married to a Catholic, by the way. So that even that's the part that I am even more confused about, because you said, like, he's a religious Jew. No, he's not. He's married to a Catholic.
What I mean by that is my criticism of Jews comes from a religious place. As a Catholic, we recognize that the Pharisees put Jesus on the cross, and the Talmudic Jews are the descendants of the Pharisees. And we also recognize
he is not a Talmudist. That's what I want to say.
But that's
he's
what I'm
not
saying.
Any of those things. He's married to a Catholic. He's just born Ashkenazi.
But
so when I hear you say Dave Smith, Jew, I think it conflicts with your point about how even white people, like, you're just kind of trained that you should just, like, there's something wrong with you for being born white. No one should feel guilty about how they're born.
Look, it's
like, you know what I mean?
To sum it up succinctly, it's tokenism is what it is. It's a form of saying, we're criticizing the Jews in Israel. How do we soften and dampen the blow? Because we're going to get called anti-Semites if we bring on a guy criticizing Israel. I know we'll bring on a Jewish person, because then we get to say, I'm not an anti-Semite. Here's a Jewish person saying this. Now, and here's the reason.
That's not why I had Dave Smith on. Actually, I had him on my podcast before I even left the Daily Wire. We had a 3-hour conversation about talking about war. And truly, because I think it's important for you to hear this, I think sometimes you internet too hard.
Agreed. What's funny is watching Candace be the adult in the room in reference to this. Never assign to malice what can be assigned to incompetence or stupidity. And when it comes to Hasan Piker, I overwhelmingly assign to stupidity more than I assign to malice. Cameron Mosley, Connor, why are we doing this? Because suffering for your entertainment is my job. And so far, I have been paid to do that job, and I am going to continue to get paid to do this job. And I'm a masochist.
The way that Dave Smith came onto our podcast on Daily Wire, he wasn't even on my radar. Skylar, who you just met, the producer, was a massive Dave Smith fan for years, and just kind of like what the libertarian
that explains a lot
debate that was being had. He's like, you got to check out this guy Dave Smith. And I was like, cool, book him. Let's get him on the show. And it was my favorite podcast that I did at Daily Wire. So I just liked him.
Okay.
That's it. There was no incentive of like, well, let me get this guy on again. I was like, can we create the magic of what we spoke about war? Because I'm kind of falling, I guess, down the rabbit hole and learning a lot. And he had a lot of information I didn't know.
Yeah.
And that was it. So there was nothing behind it. So when I hear you say it, I'm like, okay, are you interneting too hard? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A little bit. Do you think that you can kind of believe your own ideas? And look, we're all guilty of that.
No, and look, I mean, I'm going to stand by my point here, which is that me and Dave Smith are not ideologically on the same page, and will never be, because I am a Catholic and he is Jewish. Because he is Jewish, he still has affinity with Jewish people. And so my end game is to say, look, Thomas Aquinas said that Jewish people should be basically enserfed to the Catholic Church. I don't believe that. But the idea that we have Jewish people in America that are billionaires, that are running all the major media conglomerates, that are influencing the government, and they take advantage of the dual citizenship, it literally cannot be allowed. Like, by definition, systematically or systemically, this creates problems. And so,
see, and this is where I have to know the policy solution. I have to know the policy solution, right? because this is antithetical to the Republic of the United States of America. Okay, so if we look at the First Amendment of the United States, Congress shall make no laws respecting the establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or of the right of the people to peaceably assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. This was actually our First Amendment. And then we've since had the Supremacy Clause saying that you cannot discriminate based off of religion even at the state level. And so the argument is effectively like we are in a wholly religious struggle where we must dispossess Jews of their power and influence and clout. And by its very nature, it would have to be extra legal. So these people are not Republican. They vote in the Republican Party because MAGA allows them to be a vehicle through which to achieve their political goals. But this is extra constitutional in and of itself definitionally. So I have no problems effectively saying that these people are my enemies. They are my political enemies. We are on opposite sides of a political issue. Cornelius says, Mosley, we must dissect the irrational hate of the Groypers at the fastest growing group within young conservatives. Are you going to react to more movies? Yeah, of course. Matter of fact, Tyler Pham, I already have 6 weeks of science fiction and Star Wars breakdown content already shot, and the editor is working on it. We're just waiting for the green light from the business guy so we can get an LLC and so we can disperse the funds. So literally, as soon as he does that, we're going to have weekly content for 6 weeks. And of course, I'm going to keep shooting content as we go. Yeah. And then Cornelius, I think you're making the same mistake as Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker thought that because his movement grew by 5% or 10%, that he was gaining political relevancy. But what he doesn't recognize is that the rest of the political world abhors him. So he's not going to be politically viable. This is the Connor I like seeing thinking hard. Thanks. Extra legal W. See, yeah, Cornelius is just like, yeah, fuck the Constitution. Well, no, and bump you, right? My mother is saying that I'm saying the F word too much, so I'll try to use other words to insult you. Trump is deporting legal citizens if they criticize Israel. No, he's not. The only person that got detained for deportation was Mahmoud Khalil, who wasn't a citizen. He was a green card holder, and he was released recently. So I think you're just making stuff up. Whatever says Connor do Forbidden Planet? For the Sci-Fi Channel? Maybe. All right. Crypto Pleb says Groypers will win. Watch. Doubt.
When I go on my show, I'm saying we can't have Jewish people in government. Like, we can't have them having billions of dollars.
Okay, yeah, literally talking about extra constitutional, extra legal political movement.
This is a problem. It's like a national security problem because they are a fifth column. And as evidenced by recent developments, they're not loyal to America. Now,
I agree with you. And that's why I want to add this. I agree with you on the point that there is this operating fifth column of Zionism.
No.
Okay? No, but I want to be clear. And I'll tell you, this is where we disagree.
All right.
Because I think it's ridiculous to say to someone who's literally just born, he's like, I'm Ashkenazi, that is just his DNA, who is married to a Catholic, so you cannot call him a religious Jew. He is not a Zionist. He hasn't even been to Israel. So how do you just condemn him? And then also, how is that not toxic to what you're trying to do? So if you're saying that your entire platform is, I want to...
LB says, that's a lie, Connor. There's an American citizen Marine in detention right now. Yeah, is he deported? And was he detained specifically because he criticized the state of Israel?
Awaken people to this fifth column. Well, if I'm a Jewish person, okay, and I'm being raised and maybe I'm worried about Israel because I kind of grew up and was told that I have to care about this because of the Holocaust, whatever it is, and I see this guy who's just going, Jew, guilty, you're Jew, doesn't matter, DNA, like you're 23andMe up there, Jew, guilty, okay? And
which Nick has done jokingly in the past.
And you think that your ideas are going to grow with that perspective?
Well, they are. So that's happening. But
is that because of thanks to you or thanks to Dave?
I think it's thanks to me. But if you're asking me, I will answer. if you're lecturing me,
No,
I'll take the
I
lecture.
genuinely want to. I'm asking you the question
I'll
sincerely.
tell
You think
you.
it's growing because of you and not because of people like Dave who are going, okay, like, yeah, you can also think like this. It's okay to have this perspective. Like, you think it's because they're watching your show and they're going, he's got it right.
Let me give you a direct answer about the first part about Dave Smith. Just because he's born Jewish. What did he say when he went on Joe Rogan and he debated, what's the guy's name? He debated the British guy, forget
Douglas Murray.
Douglas Murray.
Mhm.
When he debated Douglas Murray said, and you hear this is the woke right phenomenon, which Dave has criticized, but Douglas said, there is this dark element that is growing on the right. They're Holocaust deniers. They hate Jews. They would, if they slip on a banana peel, they blame a Jew and all the rest of it. Dave Smith said, I agree with you. Those people are a problem. I'm against Holocaust denial and all this sort of stuff. Joe Rogan went on the attack against Jake Shields, who's a friend of mine and a fighter and a boxer.
And Jake Shields tweets about the Jews and Holocaust denial all the time. What's the point here?
And you see this over and over and over again with people like Dave Smith and even someone like Daryl Cooper, who's not Jewish. And
LB says that's not the point. People's due process is being violated. Posse Comitatus Act is being violated. LB, no one here, including Cornelius and whatever, and Justin, no one here is talking about Posse Comitatus, and no one here is talking about due process being violated. No one's talking about that. You literally just made up something to type in all caps.
you know, I talked to Daryl recently and we kind of made amends, but Daryl Cooper put out an article on a Substack saying the same thing. He said, I started talking about the Jews. I opened up this can of worms. Now that's all people want to hear about. He said, so I'm done talking about it because, you know, there's people that can't handle it and they're taking it too far. And when I hear that from Daryl Cooper, when I hear that from Dave Smith, when they say Israel's our satellite, our aircraft carrier, I say something's not right here. There's clearly a subtle difference here. And that has a lot to do.
Okay, there you go. LB says, I'm talking about it. And Cornelius says, so true, Connor, extra legal, get him out. Now, LB, I'm listening to Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens argue about politics. So you can argue with Cornelius about violations of due process. Go ahead.
With, you know, maybe Daryl Cooper not being a complete radical. And I think that has a lot to do with Dave Smith being Jewish because he says that his ancestors died in the Holocaust. Now, I don't think that he'll ever be able to say in the way that I can, you know, that maybe the Holocaust wasn't legitimate or, you know, maybe there's more to the story on World War II because it's his grandparents.
Okay, but
I love God, I wish Nick would just respond to DMs, bro. Great, dude, Justin, Cornelius. Where is Nick live? Is Nick live on Rumble? Is that his primary platform, or is he still primarily on Cozy TV? Where do people super chat him? Do they super chat him on Cozy? Oh, this isn't it. Do they super chat him on Cozy TV or do they super chat him on whatever? Because I'll super chat him. Rumble. Okay.
He says my ancestors went up the smokestacks at Auschwitz. And someone like me, I say, I don't care about Auschwitz. I don't care about the Holocaust. I'm done hearing about it. I have no affinity with that.
right. But you also mentioned Daryl Cooper and you also mentioned Joe Rogan. These two people are not Jewish, right?
Right.
So are you saying that they're all condemned? Like, why does it matter? If Dave Smith, maybe he believes that, maybe he's wrong, maybe he believes it, who knows? If Joe Rogan says that, maybe he's wrong, maybe he believes it. Let's say we don't know. Daryl Cooper, what is the difference between these three individuals? Like, why is one represent a problem for you versus like your idea? Going back to what you said, right? Let's tackle the idea. Let's actually debate the idea. So do you not see how you run into conflict with yourself? You're like, well, here's my story. I just wanted to debate the idea. And then when it comes to Dave Smith, rather than saying, I disagree with what you just said, about whatever topic, saying that there is this strand, let's actually have the debate because the better idea will win. That's how my brain works.
Yeah, well, here's why. Because this is another form of gatekeeping. When Joe Rogan says, okay, you're cool. Dave Smith is cool. But Jake Shields, he's a Holocaust denier. That's not cool. That's dark and evil and real anti-Semitism. You hear that all the time. They say, are you like a Dave Smith guy or are you a real anti-Semite?
Yeah, Nick, because people want to know if you think lining up people based off of immutable characteristics and shooting them in the back of the head is an acceptable thing to do or not. We already know that you said that you want to do something that's extra legal and contrary to the Constitution of the United States. So if that's your limiting, if you don't have a limiting principle in reference to that, then what is your limiting principle? We've had a conversation in the past. Nick said that he wants an authoritarian Christian imperium in which he's the dictator. So he wants to be a dictator. So number one, I don't think that's going to happen. Number two, what's the limiting principle? Justin says you have to donate 10 or more. Okay, cool. He on that knicker time, though. He's always late. True. All right, Mom, cover your ears. Jake Shields has also has cauliflower ear and CTE. Only Jenna Jameson has taken more shots to the head than him. That is spicy.
Because you know what they say? If you're a real anti-Semite, you're out of the club. You don't get invited on the show. You know, Piers Morgan won't have me on the show. He banned me. Tim Pool banned me. Joe Rogan banned me. And it's like, wait a second.
Yeah,
So,
because they don't want to normalize it.
Some people are able to go on these shows and express some form of the view, which is, again, like what you're saying, there's this Israel lobby. But if you go out and say, you know what, 6 million, I'm not buying it. You know, I think this is a political narrative. I think it's atrocity propaganda serving a fifth column. Suddenly they say, well, that's real anti-Semitism. We want nothing to do with that. You know, you remain outside. And so, and look, it's not to me about, you know, people then say, oh, well, you're envious. Look, I love doing my show. I love doing what I do. I want the real truth to prevail. And there's this concept of a limited hangout. This is a
But is it based on truth, Nick? So for instance, right now, if I go and check, the primary documents are on the Holocaust website. They're on the website. Now, I don't read German, so I have no idea. But the claim is that these documents show hundreds of thousands of people being processed through work camps and death camps. And we have things like Ordinary Men, which is law enforcement liquidating a population of 1,200 over the course of 2 weeks, where they just line people up, shoot them in the back of the head, throw them in a ditch. And they spend 8 hours a day doing that, liquidating people. So are you saying those things didn't happen? Are you saying it didn't happen on a scale that you care about? What are you saying? And is that thing that you're saying rooted in truth?
CIA tool, and I'm sure you've heard of it, but for your audience that maybe hasn't, when they believe that disclosure is inevitable, a secret, a taboo, hidden narrative that they don't want to get out, when it's inevitable that it is going to go out, what they will do is they will leak out some of the truth. The public is so enamored with the new information, they go no further, and they actually don't get to the critical details. And I think that, you know, we're basically at that point with the Israel lobby and the Jewish topic. Clearly something is going on.
So you're just distrusting, and that's fine to say that you're distrusting.
No, well, I'm distrusting
I
naturally,
just,
but-
yeah. I mean, I think it's fine to, and you are correct, by the way, that there are these operations where they do these limited hangouts, and I'm very aware of that. That is true. And sometimes I have that in my mind when I'm watching something. I'm like, this feels like a limited hangout. Like they're not really kind of getting to the nucleus of the conversation. But I just really disagree with you that like just Dave is just guilty and condemned simply because he's born
I
Ashkenazi.
didn't say because he's Jewish.
Well, in the clip, I think you just went like Dave Jew, and it's like, what does it matter? Dave
I'm
Joe
sick of the
Rogan not
tokenism.
Jew.
I'm sick of the
But,
tokenism.
okay, and I'll tell you another reason why I disagree with that. And we can move on from Dave Smith because I like him, and I'm whoever I like. I don't really care. To adapt my opinions
So why use gas chambers? Why not? Plurality of tactics.
On the basis of yours, but I also just in general feel like I was that person for BLM And I'm genuine. I was totally genuine. And that was kind of my wake up call. BLM, I didn't really accept the victim narrative, maybe a little bit like you, naive, walked into it like, oh, I'm just not going to support this thing. And I don't really want to be a Democrat. And then I dealt with the full weight of an attempted cancellation by the left at first. And kind of like she's, the token for the right. And people saying, well, they're only platforming her because she's a Black person that agrees. And to some degree, maybe that's true. Like, obviously, like there is an element of tokenism, but I'm saying what I believe.
Sure.
I was saying what I believe.
And I don't doubt his sincerity. I don't doubt his sincerity at all.
So why problematize it? That's what I'm trying to get to. So it's then he's out there having to fight amongst these pro-Israel people. He's fighting the same Zionists that we are on the topic of Israel. And on top of that, he's got to deal with Nick Fuentes talking trash about him because it's like, well, this is just, who cares? If he can't help who he is. I couldn't help it. I was Black and disagreed with BLM. I'm just Black and disagree with BLM,
Well, here's the reason why. It's...
That's a whole can of worms, and if we unpacked it, I would be here for 20 minutes. So I'm trying to think of what was substantively said. So what I've heard so far is that Nick started out in Conservative Inc., that he had a bone to pick with Israeli influence in government, that he continued to pick at that bone, and as a result, he was ostracized and pushed to the side by Conservative Inc. He started his own show and was successful through criticizing Conservative Inc., but also trying to claim the America First brand, which I think he has done successfully. All of the dissident right-wing people besides him have burnt out. He thinks that some of the anti-Zionist propaganda in the mainstream news being acceptable, but not the more hardcore narratives being acceptable, is showing how this isn't a true free marketplace of ideas, and that most people are sanitizing for advertisers consciously or subconsciously, and that he wants to have the real conversation. Well, okay. I'm ready for the real conversation, Nick. Let's stop talking about how we can't have the real conversation. Let's have the real conversation. Let's have the real conversation. Let's do it.
A little bit irritating because Dave Smith, for all the flack that he's getting, he remains on YouTube. He's been on YouTube the whole time. He remains on Twitter. He's been...
Cicero says, have you watched Foundation, Connor? No, but last night I actually watched Prometheus. Sorry, quick break. Let's all take a little break. Let's do a breather, okay? Let's do some box breathing. In 2, 3, 4. Hold 2, 3, 4. Out 2, 3, 4. In 2, 3, 4. Hold 2, 3, 4. Out 2, 3, 4. Okay. Have I been watching Foundation? No, but it's obviously on my list of shows to break down for the Sci-Fi Channel. I'm trying to break down in semi-chronological order. Interesting thing, though, is a lot of Predator movies are set in the present day or the near future. So I'm finding a lot of my present day sci-fi content is heavily stacked with Predator, but I'm going to throw in a couple to mix it up. And Foundation is obviously on the list. So it's probably not for a while, but it's on there. I don't know if I wanted to answer anything else in reference to this. I think I'm just ready to have the conversation. I'm tired of saying that we can't have the conversation. I just want to have the conversation. And I wonder if it's going to be any different than there's a Zionist narrative that supports the existence of the state of Israel and Jews supporting the state of Israel. And I think that that narrative is sympathetic, and he thinks that it's not. And then he wants to do extra legal, extra constitutional things in order to implement a Christian theocracy. That might be the totality of the argument. And he's skeptical about some World War II stuff.
And on Twitter the whole time. He has bank accounts, he has payment processors. And now that people are waking up about Israel, they want to invite a Jewish person on to tell us we're not real anti-Semites, we're not Holocaust deniers, but maybe something's wrong with Israel. And here I am, having been banned on YouTube, been banned by banks.
Nah, Prometheus didn't suck. It had like 2 or 3 moments that were pretty fucking stupid. Sorry for the F-bomb, Mom. It had 2 or 3 moments that were pretty stupid. As an example, like when the cobra worm showed up and the guy was trying to tame it. I think they could have reshot that where he was a biologist trying to capture it for study. I think that would have been better than him just being like, oh, girl, don't worry about it, whatever. You know, like where he was trying to like coup this like wild animal. I think that was kind of stupid. Obviously everybody taking off their masks repeatedly was pretty stupid, but I did think that it was funny that they made fun of it. You know, in the beginning where the guy was like, I'm gonna take off my mask, and everybody's like, you're an idiot. And then he's like, I'm gonna do it anyways because I want to be comfortable. And then he did it. And then everybody was like, yeah, we're gonna take off our masks. Like, even though people are getting infected randomly and dying randomly, we're gonna keep taking off our masks because we want to be comfortable. That was dumb. Some of the biological exposure stuff in the surgeon stuff was dumb. But the general themes of your creations not being what you want them to be, and dominion over your creation, and what if the gods, because they worship the engineers as gods, what if the gods hated you? That was I actually liked all the themes of Prometheus.
Every streaming platform, all of it condemned, life destroyed, and people still are gatekeeping me and saying you're a real anti-Semite. And I'm saying, well, you know, obviously we didn't come far enough. So I don't doubt his sincerity. And he's a big boy. You know, he doesn't mind that I'm trash talking him. And I still consider him a friend, even though I've been critical of him. But, you know, we have to go a little bit further than to say,
yeah, and the David psychology, Charles Burrows, Prometheus is a million times better when you watch David from the Alien Covenant first. Viewing David as evil the entire time makes the movie more fascinating. Yeah, Charles Burrows. So I've seen a lot of clips from Prometheus and from Alien Covenant before I even watched it. And so I always knew that David was this like creepy, inhuman manipulator who like resented humanity. And what I liked about knowing that going into it is there's actually this tension between him and Shaw's husband or boyfriend, where Shaw's husband or boyfriend keeps giving David shit for not being human and not really understanding like emotion or what words mean or anything like that. And so he keeps giving him flack, effectively calling him like furniture. And David has this like smirk the entire time. And there's actually a moment right before he poisons him with the black goo where he says like, what would you do in order to speak with your creators and uncover this mystery that's driving you? And the husband or the boyfriend or whatever says, anything and everything. And Dave almost uses that moral license to be like, oh, you would do anything and everything to achieve your goal? Well, I'll do anything and everything in order to achieve my goal. And then he poisons him, which I actually thought was interesting. It was an interesting plot moment. Cornelia says, no, Nick is debanked since a decade ago. Also, no PayPal, credit card processing, etc. Yeah, for his business, I'm sure. I wonder if he can get a personal checking account, though. Would anybody like do a social media check before he can get a personal checking account? Well, QC John says, as a blood member of the Ashkenazi devout charcoal and wood smoker tribe of the Grill Hottest, I disagree with our savior, Hank Hill. I believe his narrow urethra made him impatient for heat, thus propane. All right, anyways.
something's up with the Zionists or Israel. It's not Israel. It is the Jews. And I think that Dave Smith.
See, and that's, so is that the deeper mystery? The deeper mystery is that it's not just Israel, it's also the Jews. Well, I mean, the Jews are sympathetic with Israel, like to a tune of 2-1 or 3-1. Jews are sympathetic to Israel. I'm going to write that down as a debate point. What is it? Sorry, real quick. What was it? It's not Israel. It's the Jews. That doesn't contradict any of the narrative that I've built in my head.
Being a Jewish libertarian, I don't think he's ready to go that far. I don't think he is.
I want to know what you mean by that. So I'm just so we're clear. Is your perspective that if people don't platform you, it's because they don't want to go too far?
It may be that they aren't that far ideologically, but then that's my job to push them farther. And that's why I say it.
To what end? To what end? So Christian imperium, extra constitutional barring of Jews from finance and owning corporations, extrajudicial deportations based off of religion. To what end? Because effectively that's the question, right? So if it's his job to lead people descriptively up to the point that it's not just Israel that has undue influence over the United States government, and that's bad, and we should do something about it. It's also sympathetic Jews within the United States who are pushing this. Therefore, what? What are we going to do with that description?
That's why I say, you know, and
Or maybe they just disagree with you. Have
you're
you
a
ever,
good
but that's
example.
Charles Burrow says, yeah, there's a lot of depth in those movies that I think a lot of people missed on first viewing. They went in expecting another Aliens movie, but got a philosophical movie about androids and gods and worship and legacy and creation. Yes, Charles Burrows. And I actually enjoyed it a lot. Quick shill time because we are down to our last hour. Like the stream. That's free. Helps us in the algorithm. Lets other people know that we're live. Engage in chat. There's lots of funny, interesting people in there, even though they piss me off every single day and drive me crazy. Watch the VODs and comment on the VODs. That's another free way that you can support the channel. And as a result, I get that sweet, sweet AdSense revenue. If you have money burning a hole in your pocket and or you're enjoying the content, please do a $5, $10, $2 super chat. I appreciate any money. Every dollar helps the channel grow. And then also, once memberships are turned back on, please become a member or gift the membership to other people. Parasocially love you. I think I'm going to grab some water and use the restroom, but I'll be right back.
another thing.
Then
Maybe
they
they
should have
just
me on the
disagree
show.
with you.
But I'm gatekept.
Okay, but if the more important, so for me, if like I care deeply about what's happening to the Palestinians, obviously, I've made a point to talk about that. And I very much see what you're speaking about, that there is this coordinated, very sinister movement. I think it operates on the left and the right, whether it's the ADL or APAC, the money is flowing to instantly cancel people, to get them fired. And it's vicious. I mean, it is dirty business. And to survive it, it's hard for most people to even survive it when they go through it, because they're so smeared. It's like an effective tar and feathering. And for it to happen when you were 18 is ridiculous. But at the same time, if I'm going to use my platform to speak about that, I want to make sure that I'm hosting people that can explain to people that otherwise may not even be aware of that.
Right.
So if you're going to host, why are you sitting this person down on your show? Well, because we're having a conversation about something that's important. I can either learn from that person, right? Or I think that this person can teach something to my audience, right? If I were to host you and that was the clip that's coming out, do you think people are going to go, yeah, that just made me realize here I am just believing that we should, I'm a normal conservative like you. You said you were 18. I like these people. And the first thing I hear Nick Fuentes say is, Dave, they're not going to think that you're a good person.
This is concern trolling. I'm sorry,
No,
but this is tone policing, and this is concern trolling.
It's not. No, it's not.
It is
It's not tone
absolutely.
policing. Hold up. Let's back it up because I'm going to let you speak. It is not tone
someday.
policing. What I am saying is that you just went through the fact that you genuinely were coming up, that you were a conservative, you genuinely liked Ben Shapiro, you genuinely thought these things. So that wasn't you would not look back on yourself and say, well, that I was problematic. You just would be like, that makes sense.
Right.
And I'm saying to you that the majority of people have that perspective. You don't have to assign an evil motive. You get into something because you believe it. That's it. It's just that simple.
Okay.
And if you're then going to have somebody who's condemning them, what are we learning? If you're just going to say you're this, you're that, it's like you've forgotten yourself. Like some people just aren't there wherever you are.
Okay, but I missed the part where I condemned him. And I talked about the Dave Smith part repeatedly. And by the way, you're mixing it up and saying, well, if people watch the show, what are they going to think if they see that clip?
I'm just trying to say to you, why would someone maybe say,
can I talk? Can I answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
Come on.
Go ahead.
I mean, so,
Oh, I missed it. It got spicy?
Look, I'm a funny guy. I'm bombastic. I'm provocative. That's part of it. And you know what? You can concern troll and tone police about, whether
I wouldn't have
kind
you
of
on
are,
if I'm tone policing and
call
playing
Dave
your clips.
Smith Jew.
Sorry, Justin. I don't think the Jews had rights in Europe until Napoleon emancipated them. Well, Justin, contemporary. I think Napoleon was early 19th century. Black folk didn't have rights in the United States of America. I think that was bad. Generally speaking, this is actually what pisses me off is I was raised to believe and still believe that we are human beings, that ultimately what separates us as a species is less than we imagine, and that we can all push for the things that make humans happy, which is ideally waking up, being productive, taking care of your family, taking care of your community. And that's about it. That's really all humans need in order to be happy, satisfied, purposeful, etc. And so these tribal differences are important. What ideology runs the world is important. But ultimately, even if somebody's a Jew or they're black or brown or Hispanic or Muslim or Christian or Hindu or whatever, they should all be afforded some level of life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, dignity, purpose, et cetera, to the maximal degree that humanity is capable of delivering those human goods. And so when somebody says, oh, well, the Jews didn't have rights until Napoleon, I'm kind of wondering what your point is. Because Justin, even if you don't mean it this way, the implication is that Jews shouldn't have rights because 200 years ago, they didn't. So you can say that that's not what you said, but that's the implication of what you said. So should we, as a country, pass a law and say, if you're Jewish, either ethnically or religiously, you are no longer able to keep property? And is that quote unquote cure better than the quote unquote disease, which, by the way, I don't agree is a cure or a disease, of the Israel lobby having undue influence over American politics? Mega Zero says, Valor, you love it. It's like having a crap ton of siblings. You're right. It is like arguing with brothers and sisters, 100%. Bud123 says, did trying to cancel Nick Fuentes at first result in him being further right than if he was never canceled? Yeah, probably. Because nobody ever answered his questions in reference to Israel and the Jewish lobby. The answers that they gave were very lackluster, and then they tried to destroy his career. So, except oppressors, right? Yeah. World-renowned GeoHound says, Connor, smiley face. Well, all right.
This we're laughing during the clip.
Yeah,
You and I are
it's
laughing.
funny.
It's funny. And
I'm
that's
laughing
why,
at you making fun of me. I don't mind you making fun of me.
Yeah, and I don't
I'm
mind
chill.
you making fun of me if you've ever done that. I mean, and I'm chill too.
No, I don't care. I'm not, like I said, I told you. It's
What you said was missing the point and you still don't get it? Oh, gotcha. You're talking to LB. My bad.
I like that about you because I think that you're hardcore. I think we're kind of similar in that way. We don't have thin skin. So I appreciate that about you. And I know that Dave Smith is the same way. And I said on that show and other show,
still going to be lifting while I'm listening.
I like him. I think he's a good guy. And I agree with you. I think he's sincere and I respect him. And I think he's a good person, actually.
He is.
But I do think that we disagree. And to the extent that I'm critical of the situation, it's not a personal directed at him. I know maybe it comes across that way or it sounds like that to you, but I've said it repeatedly on my show and that's not the only time I talked about it. I said the problem is this idea, and again, intentional or not, that we need permission from a Jewish person sitting there so that we're not real anti-Semites to talk about the issues. And I also disagree with Dave Smith on the extent of it. Now, maybe he fundamentally disagrees. I'd love to talk to him about it. That'd be fine with me. But it does come from a place of disagreement. I'm not condemning him.
I think he genuinely just disagrees with you. And that's kind of the point I'm trying to say when I say don't internet too hard, is that sometimes you can assign a conspiracy where it's just not, that's not the motive. Like for me, I just wanted to have Dave on my show because I had him on before and I think he's great and I like his stuff. He's one of my favorite follows. That's it.
Never assigned to malice what can be explained by stupidity.
I don't even think about the fact, well, he's a Jew, so let me have him on to tokenize the situation. I don't care. I just like him, you know?
Yeah.
And in terms of why I could try to appreciate where if
Hi, Jonah, good to see you.
somebody's trying to wake somebody up to something, you know, you could dump, I guess, a bucket of ice on someone when they're sleeping and wake them up. Or you
Sorry, this is more important than the content. Bud123 says, I have gone to the gym at least 3 times a week for 5 weeks now. My chest, triceps, and biceps look more defined, and I got stronger, but I did not gain any weight. Based.
You could kind of say, okay, you know, are you starting to, with my sisters, we have this debate right now about me being a Catholic, my sisters are not Catholic. I don't need to be like, you must understand why the Catholic faith is right. And it's like, I got there. They're not.
Cornelia says, why should we tolerate people who hate us, control our financial system, our media, intellectual centers, and foreign policy? Would you support a radical Salafist in control of these powers? I think that plenty of Anglos, Celts, Iberians, Spanish, Italians, Greeks, some Turks, some Middle Eastern and North African folk also participate in finance, media, intellect, etc. And oftentimes the agendas that get assigned exclusively to the Jews are also beneficial to these other people. And so I think you're scapegoating our systems onto one ethno-religious group and assigning them a religious motivation that many of them don't have. You explain it through ethno-religious supremacy. I often explain it through like nihilism, materialism, and self-worship, which many people are guilty of. So, yeah. Including Anglos, who also run a lot of our social power structures.
There yet. Like, chill. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Here's where I was. My sisters were Democrat when I got into politics. And we've always kept a sense of humor about things. So it never became this toxic name calling stuff. Well, it was, but it was like with a sense of humor about it. Like my sisters would be like, have fun at your Klansman rally. And I'd be like, cool, because I'd ask her to watch my cat. But the idea that I think that at the moment that I recognize something or at the moment that I become something, everyone else must therefore become that thing. I think that's asinine. I do.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that. Look, my show is my platform, and I say what I feel about the situation, and my audience is already there with me. You know, I'm doing a show, and by the way, I don't even do it for the audience. I say what I say. I said it 8 years ago when it really wasn't popular. I said it 5 years ago when it was a little more popular. I'm saying it now, and you know, so and that's the difference, I guess, is this is a common critique of me and my audience. People say, well, are you being tactful? Are you being strategic? These kinds of things.
Which is also my criticism of Steven, by the way. Lol.
I'm not setting plays. You know, I will acknowledge I'm impulsive. I am bombastic. I'm out there. I'm a maniac, you know. But my job is to put the truth out there.
Cornelia says, the question is, are you okay with a radical Salafist becoming president or by AT&T or Comcast? Yeah, not really. I don't think I can prevent a Salafist from buying AT&T or Comcast. But I don't think that you've proven that the Talmud has radicalized a small sect of ethno-religious supremacist Jews who view the Goyim as cattle and who have, you know, created all of society in order to fleece them to the exclusive benefit of this, you know, Ubermensch class. I don't think you've proven that in the fucking slightest. And then same thing with the Christian nationalists. So the same way, let's say that Talmudic Judaism was a specific subsect of Jews who were ethno-religious supremacists who viewed the rest of the world as cattle, and they had disproportionate influence in American government and American power structures. The same way that I would be hostile to a ethno-religious Jewish supremacist taking over vast swaths of the American government and power structure is the same way that I would be hostile to a Salafist or a jihadist or a Christian nationalist.
I am the bucket of ice
who wants to use extrajudicial and extra constitutional authority in order to purge society of the unclean.
Cold water, and I'm dumping it on people, and some people are going to get it, and some people it's going to take them longer. I'll let other people set the plays. I'll let other people kind of do the breadcrumbs and do this incremental approach. Me, I kind of figured it out. I was off to the races from the beginning, and I just want to cut to the chase and get to the most fundamental part of the idea. And so, you know, that's why some
goalpost status obliterated. No, I literally said that I wouldn't support the thing that you said, but there's two other things that I also wouldn't support for the same reasons. Please tell me how the goalpost was shifted, Cornelius. I don't think you'll be able to. So you want the simple answer to your question. Would I support a ethno-religious supremacist Jew controlling all of society or controlling vast swaths of society? No. Is that clean enough for you? Now you got your clip. Now the added addendum is I don't want any ethno-religious supremacists in charge of my society.
People don't like me, granted. But I think the big picture is that I have been suppressed for 10 years because, I mean, we could sit here all day long and say, were you mean to this one? Were you mean to that one? Was this out of pocket? The fact of the matter is I have been more censored than anybody for 10 years.
Yeah.
And that's the real reason. So, and this.
Yeah. Tallybots. The more quote unquote radical the Jew, the more insular the Jew. It is overwhelmingly secular and assimilated Jews who are overrepresented in politics and business. The Talmud has nothing to do with it. Yeah. So I'm of the opinion that Tally's opinion is more in line with reality. So you're going to have to find me evidence that there's this secret, not even secret, maybe they're open, ethno-religious supremacist organization that's running the United States.
But you're not still being censored. I'm just trying to provide feedback.
I am though.
Provide feedback to what you just said in that clip. Like, why wouldn't they have me on their platform? I'm not tone policing. Go on your show, say whatever you want. Actually, I would make the argument that you're kind of tone policing our shows by saying, why won't they? Look, whatever. I'm just saying, don't assign evil motive where there just might not be one. Like,
I don't
it's
think
just,
I am.
Okay,
I was
fine.
mad that you wouldn't. Well, you don't believe me, but I was mad that you know, you're saying, okay. You're mad that, well, I was mad that you wouldn't have me on the show because, you know, look, I stand you so hard on Twitter. I was Candace Owens, and the Groypers were there for you for Daily Wire, and they wanted the collab so bad last year. And you kept saying, well, we'll do it. But then you said,
what are you talking about? Let's back this up.
Okay.
Because I do want to get to this. This is actually something that I find to be very funny. First and foremost, because I don't know what a Groyper is. Okay. This is, and I will give you credit where credit is due. You have managed to infect the brains of 40-plus-year-old men. And that is actually, I think, the most compelling part about you is I watched as I was coming up in my career, and I will say I've had 4 kids in the last few.
You've managed to infect the brains of a bunch of 40-year-old men. No, Nick's demographics go younger. Sorry for the voice crack. Nick's demographics go substantively younger. I would say 15 to 40-year-old men. And did Candace say that she had 4 kids? Jesus. Sorry.
Mad that you know, you're saying, okay. You're mad that, well, I was mad that you wouldn't have me on the show because Owens had last year.
Let's back this up.
Okay.
Because I do want to get to this. This is actually something that I find to be very funny. First and foremost, because I don't know what a Groyper is. Okay.
She's talking about.
I will give you credit where credit is due.
Critics.
You have managed to infect the brains of 40-plus-year-old men. And that is actually, I think, the most compelling part about you is I watched as I was coming up in my career, and I will say I've had 4 kids in the last few years. I don't pay attention to. I think you were.
It's at 54:41. And it stopped allowing me to pause.
I have to go a little bit further. You so hard on Twitter. I was Candace so bad.
To be is brains. Telling part about for you.
There we go. Oh, stop! Don't frickin'.
I watched as I was coming up in my career, and I will say I've had 4 kids in the last few years. I don't pay attention to. I think you were on Cozy TV.
Yes,
you were banned everywhere. I only know that because 40-year-old men were obsessively asking me to come out and condemn you. I'll name one of them, Seth Dillon of the Babylon Bee. He lives in a Groyper simulation. And I'm just, to me, interested in the idea that the 18-year-old kid who's been banned everywhere, and you have to jump through the hoops to watch him on this obscure cozy.tv has managed to completely send you mad. That's fascinating to me. Credit where credit is due. The Groypers are true.
They're really good at triggering people. This is true.
Truly living in the minds of neocons. There's no question about it. Okay. So for me, genuinely, I didn't watch your content. I gotta tell you, you're not for moms. Like, I'm very into the anti.
Whatever 4690 says, Connor, do you think Nick is simply wrong on everything he says? No, I don't. I think that Nick actually has a pretty strong control of descriptive reality. I think he commits sins of omission, lies of omission, where he emphasizes certain historical events to the detriment of others in order to help boost his narrative. I think he ignores contradictory evidence, but no, I think actually descriptively, Nick has quite a strong command of 20th century history. Where I disagree with Nick is oftentimes in prescription. So if you were saying what I would say is I would probably minimize or sweep for the Zionist lobby and the Jews, where, I would want to reel them in a bit. I would basically want to rebuild Gaza. I would want to freeze the borders. I would want to stop settlements in the West Bank. I would want to come to a 2-state solution in the state of Israel. And the Zionists and the might not like that. Then when it comes to Jews, prescriptively, it seems like Nick has implied that Jewish sympathizers within the United States who are in control of media, businesses, politics, APAC, ADL, etc., they're just too powerful. And so they have to be politically and financially sidelined. I'm a Republican. I care about the Republic. I care about the rule of law. There is a 0% chance. There is a greater chance of me. I'm trying to think of something that you would more likely get me to be able to do. But the point is that there's 0% chance that you will get me to ever support repealing the First Amendment of the United States or extrajudicially circumventing the First Amendment of the United States. 0% chance. So the fact that this guy is quote unquote on my team is repulsive to me. Tallybot says, Connor and chat mean people who are either ethnically or religiously Jewish. Yeah, Jewish is a very versatile term. Justin says, what Tally doesn't understand was that these irreligious Jews probably had religious grandparents who had antipathy towards non-Jews. Remember, the Holocaust was 80 years ago? So they most likely were very anti-Gentile at that time. Yeah, but as an example, who is it? Jon Stewart. Jon Stewart's Jewish, and he seems to love the Goy. He seems to be a Goy lover, right? He spends all of his time and energy in public advocacy for non-Jews. You know, for Americans, to be honest, because he's American. But that's the way that he spent the past like 10 or 20 years since he left The Daily Show. I know he's back, but he spent all of his advocacy on like firefighter advocacy. Justin says, so maybe Jews in another 50 years will be very cool. Well, Justin, I would say that's an easier goal than disbarring Jews from power. Right? Bull Media says, Nick Fuentes views black people as inferior and would gladly ship them all to Africa. I mean, yeah. What is it with white people and borders? I fucking love borders. Holy shit, I love borders. Okay, it's really interesting listening to someone talk about me and how we control the world, and I'm here struggling to raise my family. Give me some of the Jewish influence for the love of God. Tally says, Kay, are you not on the Zog payroll? I can make a call. Can you make a call for me too? Because I'm also over here shilling for the Jews for free, you know? Fotsimo says, whites were sidelined in the same way by the Civil Rights Act. We wouldn't have Dilbert if it wasn't for Scott Adams getting denied promotions for being a white man. Interesting. Whatever says, Jon Stewart said Jews should unite against white people. Find me the quote in the context. Cornelius says, I'm white and black people should hate white people because white people need to do better. Also, Jon Stewart, Leibowitz, not me. I'm Jewish. Well, find me the quotes. Find me the quotes.
Vac stuff. Like, no one's, I'm not tucking in at night after 5 days a week of a show and 4 kids being like, what's on Cozy?
Conservative liberalism says hashtag not all Jews. Indeed. Hashtag not all Jews.
TV. What's Nick Fuentes saying over at Cozy TV?
You're not?
No,
Oh,
I am not. And so the first time that I started seeing your clips was kind of at the same moment that I got fired, because at the same time-ish is when you got put back on Twitter. And I am active on Twitter, and I'm seeing clips here and I'm seeing clips there. And I did see the clips of you.
Cornelia says, I just did Connor direct quotes. Jon Stewart, I'm white and black people should hate white people because white people need to do better. Also, Jon Stewart, not me. I'm Jewish. All right. So you said that's a direct quote. So let's go ahead and pull up your direct quote. Google, I'm white and black people should hate white people because white people need to do better. Not me. I'm Jewish. Okay. I just typed in an exact quote and I didn't get it. So feel free to send me something better. Is it the problem with systemic racism on... I don't have 16 minutes and I don't want to get copyright struck. But is it this? Is it the problem with white people? Am I going to have to... We'll add that to tomorrow. We'll add it to tomorrow. Why not? Why don't we look at, you know, they say good goy, right? So maybe John is being a good Jew. So we'll add that to the docket.
Speaking about the Christ is
Let's
King.
Let's get a few more minutes in.
A scenario, some which were hilarious, just kind of getting into the theology of it. And I'm starting to go, okay, I'm kind of getting this Nick Fuentes thing, especially when Jeremy Boring, then the CEO of Daily Wire, hosted this.
Whatever says, how about Stewart's show, The Problem with White People? Is that the episode or something else?
Christ is King audio live. And that was the first time I ever heard your backstory. So I genuinely was so, I guess, not blind to the Groyper movement, but like how
we'll watch it tomorrow.
I guess how influential you were that these people, as Jeremy admitted in that audio, were watching your show, which was on an app that I had never even heard about. So I want to give credit where credit is due. But your strategy of, I'm going to go on my show and call this person out for not having me on the show when you didn't ask to come on the show. And,
lol.
And you had a line of communication because of some legal stuff that was happening in the background where I was asking you to do a decent thing and tell the truth about the fact that we didn't have this relationship that I think some people thought that we had going on in the background, a political relationship or like strategizing together. So I just think it was ridiculous. Like, I'm like, if you wanted to come on the show, why didn't you just send a big boy message and say, hey, Candace, we should collab?
And by the way, I've sent a big boy message to Nick. I said, hey, bro, I want to talk to you about this stuff. And he has not responded.
And that's what I mean when I say,
Justin, we'll continue this tomorrow. Okay. Worst case scenario, we'll continue this on Wednesday. I do think that this is good enough content that I effectively want to react to all of it in 2 parts. And so I will. And so what was it? Tomorrow in the beginning, I'm going to skip about 45 minutes of the Brittany Simon video because frankly, it's just about how she came up in the space. And for about an hour, she criticizes Destiny and Contrapoints. I have a feeling that it's going to be quite pause heavy for me. So that might run like half of the day. Then what I would say is I would want to do the Daily Show with Jon Stewart thing just to kind of prove to Groypers that oftentimes all their like things where it's like the Jews hate us and they want to kill us. Well, if you add it within context, you're kind of being a pussy about it. But Justin, I'll 100% do the second half of this interview as a breakdown because frankly, I have a lot of heat for these people. So if I have a lot of heat for these people, I should probably hear everything they say. Now, that being said, before we wrap up, quick shill, I'm still going. Like the stream, share it with your friends, comment on the VOD. Super chats are appreciated, but not required. Memberships, if you can see the membership button. Engage in chat because there's lots of funny people in there. And comment on the VODs I might have already said, but I'll say it again.
you internet too hard. Like, you think the way to get that
LB says, Connor, are there any progressive or democratic socialists you admire? No.
is to go Groyper war, Groypers, go at, and I am the exact opposite demeanor. Like, if you do that, I will definitively not have you on the show. And the irony is, we had the discussion. So I think I messaged you and I was like, what's the deal with you on YouTube? If I have you on the show, we were just kind of getting set up here. Are you allowed to? And you answered and said, I don't know. You said, some people have had me on, some people have gotten hit. And I'm like, okay, well, we're still trying to figure this thing out. And the next thing I know, you've launched a Groyper war. And I'm going, if you think this is the last strategy you should possibly take if you ever want to get anything with me, I don't respond to like anonymous accounts. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not 13. I have toddlers at home. Like, I get the like, I want.
Lol.
And I say to them, if you would like something, you need to use your manners. You need to say, can I please have? And thank you. And that's how I felt you were kind of executing this request, was in a really immature way. Which is immature.
Well, I think you're kind of starting in the middle of the story because when he left the Daily Wire, everybody was on Twitter and in your live chat and in the comments saying, we want the collab with Nick Fuentes. And you said in the live chat, we're going to do it. We have the screenshots in the live chat for your show. You said, we're going to do the collab. I have the screenshots, so,
Connor, that was pitiful. You talk about progressive policies all the time. Loner Box. Somebody brought up Loner Box, and then Tally said that that Loner Box is a lib. Be real. Loner Box is the only person that is even ostensibly progressive that I like and respect. Maybe Hutch and Pisco and all them, but you have to understand that getting into a room with these people is like oil and water. You think that you think I fight with dissident right-wing people? I obviously do. But progressives start talking about like redistributive economics to the point that they want to collapse the entire way that free markets work, and I hate their guts. And then we start talking about like socialism and the history of socialism and communism in the 20th century, and they start sweeping for it, and I freak the fuck out. So yeah, like my beef, I'll tell you my beef with left wingers. Right wingers know they're bad. Okay. Right wingers know that the right wing can go too far. They know that fascism or authoritarian, or not authoritarian communism, they know that fascism or nationalism or authoritarianism can go too far, and therefore the right wing can go too far. The left wing will say, no, we don't, we can't go too far. And then you start bringing up, left wing, communist and socialist governments. And then they're like, well, that wasn't really left wing. If you think about it from this geopolitical analytical phrase, this was actually a right wing movement. And it's like, all right, don't care. Short hair, don't care. But yeah, we'll wrap. We'll save this for tomorrow. So let's go ahead and chill. We hit 5 hours. Like the stream, share it with your friends, comment from the comment gods, engage in chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. And then Cornelia says Connor, C-O-N-O-R. Yes, that's how you spell it. Whatever 4690 says Connor, The Twilight Zone, a small talent for war, great little sci-fi story. Interesting. And also I did see somebody say Aliens Dark Descent. I probably will get into that, but I just don't have a lot of time for gaming. I'll probably be breaking that down as a part of like the Aliens and Predator series. Is it Connor or Connor? It has one N. LB says, no, we just want to regulate capitalism. No, you don't. If you're a socialist, you want to decommodify basic human needs and have workers own the means of production. Socialists don't just want to regulate capitalism. And communists want a moneyless, stateless, classless society. So if you want me to acknowledge that you're just a social democrat, you're somebody who wants to heavily regulate and tax capitalism like a Scandinavian country, then use that term. Because every time you use the term socialism, I'm going to fight you tooth and fucking nail. The path to hell is paved with good intentions. Yeah, Christian Blair says Democrat socialist, but all socialists all the same. That's a lot of them. Whatever 4690 says, anyone remember the sci-fi show where Wesley Crusher blows up the earth? What was that, Twilight Zone? That'd be based. LB says progressives are better humans. Yeah, who, like what's a little beheading amongst friends, right? True Zealot says, Connor, F the Groypers, F the progressives, forget the Talmud discussions of the horseshoe battles in chat. The old school fams want to know, will you be picking up the Dawn of War remastered? I need to pick up Space Marine 1 remastered first. But yeah, in general, of course. Cicero says, yeah, capitalists just want like a military and public school, don't suddenly become socialists. Thank you, Cicero. Thank you. Puzzle based. All right, I'll be live on Counterpoints tomorrow. I'm going to go ahead and thank my donors again. Thank you, Justin Harbill, for the very generous donation. Very much appreciated. And then what I would say is do all the shill things that I said earlier. We hit 5 hours. I parasocially love you. I hope you have a great day. I'll see you tomorrow over on Counterpoints. Bye for now.